Chapter 141. Where were the primordials before the world was formed? This is really a question worth pondering. In the brilliant light, Apollo's golden eyes were full of depth. In front of him, the figure covered by the dark cloak and the translucent mask made a painful sound again. More and more slippery tentacles stretched out from under the dark cloak, tearing at his soul. The great indifference will suppress the gentle will, to revive in the endless fog of history, to dominate all things, to rule the universe. Apollo's eyes flashed. The right hand suddenly opened open. God descend. In the bright light, an illusory Holy Spirit appeared in the will of the figure under the dark cloak. Suddenly, he saw two pairs of eyes. A pair with no emotion, fooling all things, dominating the world, as deep as a mist. The other pair is full of perseverance. Although it is full of bloodshot and despair, it is constantly struggling with gentleness and hope. The illusory Holy Spirit burst out with magnificent power, suppressing those misty, indifferent eyes. In the outside world, the number of greasy tentacles that were constantly stretched out gradually decreased. The gentle and hoarse voice sounded again. "Thank you for helping me." Apollo shook his head. As expected of the former pillar of the universe, comparable to the supreme existence, my divine arrival can only help you ease for a while, unless one day you ascend to the supreme, otherwise I can't help you. Under the translucent mask, the haggard face squeezed out a smile. That's not bad. I haven't been sober as I am today for many years. Most of the time, he and I are both confrontation and fusion, affecting each other. Squeezing his voice, he continued, I don't know much about the era before your world's ignorance. I only know that the omniscient Almighty, who is known as the head of the three pillars in our world and in charge of the astral realm, was here a long time ago. Then he had an ultimate confrontation with a supreme being here among you, spanning time, space, and destiny. After the war, he disappeared together with the primordial sea, and then a huge change occurred in your time and space, caused all the old to be turned into ignorance. Then another pillar, the head of the old and the outer gods, the owner of the mother river of plenty, the supreme mother goddess in charge of the material world. She also followed the breath of the omniscient and almighty, and came here. It was the beginning of the age of ignorance in your world, or a little earlier. After a pause, he reached out and stroked his temples to relieve the pain and pressure on his will, and then continued hoarsely, I don't know how much you know about our world, let me tell you. The original creator created the entire universe, and his sleeping body became a huge planet, which is the center of the universe, where all the paths of gods and most of the sources and pillars of the universe are gathered. That's where I was born. Beyond that planet, other source substances have created powerful gods of the old days and the outer gods. They are headed by the supreme goddess, occupying all the starry sky, and finally set their eyes on my place at the same time. Planet. Their arrival will bring doomsday to the whole world, so I came here to find the primordial sea. Only the ruler of time and space and the omniscient and omnipotent can fight against the outer gods who have occupied the entire starry sky. Rome, but the outer gods such as the supreme goddess, the nameless mist, the squirming devourer, the impure star, the hot king, the ultimate father, the dimension watcher, etc. Their goals are not only our planet, but they are also eyeing them. Your world. Supreme Mother Goddess, nameless mist, creeping devourer, impure star, scorching king, ultimate father, dimension watcher. How are they all good middle school names? Apollo wanted to laugh, but his face more dignified. If it is true as the person in front of him said, each of these names is a terrifying existence that is at least comparable to the top primal god, and even a great one that is comparable to the highest. Once they are let in, it must be a terrifying disaster. The essence symbolized by the outer gods is madness and chaos. Maybe they all seem to have extraordinary wisdom, but in fact there is no specific way of thinking. The only goal of their existence is to create chaos and destruction. Under the dark cloak, the hoarse voice added with difficulty. But you don't have to worry too much. They won't come to you until the planet I'm on is destroyed, and it's not an easy thing to surpass the barriers of the world. Even if it is the supreme mother goddess, if she wants to come here, she will need a lot of price. Otherwise, after coming here once, Countless years will not come again, because it is too difficult. But it should be noted that when she came last time, she should have left a certain backhand, such as the bound person on the Caucasus mountain. But there seems to be some mutation in him, and he may have left the supreme goddess. Control. The other thing is, 35 when he said this, the majestic icy aura rose unstoppably from his body, and the smooth tentacles broke through the shackles of light. The gentle voice slowly faded, replaced by scary and cold. Under the translucent mask, the haggard face squeezed out the last smile. In an instant, in the ocean of his consciousness, those indifferent misty eyes squeezed out the illusory, Holy Spirit fiercely, and countless gray mists covered those gentle eyes. At the end, the gentle eyes sent a message to Apollo with consciousness. The supreme goddess who is in charge of the mother river of abundance is also known as the black goat of the forest that breeds thousands of descendants. Her biggest feature is the proliferation and abundance of the flood, enslaving thousands of lives with the imprisonment of blood, the blonde hair in a foreign land. Friend, you have to stop her and hope to see you again in the future. For flowers. In a trance, Apollo saw a black-haired man with a gentle smile on his face. He was ordinary in appearance, liked to wear a black tuxedo, a top hat, and a cheap cane. In the crimson night, walking out of the fog, from an ordinary college student to the top of the world step by step, to become a powerful god who can fool all living beings. He used to make a living in a big city, stalking about a penny or two. He also turned into a rich man and donated a lot of money to poor children. He also played a pirate hunter and went on adventures on the sea, held mysterious parties, pretending to be gods to fool members, stop the war, assassinate the king in public. And he who eventually became a god, in order to protect the entire planet, chose to go into eternal sleep with the awakened horror in his body, and then struggled to come to a foreign land in order to find hope. A magnificent life, a tough and gentle brave. 35 with a sigh, Apollo then remembered. He seemed to have forgotten to ask the other party's name. It's a sad thing after all, and he'll never be able to beat me. 35. A low and terrifying voice slowly emanated from under the dark cloak, and each of its smooth tentacles, with a thick mist, suddenly grabbed the stalwart figure that shrouded the light. The flaming sword slashed violently. But seeing the dark cloak figure, a huge mottled light door suddenly appeared. The icy figure under the mask grinned. I am the great master of time and space, and I am in charge of the key to the door, and no one can trap me. Suddenly, in the depths of his will, the illusory Holy Spirit emerged again, with divine brilliance, gaining a little space for the will that was suppressed by him. The flaming sword light penetrated into his chest. The mysterious figure roared in pain, reluctantly walked into the door of light, and disappeared into the blocked space. The ruler of time and space is really too difficult to catch. Apollo looked at the place where the door of light disappeared. A smile immediately appeared on his face. But with the progress of God's arrival, even though he doesn't believe in me, I can forcefully drop a will to linger in his body, cooperate with that person to shake him, and he was hit hard by the flaming sword. It's hard to make any moves in a short time. It's the supreme goddess. There was a hint of deepness on his handsome and elegant face. The black goat who controls the rich mother river and breeds thousands of descendants. The biggest feature is the flood of reproduction and abundance, imprisoning and enslaving life with blood. Suddenly, Apollo's pupils shrank. He thought of a deity, quite similar to the image of the supreme goddess described. She can be said to be the source of most of the blood of the gods today, and her life is full of reproduction and abundance, with countless lovers and children. And she has always acted very mysteriously, as if she was planning something important and was unable to withdraw. Mother Gaia. Chuan. Chapter 142. Forever, what's the matter with you? In the dungeon of the Corinthian palace, Finette walked strangely to the boy who was shrouded in golden light. The beautiful brows frowned slightly. Ever since he captured Ares, he has been distracted. What is he thinking about? The blond boy gently closed his eyes, returned to his senses and smiled, and said, I just crossed time and space and faced off against people in another place. Che, you are obviously not here. Is it possible that there are two more of you? The girl with pale blonde long hair pouted. The blond boy smiled. Maybe there are countless me, everywhere. As much as you can brag, don't think that the god of light secretly helped you defeat the god of war, and you feel that you are very powerful. 35 The girl with pale blonde long hair stared at him. She has figured it out. How could a demigod who was only born not long ago have the power to defeat the god of sleep and the god of war? It must be the deputy monarch of Olympus, the great god of light, who helped secretly. Looking at the sun-like rays of light just now, it is the power of the god of light, which is too iconic. Humph, don't you rely on the 277, father, thinking that this will scare me. The young girl raised her chin proudly. Forpers didn't want to explain more to her. In fact, after being promoted to primordial, the divine body has long ceased to be pure material energy. It is a very abstract source, and the composition of the world can naturally be said to be ubiquitous. It's just that the eyes of ordinary people, and even most gods, simply cannot understand such a level. Blonde-haired boy, quickly let me go, Uncle Ares, or you will accept the wrath of the king of the gods. Ares, who was tightly bound over there, roared loudly. Hey, you are very tough. Hercules laughed suddenly, leaned over to Ares, and looked up and down at the god of war. Who are you? Ares glared at him. Hercules patted his chest and said, This uncle is the son of Alcmene, who is destined to become the greatest hero, the disciple of Chiron, the common brother of Phobos and Phinetine, the great Hercules. Son of Alcmene? How do I remember that she was the queen of the king of Thebes, but betrayed her husband and succumbed to my great father, and gave birth to a child for him? Ares sneered. I'm that kid. You're still my elder brother, but I'm beating your elder brother now. Hercules' eyes were filled with anger, and he pulled out a wooden stick out of nowhere and hit Ares' head hard. Ha ha. A mortal wants to hurt the gods with a wooden stick. Even if I sit here and make you knock tens of thousands of times, I will still be the same when you are tired. Ares laughed indifferently. Unexpectedly, the dark wooden stick slammed heavily on his head, and his face was full of stars, and a big red bag suddenly grew on the top of his head. It's impossible, it's impossible. Enduring the pain in his head, Ares looked at the tall young man with short brown hair in disbelief. Snapped. Another stick hit him on the head. Hermes roared angrily. What did you just say? How about you when I'm tired? Clap, clap. Clap, clap. Under the eyes of Chiron and the others and the two brothers, the god of death and god of sleep, the dark wooden stick kept making intimate contact with the long face and head of the god of war. Ares' face was soon covered with large bags and redness, and he was almost indistinguishable. His throat was also hoarse, and he could only stare at Hercules with fire-breathing eyes. Dare to stare at me, I won't kill you. Hercules roared, and the dark wooden stick was raised again. Under the reflection of the bright sun, Phobos' bright eyes fell on this dark wooden stick and suddenly asked, Hercules, where did you get this stick? The tall and sturdy young man with short brown hair turned his head, touched his head, and recalled, It seems to be given to me by an old woman named Atropis, and it is very easy to use, so I always carry it. Atropis. The blond boy's pupils shrank. This is the eldest sister of the three goddesses of fate. The three goddesses of fate have almost never left the temple of the goddess of fate, but Atropis actually ran out and gave Hercules a stick. While he was contemplating, Hercules then beat up Ares. It seems that he will never give up unless he beats the god of war to his knees, begging for mercy. The fierce picture made the brothers death god and sleep god terrified, for fear that this treatment would also be their turn. The sleeping god wailed directly, Brother Phobos, for the sake of Deputy Lord Hecate and our mother, please spare our brothers, and I will surely let you have a good dream every day in the future. Rolling his eyes at him, Phobos walked over to them, squatted down, and said, In the future, listen to your deputy. Don't be fooled by Hermes with wine, or let you taste the taste of sticks. He pointed to Hercules next to him. Sleeping god and death god nodded hurriedly like chickens pecking at rice. At the same time, they all gritted their teeth. The B************ D of Hermes. We will settle the account with him when we go back. Back then, the god of light tore his wings, and this time our brother will let him taste it again. This voice made the winged black-haired youth tremble, who was squatting in the corner of the palace to observe carefully. Damn Thanatos, Hypnos, you know to scare me with my wings. I won't save you. 35 This secretly lurking messenger of the gods seems to have found some reason to convince himself. His wings flicker gently, and he is about to leave here. Phobos, who was under the palace dungeon, suddenly flashed. I saw a ray of light flowing, and a golden figure instantly appeared behind the messenger of the gods, and the white palms stroked his supple wings. Hermes shuddered, staring at the golden figure that suddenly appeared behind him. For a split second, he remembered what could be called the most tragic day of his life for him. At that time, it was also a figure with blonde hair who brutally tore off his wings. The pain was unforgettable to this day. Why does the person in front of him look so much like him? Hermes instinctively wanted to launch the travel authority to escape. I advise you to be good. If you teleport in space now, your body can leave, but these supple and beautiful wings will remain in my hands. The blonde boy smiled brightly at him. This smile was full of unfamiliar and familiar feeling to Hermes, which made his heart shudder. After hesitating for a while, the messengers of the gods laughed dryly and said, I actually just passed by here. This blonde brother, don't get me wrong. Have you heard of Dionysus, the god of wine, who is the best winemaker in the world, and I can get you the fine wine that he brewed by himself? Do you still know Hephaestus, the god of fire, the most outstanding craftsman among the gods? I have a very good relationship with him, and I can ask him to build a palace for you. Hermes was full of ingratiating expressions, and his dark eyes looked at the pair of white palms that were holding his wings tightly, full of pity. The golden eyes did not change, the white palms were lightly strained, and the tingling sensation on the back made Hermes' eyelids twitch. Don't talk nonsense. I know who you are. Are you here to save Ares and the others? Hermes' face was full of hesitation, and his eyes suddenly sharpened. A golden rod of snakes appeared in his hand, and he slammed into the hand that was grasping his wings. It seems that you still need to clean up. Phobos sighed under the brilliant light. Suddenly, a blazing light, Xiong-Lai covered Hermes. The blazing high temperature and light and heat. The blink of an eye made the coiled snake golden rod become hot. Hermes screamed and dropped the weapon. At the same time, scorching light balls like small suns slammed on him. Bang! Bang! These little suns were like burning bombs 4.4, and they exploded in series as soon as they came into contact with the messengers of the gods. Hermes originally wanted to launch the travel power to teleport away, but before he had a chance to exert his strength, these blazing suns carried violent light and heat, running through his divine body. Laugh! His left wing was directly hit by a small sun, which opened a big hole, and Hermes could hardly stand up in pain. And then a dozen or so little suns exploded beside him. In an instant, one of the dignified 12 main gods of Olympus, Hermes, the messenger of the gods, collapsed to the ground with a blackened body. The thick light and heat turned into chains, binding him. A golden figure emitting a brilliant light approached step by step. Hermes was terrified. At this moment, a force shattered the chains that trapped him. Hermes looked over in surprise and saw an unremarkable middle-aged figure in a secluded corner. He recalled for a moment before he remembered who the other party was. Pallas, why are you here? Chapter 143. Pallas, the god of war strategy. Staring at the sudden appearance of the figure, Phobos's handsome face became stern. The appearance looked ordinary and unremarkable, and Shung Pallas, who was wearing a clean long coat, also glanced at him. A faint smile appeared on the corner of the Victory Father's mouth. I'm really curious about your relationship with the god of light in Olympus, but I'm not here to care about that today. Suddenly, he said to Hermes, Go save Ares. I will deal with it here. Hermes rolled his eyes and nodded immediately. He was also very surprised as to why the brains of the Titans suddenly appeared here and helped himself. It's best to just leave. He was about to fly away when suddenly a blazing sun swirled around him. The violent breath made Hermes feel a chill in his heart. At this moment, Pallas' indifferent figure appeared in front of the blazing sun. An invisible mighty force instantly solidified time and space, causing the fiery little suns to stay in midair. The eyes of the young man with short golden hair could not help condensing, and he said in a low voice, It seems that all the gods underestimate you, the legendary Titan brain, but the gods who are only good at command and strategy their own strength is weak. When I can solve problems with wisdom, I generally don't use brute force. Pallas said lightly. Suddenly, he waved his arm lightly. The small suns floating in the air suddenly flew out, shrouding the golden figure surrounding the radiance of the sun. Forbes smiled softly. Use my strength against me? 99. I saw those little suns flying upside down, and soon they turned into bright lights, which merged with the bright rays of light scattered in the space. At the same time, tyrannical light and heat surged towards Pallas standing in the air. The god of war strategy still had a smile on his lips and said indifferently, "This power from a foreign land is really nostalgic." It seems that the authority of that person also included this divine power like the sun. His words shocked the blond boy who was shrouded in the sun's rays. The gentle voice in the mysterious magician said that the omniscient and omnipotent one, the head of the three pillars of the universe in their world, had descended here a long time ago and had a fierce confrontation with a certain supreme existence. And the sun pathway is included in the 5 divine pathways mastered by the omniscient Almighty. Did Pallas ever meet the omniscient Almighty? When Phobos's heart shook, Pallas was filled with invisible power, like big hands, fiercely grasping the sun power that rushed towards she. Bang, bang, bang. The space trembled, and the invisible giant hand, like the great will to dominate the world, shattered the blazing light and heat. At the same time, the giant hand carried the monstrous weather and rumbled towards the golden figure shrouded in the sun's brilliance. Phobos' expression remained unchanged. The blazing power of the sun, carrying divine brilliance, turned into a golden spear in the air and nailed it to the giant hand under the cover. Bang! The golden spear and the invisible giant slammed together, and the surging power shook the void. But the strange thing is that the surrounding space seems to be shrouded by some kind of great will, and the fluctuation of the war is completely unable to spread out. With a strange memory in his eyes, Pallas sighed softly. Young man, speaking of you, you are somewhat similar to that person back then. Maybe this is the reason why you can get some of his power. That world is also very strange. All the sources of great power come from an incomparably great being, but unless that great being wakes up, it's just the so-called 3 pillars, and it can't shake our world. I never fear them. The old era will eventually return, and the shroud of chaos will eventually be lifted layer by layer. 5. Between whispers, he looked up into the distance. Hermes took Ares in a state of embarrassment and flew over quickly. Pallas frowned. There are only a few mortals there. How did you do this? Hermes scolded angrily. Damn Thanatos, Hypnos, I kindly let them go, but I didn't expect these 2 guys to turn around and attack me. Nyx's 2 children. Pallas's mouth suddenly flashed a hint of deepness and ordered, "Take Ares to Zeus to wait for me." After Hermes left with Ares, he looked indifferently at the handsome young man shrouded in golden light, and his voice was low. Young man, both you and your father are the most outstanding beings in this era, but there are some things you don't understand at all. I heard that your father has a good relationship with Nyx, but does he really know the relationship between Nyx and Chaos? And the Erebus who never really existed. The ancient era buried too much. The current ones, they are a group of betrayers. They betrayed the old, and this new era was born. Investigate it well. The truth will often exceed your expectations. Suddenly, Pallas' figure disappeared into the void. Looking at the empty void, the golden figure shrouded in brilliant light fell into deep thought. Betrayer? What does this mean? What happened in the era of ignorance and the era before ignorance? The blond boy muttered to himself. He discovered more and more secrets, and fell into more and more mysteries. What kind of era did the primordial gods before ignorance, the omniscient Almighty, and the supreme mother goddess from another world intertwine long ago? Pallas is not just Pallas. He seems to be an ancient existence, one of the original gods of the past, resurrected in Pallas. Judging from the fact that he calls Chaos and Nyx traitors, he is by no means the same as the other primordial gods now. Theoretically, he should hide himself carefully to avoid being discovered by Chaos and Nyx, but he revealed so much in front of me today. Is he trying to increase my distrust of Nyx and the others? For the missing Almighty One. After all, I have the son that belongs to the omniscient Almighty. Without knowing the existence of the treasure box system, it is very reasonable to speculate that I have some connection with the omniscient Almighty. But he's been silent for so long, and he exposed himself so suddenly. It shouldn't be just for this reason, or that he didn't intend to continue to be silent. 55. He already has the confidence to fight against chaos and other betrayers, without fear of anything, to show his edge to the world. After making a lot of guesses, the face of the blonde boy in the bright light gradually calmed down. The situation is getting more and more chaotic. Maybe it's time for me to start my action too. Forevers, came a loud cry from behind. Chiron, Phinatine, and the others ran out, and Hercules said with a sullen face, "The guy named Hermes just now came over and rescued Ares from my wooden stick. It's really abominable." "I already know." The blonde boy looked calm. Suddenly, a huge tremor came from Athens in the distance, as if a monstrous tsunami was spreading. Chapter 144. In a remote manner, Zeus is flirting with a young woman with a smile on his face. Suddenly, his face turned gloomy, and he stared at Hermes and Ares, who walked in a state of embarrassment. "What's going on here? It's just to clean up a mortal. How can you two master gods do this?" Pushing away the woman in his arms, he shouted in a low voice. Ares had a big bag and a puffy face, full of grievances, but he was too embarrassed to tell what happened to him, so he lowered his head. The charred Hermes hesitated for a while before answering with a trembling voice, "Father, this is a trap against us." His words made Zeus frown. After wiping his face, Hermes continued, "We went to deal with that mortal named Sisyphus, but we encountered a blonde guy who was suspected of being the son of Apollo, and we were defeated in a few moments. But I think that we are also the dignified master gods, and it is impossible for us to lose in the hands of a child. Naturally, it is because Apollo is behind it, and he plotted against us. Father God, Apollo is too bullying. Knowing that Ares and I are your most trusted confidants, he deliberately wanted to catch us and lead you into a trap." Tears flowed from the charred cheeks of the messenger of the gods, and with a thud, he lay on the ground and sobbed. Ares also reacted over there, kneeling in front of Zeus with a pig-like head, tears streaming down his face. Seeing the two main gods who seemed to be bullied outside and came back crying to find their parents, Zeus was stunned. While crying, Hermes continued, "Speaking of which, I didn't consider this matter well. The two guys like Thanatos and Hypros are Hecate's subordinates. I thought that I usually had a good relationship with them, and I would definitely be fine to ask them for a little help, but I didn't expect their brother to sell us to Apollo. 99. Otherwise, how could the two ancient gods be kidnapped by a mortal Sisyphus? This is simply acting. And Ares and I tried our best to rescue them, but they immediately turned around and dealt with us. What AB asterisk 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 D. 55. After listening to what he said, Zeus coughed and asked, "Since Apollo set a trap, how did you get out of trouble?" Ares came to the spirit, patted his chest, and said, "Father, of course, that is my heroic display of the god of war, taking Hermes and killing all the way back from the inside. You can see the wound on my face. Oh, this is all evidence of my valiant battle." Hermes was speechless. He thought that he was glib enough and turned the facts upside down, but he didn't expect that Ares was 100 times more powerful than him. "Are you the only one who fought bravely, showed great power, and broke through the siege all the way?" Zeus didn't believe Ares' nonsense either, glared at him, and looked at Hermes. "Tell me who helped you." 5. It's Pallas. Hermes replied solemnly. Hearing this name, Zeus, who was sitting high above, suddenly changed his face. But at this moment, a middle-aged figure that was elegant and unremarkable suddenly appeared inside the manor. "God King, long time no see." Pallas stared at Zeus above with a light smile. "It's been a long time. I haven't thanked you for helping me when the Titan war." The king of the gods slowly stood up, his deep eyes fixed on this familiar face. His words surprised Hermes and Ares. Did Pallas help his father when the Titan war? When they were shocked by this sentence, Zeus suddenly exuded a majestic power, sending them and the woman outside at the same time. After doing this, Zeus walked down indifferently, facing Pallas's eyes. "I will always remember that day, when I was rescued by the mother goddess from the mouth of Cronus, placed on the island, and painstakingly searched for me, who fought against Cronus, and I met you. You designed for me to meet Métis and capture her heart, so that with her help, you can accumulate strength step by step. First rescue Hades and Poseidon, and then recruit the 100-armed giant to gain the support of Mother Earth. In this way, I have the strength to contend with Cronus, and when I fight the Titans, I find that you are the commander of the Titans. DB. Hearing this, Pallas's mouth twitched into a smile. Then it was I who secretly acted to let you quickly defeat the Titans. I thought you helped me in order to gain a higher status and power, but after the Titan War, you went into hiding directly. Then the prophecy appeared, and I killed Métis with my own hands. And then I thought about it. That there is a lot wrong. Zeus' face flashed a touch of pain. Suddenly, a terrifying coercion erupted from the tall body of the king of the gods, and the coldness enveloped Pallas. The latter still had a faint smile on his face, and patted it lightly with his clean palm. The powerful coercion of Zeus's original level was shattered in an instant. Your strength is really powerful and terrifying, otherwise I should have gotten rid of you long ago. Zeus calmed down and said in a low voice, I still don't understand why you designed Métis, and why you have to hide for so long. Now it suddenly appeared again. For me, there is only one purpose from beginning to end. Everything done is just a necessary process to accomplish this purpose. 35 Pallas's eyes were raised to the sky, as if he was looking at someone. After a while, he walked slowly to Zeus' side and asked softly, Your Majesty the King of God, since you were defeated by Apollo in the first battle of Hades, you have been decadent, but I know you are not someone who gives up so easily. You're looking for opportunities to restore the situation and regain lost power. I came here today to give you this opportunity. Let's work together again like we did before. That time I helped you become the king of the gods, and the rewards this time are still amazing. Athens, this ancient city-state, named after the goddess of wisdom, has been passed down for thousands of years, and has the title of the brightest pearl among the thousands of city-states in the vast land. It is the representative of civilization and magnificence, long and prosperous. And today, a terrible catastrophe befalls here. In the high sky, a burly blue figure stood at an unknown time. Holding a trident in his hand, his eyes are as blue and broad as the sea, full of unparalleled mighty majesty. Under him, the overwhelming tsunami, with the fury that belongs to the ocean, spread turbulently. Inundated wilderness, submerged farmland, submerged villages, made every inch of land a land of water. Looking at this terrifying scene, the residents of the city wall of Athens were terrified and kept praying to the goddess of wisdom and the god of light. At the highest point of the city wall, the Athenian king Erechtheus was dressed in bright armor, which set off the body of the king, although he was old. Holding a gun in one hand, his body was filled with golden fighting spirit, faintly emitting a splendid starlight. Looking up at the sky, he made a sad and angry voice. Poseidon, if you want to kill me, come down and fight. Why do you want to launch a tsunami? These lands are all cultivated by the people of Athens. Humble mortal, do you think you are qualified to question the king of the sea? Poseidon's tone was indifferent on the monstrous waves. Holding the trident, his blue eyes showed hatred. Erechtheus, you killed my son's son. Today, I will not only take your life, but also want your city-state to be buried with you in the sea, in the raging waves. Suddenly, the monstrous tsunami climbed several times higher, hitting the city walls of Athens like covering the sky. Several old scholars came out of the city-state of Athens, its master Ahara and the others. These masters are rare magicians who have learned the magic passed down by the god of light. The people of Athens exclaimed in surprise. Several old men did not live up to their expectations, chanting incantations, casting magic, while strengthening the city wall, while working together to condense a huge mask covering Athens. Erechtheus glanced at them gratefully. His golden aura burned to the extreme. He flew into the sky and pointed his sharp spear at Poseidon. The cruel king of the sea, even if he is destined to be buried in the surging sea today, I want you to know the dignity of the Athenian royal family. Little mortals also want to let the father personally take action. Let me, Antaeus, finish you. Behind Poseidon, a tall giant stepped out abruptly, filled with a strong earth breath, and punched Erechtheus with a bang. Bang! Hearing an explosion, The heroic king of Athens, his spear shattered, his body stained with blood, fell into the monstrous waves. "Your Majesty, Father!" On the city wall, Creusa and many of the people of Athens watched this scene with grief. Poseidon above laughed loudly. "My child, you have done a good job. As expected of me and the son of Mother Earth, you already have the strength of the second-order Lord God, and continue to work hard." 35 Hearing the praise of God the Father, the tall Antaeus had a smile on his lips. At this moment, a majestic star brilliance suddenly surged from the waves below him. An old figure, intertwined with blood and starlight, turned into a long spear with fighting chi, and stabbed Antaeus fiercely. The son of the Sea Emperor and the Earth Mother was accidentally pierced in the chest. "Your Majesty!" An excited voice came from the city-state. The old figure shrouded in the endless starlight was the king of Athens, Erechtheus, who was thrown into the sea. "O noble goddess of wisdom, dear friend of victory, grant Athens victory. 55 Great God of light, please protect your believers, and let the radiance originating from you spread over this disaster-stricken land." The people of Athens were praying. The giant stabbed by the spear suddenly roared. "No god will save you. I, the son of the ocean and the earth, will trample everything on you with absolute power." 35 I saw this giant with the breath of the earth all over his body. His feet penetrated the layers of sea water and touched the ground. The strong power belonging to Mother Earth instantly recovered the wound on his chest. He let out a grin and thumped his fist at Erechtheus, who was bathed in starlight. The powerful force made the king of Athens, who had just been promoted to the stars of the sky, completely unable to resist, like a small boat in a storm, drifting helplessly. No, although His Majesty the King has reached the star realm comparable to the middle and upper gods, the giant is enough to compare to the existence of the main god. Several magicians on the Athens city wall were anxious, and at this moment, the monstrous ocean waves outside became more and more surging, and they continued to impact the moat mask they had set up. The huge Athens is like a lonely city sunk in the ocean, about to be buried forever by the monstrous seawater. "Do not!" Erechtheus roared. The radiance of the stars on his body began to burn, and his eyes were full of determination and despair. As the king of Athens, he would never allow his city-state to be destroyed like this. Burning the brilliance of the stars that had just condensed, he went crazy. A spear stabbed the tall body of the giant in front of him. Antaeus couldn't help being annoyed. "Damn bugs, it's so annoying." He waved his fist and smashed the space, vowing to tear the old mortal in front of him to pieces. Standing on the city wall, watching his father who was burning his life fighting, watching the monstrous flood outside, Creusa's beautiful cheeks were anxious and calm. "Forbes, my child, I hope you are all well outside, and Mother will face the curse that belongs to us with your grandfather." "Curse? What are you talking about, Mother?" A gentle voice suddenly came from the ear. Creusa stared at the past with trembling eyes. In the open sky, I don't know when a blond boy like the sun walked out. Under the shocked gazes of thousands of people in Athens, tiny suns radiated from his body and slammed on Antaeus' tall body. The son of the ocean and the earth, screaming and covered in blood, fell into the endless waves. Chapter 145 Antaeus, my child. Poseidon looked down angrily. In the surging sea, the blood-stained giant continued to struggle, and the strong earth power poured into his body like a mother's care, trying to repair his injury. But one by one, the blazing sun, hot and fluctuating, closely lingered around Antaeus' huge body, burning his body, evaporating his blood, and turning his spirit body into ashes. The mighty power of the earth is far behind the destruction of the fiery power. Under the excited gazes of thousands of people, the tall giant who had just displayed his mighty power instantly whimpered, screaming that only the tall skeleton was left, sinking into the surging sea water. Poseidon angrily drew out his trident, and the boundless water waves rippled across the universe, piercing out like the sea. But a round of golden sun was blocked in front of him as expected. The blazing brilliance carries a huge amount of heat, transpiring in the empty space, and the overwhelming heat pours down. The majestic seawater that covered the periphery of Athens suddenly evaporated, diminishing inch by inch, slowly revealing the submerged villages and fields. Thousands of residents of Athens watched this scene with incomparable surprise, eyes with admiration and gratitude, focused on the blond boy who stood in the air and exuded infinite light. Is this the great god of light? Knowing that his followers are suffering and offering salvation, someone murmured. I know him. He is the son of Princess Creusa and the great son of light. It is the god of light who sent his son to save us. Someone among the residents of Athens murmured, tapping his forehead with his right fist, praise the light aloud. Ah, praise the light, praise the son of light. Thousands of residents raised their right fists high and chanted the name of light. Listening to the sound of prayers below, the tall figure of Poseidon in the waves in the sky was filled with icy coldness. Children of light? That's great. The voice of the emperor of the ocean was full of harsh, murderous intentions, and the blue eyes were full of storm-like terror, firmly locking the blond boy in the sky like the sun. It was so familiar to him. Since the battle outside the underworld, that golden figure, like a nightmare, has lingered in his heart for a long time. Make him jealous, make him fear, make him mad. That figure defeated his pride, sealed his authority, made him unable to stabilize the ocean situation, and sat on the throne like a puppet. How can we not be afraid? How can we not hate? How can we not be crazy? Fear, hatred, madness, turned into the most feared killing intent. Buried under the raging waves of the sea, Poseidon's trident was raised high, and the surging waves spread from the earth to the sky, from life to death. With the supreme will of the king of the sea, the rumbling covered the whole of Athens. The blue waters covered the sky like dark clouds. Thousands of residents in the city-state of Athens were full of fear and awe. The tide of death, falling from the sky, buries the earth. King Erechtheus, who was lucky enough to escape, stared bitterly at the world-destroying picture above. His voice was hoarse. Is this the true strength of the king of the sea? It's ridiculous that I still want to challenge such a powerful man. Father, please don't be afraid. Creusa looked at her father, her beautiful cheeks filled with calm. Staring at the blond boy in the sky, she murmured, I believe in my child. He is the savior of light to the earth and will give unprecedented hope and despair. When her voice fell, a blazing sun suddenly rose high. The golden brilliance is full of sacredness, with incomparable splendor and grandeur, illuminating the earth and the vast sky. Its light ripped apart the layers of sea curtains that shrouded the sky. Its fiery heat evaporated the water vapor that filled the void. Its warmth comforts the lost people who are in trouble in the vast land and guides them to new hope. I am from the light, and I do his will and guide the kingdom of light. 35 In the reverberation of the sacred voice, one after another blazing brilliance, like golden spears, swept through the splendid arc in midair, penetrating the barrier of the sea fiercely. Stab at the blue body. Poseidon roared in anger, waving his trident vigorously. The raging waves are intertwined with the monstrous light and heat. Laugh. Light's spear pierced through his protection and pierced the emperor's back shoulder. The red blood of the gods dripped from the sky to the earth, bringing new fertility to the barren land covered by the flood. Under the brilliance of the sun, many crops and fruit trees that died under the tsunami were full of vitality. Praise the light. The call of thousands of residents is more excited and more religious. One after another milky white light merged into the golden book in the temple of light on Mount Olympus, and into the illusory Holy Spirit walking in the depths of each of their hearts. Bang, bang, bang. Bright little suns shuttled through the gaps in space, surrounding Poseidon's burly body, then explode at the same time. The blazing heat, with terrifying aftermath, tore apart the majestic body of the king of the sea. The flesh and blood gradually blurred, and the waving trident lost its strength. A long spear of light pierced through his chest, and the king who ruled the ocean was sharply nailed to the ground. Poseidon struggled to fight again. But after the First World War in Hades, his authority was sealed, and the heavy damage given by Apollo caused his divine power to drop several levels from the ninth order of the main god. It has long lost its former strength. Facing the sun between the main god and the original, the king of the sea was defeated completely. It can be seen completely by every inhabitant of Athens. Under the shroud of brilliant light, Phobos walked up to him. The emperor of the sea, who was nailed to the ground, lowered his head, his blue eyes fixed on the blond boy. "Don't be afraid. I'm not going to kill you yet." The young man smiled at him, and a twilight-like brilliance suddenly appeared in his hands, covering the past. For flowers under Poseidon's terrified and desperate gaze, his divine power declined at an alarming rate, and in the blink of an eye, he dropped several ranks. The master of the sea emperor's authority is also related to fate, and now is not the time to speed up fate and fully wake up. But you, who have fallen into an ordinary god, are destined to become the puppet of Amphitrite and the others. The blond boy sighed in his heart, and the twilight completely covered Poseidon. Soon the king of the sea completely fell from the rank of the main god and became the upper god, then became the median god, the next god. Go back to your ocean. I hope your wife will be a little concerned about her past feelings and won't embarrass you too much, although I don't think she is that kind of person. Throw back to the ocean. This volatility, who is Poseidon fighting? In the remote manner, Zeus had doubts on his face. Zero, he recognized Poseidon's breath, but that blazing light and heat, although very similar to Apollo, was far less vast than Apollo, so naturally it couldn't be. The eyes of Pallas on the opposite side of him flickered, and he said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. After today, the so-called emperor of the ocean will no longer have the value of existence. So let's talk about it." Zeus didn't want to worry about anything, and said, "You said that you want to cooperate with me, and you also want to deal with Apollo? It can be said that although dealing with him is not my purpose, it can be used as a bridge to achieve my purpose." Pallas chuckled lightly. "Although I don't know how strong you are, but I don't think it's more than the original level. Otherwise, there is no need to cooperate with me. Even if you and I join forces, I'm afraid that we won't be able to deal with Apollo." Zeus said coldly, "Reckless people only use brute force, and wise people use their brains." Pallas glanced at him lightly. "You used the power of a dead guy to get promoted, right?" Pallas asked, but his tone was firm. Zeus looked cold and did not answer. "It's okay not to answer. I know that person is now Dionysus," Pallas said lightly. "No one knows his identity better than me. He is also a betrayal, but he was betrayed in the end." Betrayer. Zeus's expression moved, and he thought of the name that the sphere of light used to call Chaos, the god of chaos, in the temple of the goddess of destiny. In a sense, you, your father and grandfather are all his descendants, because he is the real first-generation god king. But unlike you god kings who guard their fate, he is a real many god kings. The original king. In that extremely ancient age, he was also called Chaos and was the closest to the supreme great. It's a pity that at the beginning of ignorance, Chaos took the most benefits and ascended to the highest. And as a loser, of course, only the fate of falling. But he actually left a little bit of life, which is a bargaining chip worth using. Situant. Chapter 146. What exactly are you? Zeus stared at the unremarkable middle-aged face in front of him with deep doubts. Pallas's understated words revealed too many secrets. Even he, the king of the gods, was deeply shocked. "If you live to that day, you will know who I am." Pallas grinned, turning to say, "But now let's talk about what we have to do next. If you don't plan earlier, I'm afraid you don't have much time." This sentence made the face of the king of the gods darken, and he gritted his teeth. "What are you going to do with Dionysus? What do you think I'll do?" Pallas' smile grew wider. "Apollo's strength is already at the top of the original. There are not many existences in this world that can deal with him, and the most capable of them is naturally Chaos. Chaos." Pallas spit out the supreme name lightly. Zeus frowned. "Of course the god of chaos can deal with him, but can you instruct the god of chaos?" At the end, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although it is not clear where Pallas really came from. But like the predecessor of Dionysus, he must also be a loser who was betrayed. Otherwise, why hide it like this? And as a betrayal, and 290 is the supreme existence, the god of chaos is undoubtedly even more unlikely to let him go. Does he still want to use the chaos god? Naturally, it is impossible to instruct him directly. This requires a careful plan. Pallas murmured. Chaos was very jealous of Dionysus' predecessor. As long as he was used as a bait, he would be able to draw out chaos. And if Apollo happened to be there at that time and witnessed something that he shouldn't have known, do you think chaos will silence him as well? Pallas chuckled. Zeus fell into deep thought, and after a long time he said solemnly, "This plan is indeed feasible, but the risk is also very high." Looking around, he lowered his voice. "I contain the power of the origin of Dionysus' predecessor, and you are also unclean. If the god of chaos finds out, neither of us can escape." 995. That's why I said it's going to be a very careful plan. Pallas smiled. Zeus thought for a while, then gritted his teeth. If that's the case, then do it. He knew that he had no choice, and if he did not act again, Apollo would kill him soon and become the new king of gods. You will be grateful for your choice. Pallas's smile grew brighter. Zeus pressed, "Can you now speak of your well-thought-out plan? When the time comes, I will inform you." Pallas carried his hands on his back and walked slowly into the distance. Looking at the back of his departure, Zeus's face turned cold. "Pallas, you said that your goal was not Apollo, but according to the plan you said, it was all good for me. Apollo and Dionysus died together. But what about your benefit? And what's your real purpose in doing all this?" The ice-cold eyes of the king of the gods turned with deep suspicion. Curse from Pandora's box. In the palace of Athens, when they heard the name spit out by Erechtheus, the expressions of Phoebus and Chiron changed. Especially Chiron. For many years, he searched for Pandora's traces without success, but he didn't expect to hear news about her here. "Phoebus, the child of my beloved daughter, thank you for saving Athens for me, and you will be remembered forever by the people of Athens." Erechtheus looked at the blond boy gratefully. He immediately looked at his beautiful daughter and sighed softly. "My daughter, follow your child and leave. Go to the Church of Light or other places. The curse of Pandora's box will not stop like this. It belongs to the destiny of the Athenian royal family and has already been set." 5 Chiron frowned and said, "King Erechtheus, please tell me everything about Pandora. This is very important. I believe that as long as Pandora is found, the so-called curse can be completely solved." Erechtheus shook his head. "Sage Chiron, you won't understand the horror of the woman named Pandora. Although Phobos can defeat the Sea Emperor, I still don't think he can deal with that woman. It's more intriguing." 35. A smile appeared on the face of the handsome young man with blonde hair. "Mr. Chiron has been looking for Pandora for a long time all these years, but has not found any trace of her. How did you meet her back then?" Erechtheus pondered for a while before saying, "Do you know who the ancestors of the Athenian royal family are?" "Naturally, it is Hephaestus, the god of fire," Chiron replied. His expression suddenly changed. "Yes, the legendary Pandora was created by the god of fire." "Then you are wrong," Erechtheus said quietly. "According to the information left by my grandfather, Pandora was not created by our ancestors. No one knows her true origin. Our ancestors also searched for her on the earth, and then they had a relationship with mortal women during the journey, and we have this family. So our family was born with a mission to find the whereabouts of Pandora for our ancestors." After listening to his speech, Phobos' eyes moved over there. "Hephaestus, the god of fire, has always been a big otaku and only likes to build artifacts in the Temple of Fire in Olympus. But in the past 200 years, he has indeed always come to the world, as if looking for something. It turned out that what he was looking for was also Pandora. Our family later replaced the original royal family of Athens and became the master of Athens. We have also used the power of the entire city-state, combined with some clues left by the ancestors of Hephaestus. It took more than 100 years to discover Pandora's trace. I found her in a barren mountain, and she seemed to have anticipated my arrival, took out her black box, and placed it in front of me." There was a lot of sweat on Erechtheus' face, and his voice was extremely low. "You can't imagine what kind of box it is. I can't express it in words. It's something that shouldn't exist at all. Don't go to her, never." 35. Erechtheus looked closely at Chiron and Phobos. The two looked at each other and smiled. Chiron said solemnly, "This is the guidance given to me by the great god of light. I must find her and obtain hope from her. Please tell me how to find her." 995. Looking at his firm gaze, Erechtheus sighed. "I hope the god of light will bless you." The king of Athens tapped his forehead with his right fist. After being silent for a while, he slowly said, Pandora is in a barren hill in a gray land east of Sparta, except for me. Only the ancestors of Hephaestus know the news. Chiron nodded and said to Phobos, "It's up to you to go with me." He knew that this student was very difficult, and Erechtheus' words cast a shadow on his heart, and it was undoubtedly a lot safer to have this student. The blond boy smiled and looked at Hercules. "The three of you together. Hey, why don't you take me?" Finette said, dissatisfied. Obviously, it is the story of 4 masters and apprentices. Why is she missing? "If you want to go, let's go too." Golden Eyes stared at her deeply. Before, he felt that the threads of fate were wrapped around her body. When Erechtheus revealed the location of Pandora, he pursued it and saw that the source of these threads was the Gray Mountain. Is this the so-called curse, the deepest on Finette and the shallower on Erechtheus and his mother? Is it because it was her mother who sacrificed? Finetine didn't know that much, but was very happy that Forbes didn't say that her strength was too poor and she was unwilling to take her. Gray land, gray peaks. A sense of oppression like death enveloped the gray world. Coming here, even a guy with a big personality like Hercules couldn't help but look solemn. Looking at the high peaks above, Chiron walked in the forefront. The 4 quickly crossed the foot of the mountain and the side of the mountain and reached a place close to the peak. Suddenly, AB********** G sound came over. The 4 stared at the past. Near the top of the mountain, there was a tall stove. A dirty figure stood beside the stove, hunched over his back, constantly beating something with a hammer. He was bare-armed, with a full beard on his face, slovenly, and had a lame leg. Naturally, this feature does not need to be said. Chiron called out his name at first glance, Hephaestus. The god of fire and craftsman did not want to pay attention to him, and continued to beat the forge in the furnace with his hammer. Chiron approached him and asked softly, "I know you're here to find Pandora. Why did you stop here and didn't go up?" Only then did Hephaestus turn his head to look at him, and said in a somber voice, "She doesn't want to see me, so I can only wait here for her to come out. Before that, I have to make the most precious gift for her." Chiron was a little strange, walking up with 4 hooves. However, he suddenly found that there was an invisible wall in front of him, blocking his way. Hephaestus said in a low voice, "I feel it. Unless she is willing to see you, she will not be able to go to the 4.4 book. Even I and she are not seen. It is impossible for you." Chiron tried a few more times and found that the invisible barrier was very firm and could not be shaken at all, so he had to look at Phobos. Then Hercules, who was behind him, shouted, "I want to see if there is anything that can stand in the way of Uncle Ben." 35 carrying his big wooden stick, he knocked hard to the front. Ouch! After a while, he let out a cry of pain. I saw him with a stick, and when he rushed to the front, the invisible wall suddenly seemed to disappear. Hercules fell on like a dog eating shit. Looking at this picture, Hephaestus looked stunned. At this time, Phobos and Finetine also walked forward and passed the barrier without any hindrance. Only he and Chiron were left staring at each other. Hephaestus couldn't believe this picture and rushed forward, only to find that no matter how hard he tried, there was a wall blocking his front. "How can this be? They are the people you are waiting for. I am not." The lame Vulcan sobbed on the ground with grief and indignation. Chiron sighed, sat next to him, and said, "Sometimes, fate likes to make jokes like this. Those who try hard to find it always get it, and those who don't look for it seriously are easily selected." Chapter 147. On the Gray Mountain, Phobos, Hercules, and Finetine slowly set foot on them. Under the clear sky, a beautiful figure stood silently at the top of the mountain, as if it had been standing still for thousands of years. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." When the 3 of them were about to approach her, she suddenly turned around, and her voice, like the most charming movement, reverberated on the top of the mountain. The 3 of Forpers stopped at the same time and stared at each other. This is a tall woman with black hair and black eyes, wearing a long brown one-piece dress. The style is very simple, showing the heavy traces of the years. She has flawless cheeks like the most perfect handicrafts, waterfall-like long hair casually scatters, and the dark eyes together form an unparalleled mysterious atmosphere. Standing on the top of the Gray Mountain, her slender and crystal-clear palm was holding a black box, and her whole person was like a deep darkness against the vast sky. The beautiful cheeks, the translucent body, the graceful figure, the charming siblings, all are perfect and flawless. But when combined into a whole, it gives people a sense of trembling and frightening. Like the best mathematician, using a 31 formula, after careful calculation, the perfect model calculated. Every part of the body, every inch of the body, is theoretically the most in line with the golden ratio, but it just gives people a heavy death energy like a tool. On the top of the mountain, the black-haired and black-eyed Miomon figure had a formula-like smile on her flawless face. My name is Pandora. This name should be very famous, so I won't introduce it further. The sweet voice echoed, and Finette's body suddenly trembled. I saw those dark and bright black pupils, lightly focused on her body. I have a little impression of your appearance, which is strikingly similar to the woman who was sacrificed in my box last time. 39 Pandora wiped the dark box in her hand with a light smile. Finette couldn't help clenching her fists and staring at the top. She was my mother, and you killed her. That's her voluntary. I never like to force anyone. Pandora said quietly. Humph, you say so about the devil in every fairy tale. Hercules looked at her coldly and tapped the wooden stick in his hand lightly, as if he was thinking about whether to rush up and give that perfect cheek. I advise you not to do this. The son of Zeus who is destined to become the greatest hero. Pandora brushed his face with a smile. Here comes the spirit of Hercules. You also know I'm going to be the greatest hero? It was doomed by fate. Fate. Phobos muttered the word. His golden eyes locked on Pandora. You know destiny very well? I think someone once told you that I came from destiny. Pandora swept him lightly. It's just that you and this you may be a little different, but in the end, you're still a person. Phobos was shocked. In the conversation with Nyx in the underworld, there should be no fourth person except Hecate present. And she saw his true identity? Don't be surprised. My relationship with her and Fate is very close, and there are not many secrets between them. Have you ever wondered why she, who was born of chaos, and the eldest son, is an existence that is almost like chaos? If you want to know the answer to this question, you and him must first complete the 12 great works of destiny. Pandora stared at Phobos and Hercules quietly with deep eyes. I listened to you fart. Hercules was furious with the babbling words, and he slapped him in the face with a big stick. Bang! Before he could get close, the black box in Pandora's hand burst out with a bright light, knocking him out. Phobos sighed and reached out to catch Hercules. Staring at the box with golden eyes, he asked softly, Is this the power of hope? Son of brightness, when you and him complete the 12 great achievements of destiny, I will let you see what's inside. Pandora whispered. Then tell me first, which 12 are the so-called 12 great merits of fate? Hearing this reply, the smile on Pandora's face became even more charming. The first item, get the golden fleece. Golden fleece. Phobos was stunned. He nodded immediately and said, It's not difficult. I saw his figure flashed, turned into a brilliant light, and came to Colchis on the coast of the Black Sea in the blink of an eye. The golden fleece is a well-known magical treasure. It was enshrined in the sacred grove of Ares by Aetes, king of Colchis, as a gift to the god of war. In Greek mythology, many heroes such as Jason spent countless energy, and after a long adventure, only with the help of the king's daughter, the famous witch Medea, got this treasure. Of course, the final outcome of Jason and Medea is not very good. That is another story. Obtaining the golden fleece is difficult for mortal heroes. But to the gods, the so-called golden fleece is just an ordinary fleece. In the blink of an eye, Phobos descended into the sacred grove of Colchis. Immediately, a large number of soldiers gathered around. The soldiers were filled with powerful fighting spirit. When they were menacing, their bodies suddenly stiffened when they saw those golden eyes. Forbes flashed and entered inside. I saw a fire dragon roaring towards him. This is the true guardian of the golden fleece. It seems to be related to Typhon. It should be the descendant of his descendants. Phobos commented on this fire dragon, and a splendid radiance shone on it. Laugh. This monster, which was sent by King Aetes to guard the golden fleece because of its viciousness and power, instantly turned to ashes in the light. Phobos went to the altar behind it and picked up the golden wool. Suddenly, the sacred forest shook, and the altar was filled with blood and fire, as if a war picture was unfolding. who trespassed on my sacred forest. In the war picture, the tall phantom of Ares appeared. Forbes looked at him coldly. Go away. Under the brilliant brilliance, Ares' phantom instantly collapsed. In another blink of an eye, Phobos returned to Pandora. Throwing the golden fleece away, he said indifferently, "The second item?" Pandora was stunned and took the golden fleece from him. Then he said softly, "The second item, the red doe of the goddess of hunting." The figure of Phobos turned into a bright sky again and immediately came to the hunting ground of the goddess of hunting in the world. Artemis, the silver-haired, graceful girl, was intently searching for her prey. Suddenly a golden figure appeared beside her, grabbed the deer she raised, and left. Artemis was a little surprised and suddenly said to the sky, "Apollo, why is that person so similar to you just now? Why did you steal my deer?" The golden figure of Apollo appeared in front of her and said with a dry smile, "That deer, just give it to me as my sister." Artemis feels weird. Forbes returned to Pandora and threw the deer to her, the third item. Soon he came to the Peloponnese and found a giant lion. This is also the descendant of Typhon, and his strength is much stronger than that of the fire dragon. But it was still just a face-to-face, and it was stripped of its fur by Phobos and thrown bloody in front of Pandora. The fourth item, he asked tactfully. Pandora pursed her lips, looked at him, and then looked at Hercules, who had been idle, and fell silent. Things seemed to be going wrong, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. Chapter 148. The seventh item, Save Prometheus. Looking at the fast and capable blonde boy going back and forth in front of him, Pandora was holding the box in one hand, feeling a little weak. Hearing this task, Phobos finally paused a little. After looking at Pandora for a while, he walked up to Hercules and said, "Let's go together." When Hercules' tongue was excited, he jumped up with a wooden stick. The two people agreed to be together. Finally, it is no longer your story alone. He was a little sentimental. Originally, Pandora said the 12 great deeds of destiny, although he was very dissatisfied with being instructed, but thinking that he could accomplish 12 amazing feats and spread his reputation, that would be very good. Unexpectedly, Forbes moved neatly and completed 6 full events in a few back and forth, less than a meal. This made Hercules stare. And now, I can finally join the action. Pulling Phobos, he ran down. Finette called out, "You two are gone. What should I do?" Phobos glanced at her and pointed to the figures around him and Pandora. "The scenery here is not bad. Let's chat with this big sister." One after he finished speaking, he took Hercules and ran away without a trace. "You're down at last. Where's Finette?" Seeing Phobos and Hercules, Chiron asked. Before the two could answer, Hephaestus on the other side pushed him away and came over with a bearded face. "Tell me, how is she doing? When will she want to see me?" Looking at the god of fire and craftsman, Hercules said angrily, "God babbling. It can't look better, but I guess I'm not happy to see you." Hephaestus kneeled on the ground sadly, as if he had been stabbed. Stroking the invisible wall blocking the front, the lame lord god with ugly appearance and ingenious ingenuity wept. "Why? You want to see them, but you don't want to see me? I was the one who discovered you, who was still a statue, on that small island. I accompany you, you accompany me, for thousands of years. At that time, although there was such an invisible wall around you that I couldn't get close, as long as I could see you from a distance, I was satisfied." Hephaestus cried more and more sadly, hitting the ground hard. His remarks made Forbes' eyes move. Pandora used to be a statue. Could it be that she was hit by a magical technique like petrification? Hephaestus found her from an island. According to the time calculation, it should only be when he was born by Hera, disliked ugliness, was thrown from the sky, and grew up in the sea. There Hephaestus went on to cry, "My mother and father never liked me. They threw me on the island when they were born, and it was you who accompanied me to grow up." 55 at that time, I was also outside the wall beside you, building a furnace to strike iron, thinking that I would be able to forge pieces of the most noble jewelry for you, and then I gradually practiced the most excellent craftsmanship. But why? After you suddenly changed from a stone statue to a human that day, you never ignored me again. You never look at the gift I made for you. Hephaestus cried very sadly. It's like a child who has worked hard to learn a skill outside and wants to show it to his mother when he returns home. The mother dismissed it. Phobos, Hercules, and Chiron looked at each other, opened their eyes helplessly, and walked down. You are going to the Caucasus Mountains to rescue Prometheus? Chiron felt a little complicated when he heard this news. Since the great god of light prophesied him and asked him to search for Pandora, the bound prophet in the Caucasus Mountains was a shadow in his heart. And now that he has found Pandora, he will finally have to face the teacher who once taught him. Go, I'll go with you. Caucasus Mountains. This is a very famous mountain. In addition to its own majesty and steepness, it is more because of the great prophet who was bound here by the king of the gods and stole the fire of the sky. As punishment for him, Zeus, the king of the gods, bound him with chains to the rock of the mountain. Send a hungry condor to peck at his liver every day, and his liver always grows back. This has been going on for thousands of years. On the top of the Caucasus Mountains, the three Phobos saw the condor soaring in the sky. I also saw the old prophet who was tightly bound by chains and in ragged clothes. Who dares to disobey the orders of the god king and trespass the Caucasus Mountains? Phoebus, teacher, don't do anything. This guy belongs to me. Hercules was excited, took out a bow and arrow from his body, and aimed at the condor above. I saw him striving to pluck the bowstring, and the golden vindictive aura of his body suddenly filled with the rich star brilliance. Whoosh! A sharp arrow pierced the sky, and the vicious condor was like a broken kite, whimpering and fell from the sky. Well, Hercules is making great progress. Chiron nodded in relief. Phobos looked at Hercules deeply for a while. In Pandora, he was a little aware. As he completed the so-called 12 destinies, Hercules revealed a majestic aura more and more. Very weird. So this time he wanted to see what would happen if he took Hercules to complete the 12 great gongs together. When their thoughts flashed, they came to the old prophet who was firmly bound to the rock of the mountain. Teacher, Chiron exchanged his voice hoarse. In his memory, the teacher who gave him a new life in the vast snow, the greatest prophet in the court of God. It is a great existence full of wisdom, who is always full of follow-up and calmness. But what appeared in front of him at the moment was a hideous scene of a man who had experienced countless winds and suns. His body was ragged, his exposed skin was as rough as a rock, and his chest and abdomen were full of signs of being pecked. He lowered his head. His long gray hair covered his haggard and pale face. His arms and feet were as withered as dead wood, and his body was covered in twilight. Just when Chiron's eyes filled with sadness, the old prophet who was tightly bound, his face covered by his long gray hair, made a frightening voice. Chiron, you are finally here. Suddenly, invisible gray silk threads, lenos, flew out from the empty space, woven into strips of cloth. Chiron was shocked, and countless gray cloth strips had bound him all over his body, pulling him towards the bound prophet with a heavy tensile force. Teacher, Hercules was shocked and rushed forward with a wooden stick, but was stopped by Phobos. The blond boy was bathed in brilliant light, and his bright eyes locked on the great prophet who was bound in front of him. Prometheus, what should I call you young now? Son. Feeling the breath emanating from Phobos, Prometheus's lowered head suddenly lifted up, revealing an almost withered old face. The deep concave eye sockets had an abyss-like depth, and he carefully looked at the blond boy in front of him for a moment, and he said in a low voice, "The body is the cage of the spirit, the world is the cage of the body, and it is pointless to entangle names and titles, because all of us are prisoners." 39. If you have to call me by a name, you can call me the Bound. Chapter 149. The Bound. Is it a god from a foreign land? Phobos smiled faintly, and an infinite brilliance suddenly bloomed on his body, shining on Chiron who was being dragged. The power of purification and blessing belonging to the sun instantly ignited the gray and white cloth strips one by one, like a vampire who can't appear in the daytime, encountering the sun's rays. Prometheus' dry face changed. Suddenly, invisible iron bars descended from the air, forming a huge cage, clasping Phobos and Hercules. Hercules' tongue trembled, holding his head tightly with both hands. It was as if he was experiencing some kind of nightmare, and his mind was invaded by a terrifying monster. Dazed mortals, since we were born, we have been bound by cages and chains, restrained and suppressed. Morality and order always tell us that this can't be done, that can't be done. Lines of articles and consensuses bind our bodies and our hearts. But I tell you, we are born free. We should never be bound. Let go of your body and mind. Break the cage and gain true freedom. The low words were like the whispers of demons, and the voices echoed in the ears of Phobos and Hercules, with strange and inexplicable magic power shaking people's minds. Hercules' face and body were all sweaty, and his eyes were full of struggle. There seemed to be thousands of voices echoing in my mind. Hercules, why do you want to be a hero? A false reputation is just an invisible bondage. Even your father, the God King who rules the world, is just a cruel and ruthless villain. What's the use of being a hero? If you want to be 290, you should be the king of the world. Take up your weapons, kill Phobos, and unleash your true self. No, he's my junior brother, my friend. Hercules struggled. The voice echoed again. What kind of friend? The so-called friendship is just that the weak keep each other warm, and the strong never walk alone. The weak mortals create friendship, family affection, love, and other deceptive words because they cannot survive independently. The purpose is to bind them. Other people, follow your heart's desire, untie the shackles, and bloom with truth. Hercules became mad and struggled on the ground. At this moment, a brilliant light enveloped him, and Phobos' golden eyes looked around indifferently. The cage of the heart and the cage of the body are very interesting things, but the self-proclaimed mastery of the truth is nothing but a puppet controlled by the supreme mother goddess. The splendid light carries a sacred and inviolable aura, like a firework that purifies all things, burning and spreading. The invisible cage seemed to have encountered its nemesis, and was instantly ignited by a monstrous flame. Under the divine radiance, Hercules' complexion was also relieved a lot. Controlled by the supreme goddess? Then you are wrong. That is the former foreign god, and I am indeed Prometheus, the prophet who stole fire from the sky for mankind. The withered figure, which was tightly locked by the chains, suddenly let out a strange murmur, like thousands of resentful souls neighing at the same time. The blond boy shrouded in the brilliance of the sun, his eyes flashed. The gentle voice in the mysterious magician's body once said that the supreme goddess of their world has left 2 secret hands in this world, and some changes have occurred in the Caucasus Mountains. What happened to Prometheus? Boom! The splendid fire of light, carrying awe-inspiring power, rumbled and shattered, and the huge sound shook all directions. On the periphery of the Caucasus Mountains, 2 figures secretly watched the battle situation here, their faces filled with astonishment. The 2 are the god of violence, Bia, and the god of power, Kratos, the god of Hephaestus, the god of fire, the brother of Nike, the goddess of victory, and the son of Pallas, the god of war strategy. Feeling the fluctuation of the battle from the top of the mountain, Bia and Kratos were very fortunate. Fortunately, we didn't show up just now. Otherwise, we would end up like that eagle. Prometheus is getting weirder and weirder. Ever since his father cooperated with the existence that claimed to be the supreme mother goddess and integrated the gods from foreign realms into his body. Bia Dao, the god of violence. Yeah, my father thought that the exotic god could invade the body of Prometheus, but I didn't expect that Prometheus, who was only the 6th-order main god, would actually rely on his own will diffuse the exotic god that was almost comparable to the original primary. And then it became this kind of inability to tell what was going on. Staring at the withered face of Prometheus, their faces were full of horror. At this time, the blazing power of the sun enveloped the entire Caucasus Mountains like a tidal wave. The golden light is full of holiness and majesty, covering Prometheus, and sizzling blue smoke emerges from the bound old god. Damn, if it wasn't for the solar pathway, how could you, who just accommodated the power of Sequence Zero, fight against me? Prometheus's face gradually became a little confused. The so-called bound is also one of the 22 different ways of the gods. He possesses all the potion power from Sequence 9 to Sequence 0 in his body, which is undoubtedly more important than Phobos, who simply possesses the Sequence 0 sun. Much stronger. But the sun pathway is the best way to restrain his filth and darkness, which makes him very depressed. If you encounter other ways, Where do you need to fight so hard? Phobos ignored his depression, and the blazing power of the sun enveloped Chiron, and the holy fire of purification ignited the gray cloth and gray thread that bound Db around him. Chiron stagnated in the steps he was dragged away, and stood still, staring at the withered figure tied to the mountain in front of him. You're not him anymore, teacher. The half-human, half-horse son of Kronos began to struggle, bursting with the power of the bloodline originating from the second generation of god-kings and a strong star-fighting spirit. As the first Do-Chi cultivator to complete the return of the stars, with the bloodline of Cronus, he has excellent talent and has already reached a state that is almost comparable to that of the Lord God, plus the blood of the gods contained in the body. Under the superposition, the power that is not inferior to the second or third order of the main god broke out. The binding force weakened by the sun's rays. It is difficult to control him. Prometheus' withered face could not help but turn cold. Do you think you can break free from the cage I gave you in this way? You are too naive. All of a sudden, this great prophet who was bound, withered in vicissitudes of life, was so frightened that a pair of eyes and mouth appeared, chest, abdomen, arms, thighs, back, densely packed, all with strange faces. The eyes that covered his whole body released evil rays of light, and those gray mouths uttered a curse like a babel. In an instant, Phobos felt a filthy force infiltrating his spiritual body. The radiance of the sun radiating from him suddenly dimmed a lot. Sure enough, relying on the power of the sun alone is not enough to fight against Prometheus, who has fused the power of the bound. 35 Phobos looked very calm, and suddenly he scratched at the void. A golden book radiating divine light suddenly appeared in his palm. Opening the cover that was intertwined with the sun in flames, he solemnly opened his mouth. All kinds of filth and evil shall not violate the sun of the holy sun. Anyone who offends the brilliance of the sun shall be punished by the sun tenfold. Counterattack. Milky faith burns. In an instant, the strong power of light spread from the sky to the top of the mountain, and the boundless light and heat covered the bound, withered figure. The eyes of Prometheus closed in horror, and the mouth opened and screamed. The sacred flame burned his body and burned his spirit. The bound prophet's body gradually evaporated, just as the battle on the Caucasus Mountains was raging. On a deserted island at the end of the world, a mysterious figure wearing a dark cloak and a translucent mask lay in a cave with a weak breath. From time to time, slippery tentacles drilled out from under the cloak, and the scarlet eyes were cold. But immediately another brilliant golden light flickered, causing another gentle will to emerge, pressing down on the smooth tentacles. This confrontation has been going on for a long time. In general, the indifferent and cold will prevail. Until this day, the icy will also seem to have fallen into fatigue and was suppressed by the gentle will. My blonde friend from a foreign land, thank you for your help. He stroked his forehead, and a hoarse voice came out from under the translucent mask. Looking around, he struggled and said, "His silence is only temporary. I need help to maintain such a sober state. As for the aspects of mind and consciousness, the most proficient is naturally the eldest son of the omniscient Almighty, the paranoid guy known as the fantasy angel. Let him also come to this world. It should also help to find the original sea." Having said that, he barely supported himself to stand up, and a shadow of a key intertwined with starlight appeared on his body, opening a door of light in the surrounding space. In a low voice, he called out the other party's name to the door of light. The Lord of the Star Realm, the King of the 8 great angels under the omniscient Almighty, the eldest Son of God. Fantasy Angel Messiah, come to this world. Chapter 150. Under the splendid key with splendid stars, the fog-like thickness of history lingers, and the splendid door of light opens slowly with the boundless stalwart that spans time and space. A dazzling figure intertwined with gold and white, with clear and warm eyes like a baby, intertwined fantasy and reality, magnificent colors that penetrate the heart, step by step. Staring at the dark cave around him, he said softly, "This world looks similar to our world on a material level." As he spoke, he exuded an affinity power that enveloped the figure under the dark cloak. Because of the consumption of opening the door of light, The gentle will that was almost suppressed by the cold will again suddenly felt a lot relieved, and the face under the translucent mask was no longer so pale. With a hoarse figure, he said, "Messiah, I need you to stabilize the state for me, or else it will always be dominated by him, and it will be inefficient to do things in this world. I know your situation." The golden and white figure smiled, and suddenly stretched out a white palm and stroked a cross-like pendant in front of him. After sensing it slightly, the figure named Messiah murmured, "I feel the breath of the Father." These words surprised the figure under the dark cloak. "Really? Where is he now?" Messiah shook his head. "The state of the Father seems to be very strange, both existing and non-existent, and seems to be trapped somewhere." "Trapped where?" There was a hint of surprise on the face under the translucent mask. "Your father, the omniscient and omnipotent one, used his own power to kill many ancient gods such as the elf king, the giant king, the ancestor of the blood clan, and the king of aliens, ending the era of ancient gods and creating the era of gods. When he reaches the top of the kingdom of God, whether it is our planet or the entire universe, he will bow his head and tremble. The space-time ruler who is also the three pillars was directly killed by him, and the outer gods such as the supreme goddess were expelled into the vast universe and did not dare to approach half a step. Because of this, he was named the Creator and is the closest to the original God, his honorable name, Creator of all things, God of all-knowing and almighty. Such a great existence, even if placed in the highest school in this world, is the top. Who can trap him? 35 When it was said that the time and space rulers who are also three pillars were directly killed, thousands of smooth tentacles suddenly sprang out from under the dark cloak, as if the icy will felt humiliated. But when confronted with his strong counterattack, the gentle will faintly felt that in addition to the shame, he also hid a deep fear. "You'd better stop provoking him." Under the gentle brilliance, Messiah stretched out his palm, emitting a soft light to stabilize it. While doing this, he looked up at the sky outside, smiled and said, "It may not be someone or a place that trapped the Father, but himself." This answer made the face under the translucent mask look strange. Messiah went on to say, "When the Father first ascended to the top of the universe, he chose to come to this world. As far as I know, he foresaw some things, and he made sufficient arrangements for this. He hasn't appeared yet. That is, the time has not yet come. We don't have to worry. By the way, this time it's not just me, but an old friend as well." The eyes under the translucent mask suddenly flashed. I saw behind the dazzling light gate, and I didn't know when to open a dark curtain, like a dull shadow, covering the infinite world. Among the layers, there appeared a tall figure carrying a cross and hanging upside down, full of gloom and death. "You actually brought him here too. Why, aren't you very welcome?" Amidst the heavy curtains, the upside-down figure made an icy sound. While receiving the messianic treatment, the gentle will under the cloak made a hoarse voice. "In the past, you, the head of the 8 kings of angels under the seat of the omniscient Almighty, known as the left hand of God. But after he disappeared, you betrayed the rest of the kings of angels and called yourself the Creator. I really can't trust you." "Betrayal?" The man who hung upside down murmured. The dark eyes in the heavy curtain showed a little confusion. "I just want to know my true source," the hanged man said. Staring at the two people in the cave, his voice was extremely low. At the beginning, he had the two characteristics of son and hanged man. When he walked out of the original sea, I followed him. At one time, some people regarded me as his incarnation, but I know I am not. 5. I want to know my true origin and why I followed him out of the original ocean and became his left hand. Seeking flowers while murmuring, the hanging figure suddenly looked into the distance and said solemnly, "It seems to be the breath of the bound. Wasn't he captured by the Supreme Mother Goddess? The Supreme Goddess seems to have cooperated with some powerhouse in this world and put him here as a dark child, but there seems to be an accident." The voice under the dark cloak replied hoarsely, "But the one who is fighting against him seems to be the sun." The upside-down figure suddenly shook, and thousands of curtains rushed out into the sky. "Huh." The expression of gentle will changed under the dark cloak. "Don't worry." The fantasy angel intertwined with gold and white had a calm smile on his face. "He won't make any trouble. because Father has already foreseen everything in the future. He will know his origin in this world. Then would be a truth that drives him crazy. 350. The handsome young man named Messiah, with pious and fanatic eyes, gazed high at the vast world and recited in his mouth, "He is the creator of all things. He is the all-knowing and almighty God. He is the beginning and the end. What he speaks will come true. The future he proclaimed will be staged. The vast sky, the golden book is turning page by page. Phobos is bathed in brilliant light, exuding holiness and greatness, and a blazing light, surging over Prome on the withered body of Hughes." The bound one made a shrill voice. It was like a dark thing encountering the holy light. The light purifies his filth, and the holy annihilates his impurity. The bound prophet struggled to make a sound, cursed, one after another prison. But under the blazing light, the infinite light and heat burned these easily to ashes. The power emitted by Prometheus gradually weakened. Watching him coldly, Phobos was ready to launch the final offensive. Pandora asked him to rescue Prometheus, but killing is also a way of rescue. "Let you be truly rescued in the light and heat," Phobos recited aloud, and a violent torrent of light spread turbulently. Suddenly, layers of curtains shrouded this world of light. Chapter 151. The splendid light spreads across the sky, and the divine power purifies the bound evil figure. Layers of gray curtains covered the sky, blocking the blazing light like heat. In the depths of the heavy curtain, a dead gray figure hung upside down on a cross, indifferently opening its dark pupils. The overwhelming depraved will instantly infects the splendid light. The hangman, the great prophet who was bound on the Caucasus mountain, cried out in surprise. On the other side, at the core of light and heat, Phobos' golden eyes suddenly flickered, and the bright golden book in his hand bloomed with more magnificent might. The tiny suns, with their scorching aura, slammed into the layers of curtains that covered the sky. The torrent of light and heat tore the dark curtain inch by inch. The fallen figure hanging upside down on the cross murmured, "It's really a powerful artifact. With its blessing, the power of the sun surpasses me. But you have it, and I also have the original gift." Suddenly, behind the hanging figure in the shadow curtain, an illusory ocean of light and darkness, reality and fantasy intertwined, swept across the vast sky with a boundless great breath. The original sea of 290. Prometheus couldn't help but let out a horrified tone. This is the first of the three pillars of the exotic universe, the pillar power of the omniscient and almighty, the original sea. In the past, I was called the head of the king of angels, the left hand of God, and it was precisely because I who appeared in the primordial sea with him could mobilize part of the primordial power and be regarded as his incarnation. Since he left, I can no longer use this power, but after coming to this world, I have resensed the primitive. 39. He's here, looking at me. Under the heavy curtain, the upside-down figure made a low and painful voice. The illusory ocean that is intertwined with light and darkness, reality and fantasy, is blessed by the mighty power of depravity, turbulently polluting the torrent of light. Even the golden book of light can't help but tremble. The head of the king of angels, the left hand of God under the seat of the almighty and omniscient? Phobos' golden eyes flickered, and the bright golden book in his hand was driven to the extreme. The endless brilliant light and heat competed with the illusory primordial ocean. Boom! Light and darkness collided violently, and the entire Caucasus Mountains rumbled and shattered. Prometheus sighed, breaking through the shackles on his body, and the withered figure flew into the sky. The hangman, why do you want to help me? After getting out of trouble, the bound great prophet, the first thing he did was to question. Help you? Under the curtain of shadows, the upside-down figure murmured coldly. No, I just simply hate the sun. Bang! The sacred light and the depraved darkness struck again. The illusory ocean waves roared, and the splendid golden book also trembled. Phobos' eyes turned cold, and the light of the stars suddenly filled his body. The majestic etheric power was drawn out from the temple of light and blessed in the blazing sun. This is not to use the power sharing between the Trinity, but that he himself is a star of the sky that surpasses the golden battle chi, and can resonate with the starry sky in Apollo's body. With Apollo's intentional help, the majestic etheric power violently injected into his golden body, tore open the heavy curtains, and blasted through the illusory ocean. Seeing this, the hanged man figure suddenly merged into the layers of darkness and fled into the distance. And Prometheus started to flee before that. Phobos did not chase, and stood quietly in the sky, looking at Chiron and Hercules, who were dazed below. Suddenly, he discovered that the aura on Hercules was much thicker. In the Temple of Light, the stalwart figure of Apollo suddenly flew out and appeared in front of the hanged man in an instant. The splendid golden light turned into an invisible giant hand, and it was about to capture this foreign visitor who could move the original sea. Suddenly, a cross-like pendant blocked his path in front of the void, giving the hanged man a space to escape. The god of light in this world, the fantasy angel Messiah, salutes you. Holding a cross-like pendant, the handsome young man with gold and white intertwined, smiled and bowed to Apollo, who was in the light. Fantasy angel Messiah? Apollo's golden eyes stared at him indifferently, as if to penetrate his past and future, but only saw the dark cloaked figure in the cave open a door of light, and the other party walked out from the door of light. Are you the helper he invited? Apollo walked to the other side. Messiah's eyes were clear and pure, and he smiled. The request of the fool is only one reason. The reason why I want to come to this world is more because of your excellency. Countless years ago, my father foresaw your excellency when he came to this world. He said that in the past and the future, your Lord and his destiny are intertwined rings. Intertwined rings? 55. The vast power of light blocked the void. Apollo silently focused on this handsome figure with a gentle smile. His expression did not fluctuate. Looking at the space that was completely covered around, the Messiah was calm, and said with a smile, Your Excellency may not know much about my father, so let me tell you first. 35. Staring at the golden surroundings, a table and 2 chairs suddenly appeared in front of him. I am called an angel of fantasy, and the way I master the way of God is to be able to imagine anything at will. Messiah smiled and pointed at the table and chair, making a gesture of please. Apollo sat down with him face to face. Immediately he began to speak. The world I live in can be divided into 5 eras in total. The first era is called the era of creation. The original creator created the universe and fell into a deep sleep. 35. And the many sources and paths of gods that he has split have turned into many outer gods in the starry sky. And on the planet where he sleeps, he has created many ancient gods, such as the king of giants, the king of elves, and the magic wolf. Kings, blood ancestors, etc. The era of the outer gods and the ancient gods is the second era, the dark era. Messiah's tone was a little heavy. Your Excellency should know that all extraordinary beings in my world rely on the power of potions to have extraordinary power. Such power is very unstable, especially in the early days. Without a proper system, it is very easy to cause life to fall into madness. This situation was not alleviated until my father appeared, with the authority of omniscient, summed up and deduced 22 ways of God, and created a system from sequence 9 to sequence 0. Before that, many ancient gods devoured magic potions indiscriminately, and there were all spiritual problems. Under their rule, the entire world was shrouded in darkness all the time. And in the darkest hour, my father, carrying the potion properties of the sun and the hanged man, stepped out of the original ocean, bringing dawn to all hopeless things. Speaking of which, this handsome young man shrouded in gold and white, his pure eyes revealing incomparable fanaticism and piety. The one who walked out with the father was the hanged man just now. At that time, he was the first king of angels under the Father's seat, the angel of darkness, later called the left hand of God. Father later accepted several kings of angels, such as pure white angel, destiny angel, red angel, etc. Relying on the 2 major sequence 0 characteristics and the power of the primordial sea, the Father defeated many ancient gods such as the king of giants, the king of dragons, the king of elves one by one, ending the era of ancient gods, tearing open the dark era, and creating a new era. The third era, the era of gods. And during that time, Father gathered the 5 paths of God corresponding to the primordial sea and became the omniscient Almighty, who is the head of the 3 pillars of the universe. His brilliance not only shines on the entire planet, but also spreads throughout the entire universe. In the era of the rise of the Father, another cosmic pillar spacetime ruler is also gathering characteristics and promoting the pillar, but when he succeeded, he encountered the Father and was directly killed in the starry sky. Recovery. Your Excellency should know this. The Messiah's tone became increasingly frenzied. Apollo couldn't help frowning. Is the strength and achievements of this omniscient Almighty too exaggerated? The Messiah, however, ignores his feelings 4.4 and goes on to say, Father defeated many ancient gods and unified the power of those ancient gods. Therefore, there are 8 kings of angels, such as the wind angel and the wise angel, all of whom were slave gods of the ancient gods and surrendered to the Father's command. 35. And my other brother, the blasphemy angel, was transformed by the properties of potion and was designated by the Father as the Son, and also ranked as the King of Angels, and under the glory of the Father, helped to rule the planet and the entire universe. Outer gods such as the Supreme Mother God tried to invade, and under the glory of the Father, they were defeated one by one and expelled into the depths of the universe. The world honors the name of the Father, the Creator of all things, the Almighty and Almighty God. He is the closest to the original existence, and it should have been possible to accommodate all the 3 pillars, 10 sources, and 22 pathways, and become the true Creator who controls the 4 worlds including the astral world, the spiritual world, and the material world, and integrates all greatness into one. But the Father came to your world when he was at his most brilliant and prosperous, and disappeared since then. Messiah finally calmed down, and his clear eyes glanced at the golden stalwart figure in front of him. And before my father left, he left me a prophecy. Chapter 152. The place of light is the end point that I am looking for, and that is also the starting point. The beginning and the end are connected by light to form the initial ring. With both hands holding up the cross pendant on his chest, the Messiah's tone is solemn and holy. Suddenly, he took the pendant from his neck and handed it to Apollo. Father asked me to give it to the source of light in this world, and now it is yours. 5. Looking at the cross pendant, Apollo lowered his voice. Aren't you afraid of finding the wrong person? I trust the guidance of the Father. The Messiah smiled faintly. Taking the pendant, Apollo suddenly felt a pure power wandering into his body. The vast starry sky of the etheric body suddenly radiated light, and it seemed that it was about to complete the final consummation, forming a perfect vast universe, reaching that relatively high state. Apollo stared at this seemingly ordinary pendant in surprise, and suddenly understood something. He asked, "Does this pendant have a name?" The Messiah replied solemnly, "The Father calls it the Pillar of the Stars." After a pause, he stood up and bowed and said, "Can your Excellency let me go?" Apollo gave him a deep look, restrained the splendid light around him, and the Messiah left with a smile. Holding the pendant in his hand tightly, Apollo looked at the direction he left and fell into thought. After a while, he returned to the Temple of Light. Not long after he returned, a voice suddenly came from outside. "Lord Apollo, Goddess Athena asked me to invite you to Thrace." Nike, the goddess of victory with white wings, stood outside the Temple of Light and said respectfully. Apollo suddenly appeared in front of her, and his golden eyes looked at the blonde girl quietly. "Niki, you have never been so polite to me before." The goddess of victory lowered her head and said, "This is the order of the goddess Athena. I just respect her." "Really? Why did she invite me to Thrace? Remember that it is where the believers of Dionysus gathered." Apollo asked. Niki said, "Because the matter she was looking for is related to Dionysus. It seems that she has discovered some problems with Dionysus. Some questions about Dionysus." Apollo looked deeply at the girl with pale blonde long hair in front of him, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face. "Let's go." The 8th item is to obtain the divine wine carefully brewed by Dionysus, the god of wine. Holding the dark box in his hand, Pandora made a low and serious voice, and his deep eyes carefully looked at Phobos and Hercules, who had just returned from the Caucasus Mountains. Hearing this mission, Phobos' golden eyes flashed a few times, a little surprised. Why do they all have to run to Dionysus by themselves? Pandora aimed at him. Stop rescuing Prometheus. Phobos let out a nonchalant, "Oh," and pulled Hercules towards Thrace where Dionysus was. Thrace is one of the famous city-states in the vast land. Although it is not as prosperous as Athens and Delphi, it is not comparable to the military power of Sparta. But the city-state is best known for its openness. As soon as they arrived in this city-state, Phobos and Hercules saw many men and women wearing flower crowns and taking off their clothes, only wrapped in vines and animal skins. Among them, women are the majority. They boldly showed their attractive skin to passers-by, drunk with wine in their hands, and their faces were all ruddy, singing cheerful songs to each other and dancing jerky steps. Hercules straightened his eyes and said in admiration, "Thrace is really a strange place." Phobos chuckled, "Because the god of wine, Dionysus, is believed here. This is the god of wine who disliked Ares from birth. He is the incarnation of wine and the god of chaos and revelry." Hercules nodded. Among the many city-states in the vast land, the god of light must be the most extensive and dense in terms of belief, followed by the king of the gods and the goddess of wisdom, and Dionysus, the god of wine, followed closely behind. Unlike the previous gods, the number of believers who worship Dionysus is not particularly large, but they are often the craziest. They are obsessed with the clear liquid in the cup that can make people detached from reality, and when they are drunk, they will gather and sing and dance. They also like to hunt in this way, eating the flesh of the prey directly without cooking, which is called the sacrament. The believers of Dionysus are so crazy and intoxicated, they have their own way of life. Phobos and Hercules came to the temple of Dionysus. Among the many young men and women, handsome young men with short white hair were surrounded by them. While sipping the wine in the glass, they frantically danced a strange holy dance. The many believers around him imitated him enthusiastically, and they were extremely happy. The arrival of the two of them went unnoticed. Phobos is a little weird. Although the believers of Dionysus were known for their madness, they were mortals after all. No matter how crazy they were, they had to eat and work. They tend to fall into their most fervent carnival only at the annual Dionysian festival, which corresponds to their New Year's, but this is not the time for Dionysus. Looking around, he felt strange. Suddenly, he faintly felt a deep force that was affecting this city-state. In a valley far from Thrace, the unremarkable palace was surrounding a quaint scepter, plausible. 290 His movements are surprisingly similar to the dances of many revelers in the Thracian city-state. Chant mantras from time to time. That quaint authority could not help emitting a pure white light. The corners of Pallas's mouth showed a smile. Hundreds of thousands of mortals hold this ceremony together, which should shake his dead spirit a little. It's time to inform Zeus to go there and use the root power in his body to thoroughly stimulate the shaken spirit, so that he can truly return. Almighty King fans. Reciting the name, Pallas's face was full of excitement. Looking up at the space and time outside the sky, he murmured, "Chaos. As long as the breath of fans appears, you will definitely be alarmed." The combination of his and Apollo's strength is enough to contain the incomplete state. And then, it's time for me to find my true self. It's been too long. The recovery of me with this body is too slow, and everything has been delayed until now. But I will eventually return to my true self. You traitors should all be judged. 9 Suddenly, he raised the scepter high, and the white light bloomed to the extreme. He performed the ritual with all his strength, but he did not know that under the guidance of the woman named Pandora, 2 people who should not have appeared at this time appeared in the scope of his ritual. Chapter 153. Perceiving the weirdness around him, Phobos became solemn. Nikki is bringing me here too, and it seems that the situation here has nothing to do with Pallas. 35 He thought to himself. Over there, Hercules squeezed into the crowd, grabbed a jug of wine, and smiled at him. "The wine here is really good, Phobos. Would you like a few sips?" 35 Phobos shook his head and stared at the white-haired Bacchus surrounded by many believers. "This guy is crowded by so many people, we can't get through it." Hercules drank the wine from the pot, and suddenly he was dancing. Forbes smiled slightly. His body suddenly exuded a majestic heat, and slowly walked towards the middle of the crowd. Many Dionysian believers who surrounded their gods gradually felt the heat, and involuntarily made way for Phobos. Pulling the drunk Hercules, Phobos quickly walked inside. Drunk Dionysus staggered over with a bottle in one hand. "Where are you a believer? You look like my brother, the god of light." 35. Respected Bacchus, both of us are students of Mr. Chiron. I heard that you also studied with Mr. Chiron for a period of time. Phobos said to him politely. Lying on his side on the high platform, Dionysus opened his eyes in a daze and said, "Oh, it turns out to be old Chiron's student. Do you want a drink?" 99. He dropped 2 bottles of wine. Phobos reached out to catch it, tasted it carefully, and suddenly sighed. Dionysus was unhappy. "What are you sighing for? Isn't my wine bad?" 35. The numerous Dionysian believers around also glared at him angrily. "It's not bad. It's just that I have heard for a long time that when the god of wine was born, he disliked the wine of Ares, the god of war. Later, he developed it by himself and improved the wine of the gods that far surpassed those brewed by the previous gods, which is the best in wine. But if I try it today, although it is a good wine, it is far superior to that made by other gods, but it is not truly unsurpassable. There is still a difference between the first and the only." Holding Hercules, Phobos sighed and shook his head. Dionysus seemed to be a lot awake all of a sudden, sat up and stared at the blond boy in front of him. "You mean that my wine, although the best, is not superior to other wines?" 35. Biting his lip, the Bacchus immediately pulled out a crystal bottle from the side and handed it to Phobos. "Try this bottle again." Taking the bottle, Phobos drank it down and shook his head again. "The fragrance is pure and long-lasting. It is the king of wine, but it is still the best wine, not the only one." 5. Dionysus jumped up. Standing on the high platform, he stared at Phobos, and when he waved his palms, many brewing tools and materials suddenly appeared around him. In front of thousands of believers, Dionysus swept away his drunken and confused appearance and began to make wine seriously. Under the urging of his powerful divine power, the complicated procedures and long time were quickly skipped, and drop by drop of bright red wine, filled with an intoxicating fragrance, slipped into the bright wine glass made of crystal. The bright blood-like color is even more eye-catching than agate and ruby. The elegant fragrance is even more refreshing, and thousands of Dionysian believers have their cheeks flushed red. A pair of fanatical eyes, full of fanaticism and piety, shouted the honorable name of Dionysus. But looking at this glass of wine, Phobos still shook his head. The short white-haired Bacchus smashed the crystal cup in his hand angrily, letting the fresh red wine droplets, which can be called a dreamy fetish, spill on the ground. Thousands of Dionysian believers were heartbroken, and their eyes almost spit fire to the golden face of Phobos. The latter stood there calmly, with blazing light and heat radiating from his body, making the surrounding angry Dionysian believers dare not approach. "Hey, it's all to blame that Pandora didn't set specific standards for the mission. What exactly is the fine wine that Dionysus brewed? Now I can only agitate him." Phobos thought to himself, the main thing is the mind is still on observing the situation around. It was found that since Dionysus brewed wine and attracted the attention of many believers, these people no longer danced, and the atmosphere of the surrounding was also relieved a lot. And Pallas, who was far away in an unknown valley, was a little depressed. "What's going on? The ceremony was almost completed. Why did it suddenly stop?" Holding the quaint scepter, Pallas felt that something was not right. At this time, Zeus used his divine power to hear a voice. "I'm ready. When will you start?" Pallas rubbed his forehead and said solemnly, "It'll be fine right away." 35. Looking at the white light group on the scepter, he said ruthlessly, "Everything is in my plan. I don't believe that there will be mistakes on such small issues as rituals." He raised the scepter high again, chanted words in his mouth, and danced. Outside the city of Thrace, Apollo, who followed Nike, suddenly flickered with golden eyes, looking at not far away and said, "I said, why are you so familiar? Your Majesty the King of God. You are hiding so deeply. Are you targeting the king's daughter or queen again?" Zeus, who was nestled in the distance, was shocked, but saw a blazing light sweeping over. He didn't dare to be careless. and hurriedly drew out his lightning spear to fight. Unexpectedly, this light force did not attack him, but carried a powerful thrust, pushing his body abruptly into the city of Thrace. Nike, who was beside Apollo, changed his face, pretending to be surprised. Why is the God King here? Who knows him? Let's play with him. Taking a deep glance at her, Apollo grabbed her wings and followed Zeus, who was forced into the city by the power of light, to Thrace. Not good. Seeing that Thrace was getting closer and closer, Zeus was shocked. According to the plan agreed by Pallas, he used the power of the root to stimulate Dionysus outside Thrace, and when the other party awakened, he would leave immediately to avoid being shrouded in chaos. If he is forced into Thrace now, after the plan is completed, there is no time to get out, and the king of the gods will die together with Dionysus and Apollo in the mighty power of the god of chaos. Down, and still die in its own layout. Thinking of the result of such suffocation, Zeus tried his best to activate the divine power in his body, and the lightning spear exploded with unparalleled power, trying to rush out a gap under the mighty power of light. But the torrent of light that spread out from Apollo was too thick, the great power of Zeus at the original level, and the lightning that erupted with all his strength. If it were in other places, it would be enough to alarm the whole world. But at this moment, under the shroud of this bright torrent, there was no sound at all. In Thrace, which is so close at hand, only a few residents looked above their heads in amazement. It seemed like there was a thunderstorm just now. How could this happen? And what has his strength reached over the years? Zeus looked at the golden stalwart figure in horror, and the hand holding the lightning spear couldn't help shaking. In the past, although Apollo's strength was also very strong, he mostly relied on the power of the divine body and a few artifacts. Purely in terms of divine power, Zeus claims to be not much weaker. But when they met again after 100 years, the king of the gods was shocked to discover that during the battle of the underworld, he was just a golden figure who had just been promoted to the original. At this moment, the feeling of his roots and divine power was completely comparable to, or even surpassed the senior primordials such as Tartarus, and there was a faint aura of supreme greatness. The powerful divine power made him completely breathless. Just like Cronus, who was trapped in Tartarus, he could only be at the mercy of the opponent. This is the crushing of the senior primaries on the ordinary primaries. Under the shrouded light of the sky, Zeus entered the range of Thrace step by step. And on the high platform in the middle of the city-state, Dionysus once again brewed a new wine. The rich fragrance filled the huge square, and thousands of believers went crazy and danced wildly. Under the gaze of Phobos' golden eyes, drop by drop of silver wine like a bright moon, exuding a cool and luxurious atmosphere, was poured into a crystal moonlight cup, shining brightly. Gently sniffing the rich yet elegant fragrance, under the reflection of the silver luster, it was difficult for him to say any demeaning words even if he was deliberately picky. Gently took the wine glass, Phobos quickly put it away, and gave Dionysus a gentle salute. The name of the god of wine is really not a bit of a lie. I'm sorry to disturb you today, goodbye. As he spoke, he pulled up Hercules and quickly rushed into the distance. Dionysus, who was complacent at first, was stunned for a while, and then he reacted and shouted angrily, "How dare you steal my work? Bring it back to me." Bacchus wanted to chase after him and severely punish the two bastards who played with him. Suddenly, I saw many believers dancing wildly below. Their movements became more and more uniform, frantic and strange. Their bodies swayed, and their heads were blurred. In a trance, he saw a familiar face. It was a tall figure wearing golden armor and holding a simple scepter, shrouded in infinite brilliance, standing in the center of the universe, overlooking the boundless world. At his feet the sky and the earth tremble, and the shadows and the seas bow down. One after another, the great gods who made up the world bowed their heads and worshipped him, shouting his name. "Who am I? Who am I?" Dionysus was stunned, swaying, his face full of frantic struggles. "I am the son of the god Zeus, Dionysus, the god of wine of Olympus. No, I am the supreme king of the vast universe. Fans, root time has bestowed upon me the crown. Many primordials bow before me. I am the king over all." The two wills were intertwined, causing Dionysus to have a splitting headache and tore his head. And at this moment, Zeus, who was driven into Thrace by Apollo, was shocked, and the great power hidden under the root of thunder and lightning suddenly filled the air. A breath of the king who rules, dominates, and dominates all things, with him and Dionysus as the fulcrum, shakes the whole world forever. Dionysus, who was struggling with his head, suddenly came up with a scene in the temple of the goddess of destiny. At the same time, the declaration of the past echoed in my ears. I will be born from your thigh, find the sanctity in madness, and go from the glory of the past to the glory of the new. At the end of the world, everything that replaces you. To be crowned king again. Chapter 154. In the dark valley, Pallas swung the scepter, stepped on treacherous dance steps, and recited obscure prayers. Suddenly, the blazing white light group is gorgeous to the extreme. The corners of his mouth grinned. In Thrace, many Dionysian believers raised their arms high, beating like crazy, shouting prayers of unknown origin. In the middle of them, a ragged, slovenly, white-haired young man full of alcohol, holding his head in his hands, suddenly spread the indescribable greatness and holiness from his deranged demeanor for a long time. In the light of the sky, Zeus, who was forced into Thrace by Apollo, was paralyzed and trembled on the ground. Under the gaze of Apollo's golden eyes, the original king of the gods, the source of thunder and lightning in his body suddenly collapsed, and the lightning and thunder of the entire world paled at this moment. Whether it was a mortal thing or a god, or a few primordials in the depths of the earth and the underworld, they all opened their eyes in amazement. When he turned his eyes to this place, he was suppressed by an ancient and stalwart aura that ruled, dominated, and dominated everything. I saw the white-haired Bacchus bathed in the divine and great brilliance. His dirty cheeks outlined the majesty that dominates the universe, and his splendid eyes glared at the boundless world. An illusory and real ancient crown slowly rose above his head, setting off his thin body, becoming more and more immortal, and reigning on the top of the world. Bang! Zeus fell to the ground tremblingly, and under the scattered thunder and lightning roots, the vast golden root began to break away involuntarily, and flew towards the immortal figure wearing a crown not far away. I am the almighty king of the vast universe. I am the immortal Lord who controls the primordial. My power, come back. In the radiance of immortality, Dionysus opened his palm coldly towards Zeus. The golden root power, like a child who meets a parent, rushes unstoppably towards the returning king. No. 35 Zeus roared in despair. He tried to contain the rushing power, but after the source of thunder and lightning collapsed, his power and rank continued to decline. Soon from the original again fell to the ninth order of the main god. At this level, there is absolutely no way to prevent the root cause from escaping. In the blink of an eye, the power of the source returned to its original owner. Boom! The huge roar shook the universe. dB, whether it was the vast sky or the earth, the ocean or the underworld, it was shaking at this moment. Like a courtier crawling for the king's return. Immortal light spreads over the universe. All the gods in the world cast their eyes on Thrace in horror. My god, is that the god of Bacchus? The gods saw the thin figure shrouded in immortal brilliance and wearing a crown, and their eyes were full of disbelief. Among the 12 gods of Olympus, Dionysus, the god of wine, has always been considered the least qualified. Although he has a wide range of followers among mortals, he is always drunk, dirty, and has no spiritual temperament, and is despised by many gods. But such a god, now like a great god king who once ruled the universe, has recovered from the ancient times and once again dominated the world. The vast aura shocked the gods. The king of the ancient times. I'm curious about your past identity. On the periphery of Thrace, Apollo held Nike in one hand, and his golden eyes locked the Dionysus, wearing a crown. Zero, there is still a little struggle left on this Dionysian face. But more is the supreme majesty that dominates the universe, staring at this bright incarnation with immortal eyes, and whispered, "The original source of light. Although you are only a junior, you are qualified to know my name. In those ancient times, I was the common king of many primordials, and they called me the Almighty Dharma King. And my real name is Fans. Almighty King Fans." Hearing this name, Apollo's eyes flashed, and he seemed to have heard this name in a certain minority version of Greek mythology. At this moment, a shocking vibration suddenly came from the top of the vast sky. While staring at Apollo, he felt an unprecedented supreme force overwhelming the sky. The world has limits. This vast world ruled by the gods has the earth as its core. The boundless land is surrounded by the ocean, and the ocean is further divided into near sea, far sea, deep sea, etc. At the end of the sea are the oceanic rivers that surround the world. There the sky meets the earth, completely covering the earth and the sea. The secluded Hades is an independent and strange space. Its entrance is in the depths of the earth, and it is covered by the back of the earth. Earth, ocean, sky, Hades. These are the four major regions of the world. But outside the sky, outside the underworld, in the boundless nothingness, the vast world is wrapped and covered by a deep chaos. Chaos is neither darkness nor nothingness. It is between existence and non-existence, both darkness and light, both creation and destruction. He is the beginning of the universe and the end of all things. Since that time of ignorance, the chaos that has covered the periphery of the world has fallen into a deadly, eternal immersion. It's like falling asleep and being held back by something. On this day, the chaos that had been silent for endless years suddenly felt an aura that disgusted him. A guy who should have disappeared in the long river of history and never appeared again appeared in his world. Phanes, with a deep voice with indescribable greatness and supremeness, he regained his will in nothingness and spit out a force. Boom. The sky is split into two areas in an instant. The area on the left is dark and the area on the right is light. And in the center of the dark area, there is a touch of light. In the center of the bright area, there is also a touch of darkness. Light and darkness, darkness and light. This is like a pair of eyes overlooking the vast universe from beyond the sky. Only in an instant, he locked the location of Thrace. The great and icy pupils instinctively lowered their mighty power with a mechanical sense of incomplete awakening and a sense of dazedness. Without any thinking, without any emotion, just like executing procedures, exudes the supreme power that belongs to the Supreme and erases all things that he does not like. The great power of chaos seems to be both tangible and intangible. It seems to flicker with thousands of colors, and it seems to have no color at all. Spreading from the sky, whether it is time, space, matter, or energy, they are like pencil lines on a scroll, gently erased by an eraser. Nothing can resist such power. Feeling it, Pallas, who was holding a simple scepter in the valley, had a smile on his face. And on that gray mountain, Pandora, who was holding a black box, also had a smile on the corner of her beautiful mouth. Her dark eyes faintly reflected Phobos, who was running with Hercules at seals. Chapter 155. This breath. In the splendid light enveloped, Apollo stared at the vast sky suddenly. I saw the cold eyes that were intertwined with light and darkness. I also saw the supreme power that erases everything like a pencil and is invisible. The power of chaos, targeting him, and everything here. The golden eyes looked at the white-haired figure wearing a crown on the side. The self-proclaimed king of fans still had a trace of confusion on his face, but when the chaotic aura above filled the air, his pupils instantly jumped out of ice. Chaos, you traitor. The immortal brilliance carries the great momentum that rules the universe and dominates all things, and it slams into the sky outside. The whole world was trembling. Mountains were crumbling, land was cracking, and tsunamis were rolling up in the seas and oceans. God, what happened? Don't talk about mortal things. Even gods are trembling at this moment. Olympus, Hera, and other gods are terrified. Only a few primordial gods remained calm. In the darkest abyss, Tartarus suddenly opened his deep, dark eyes. Staring at Hades sitting in the Elysee paradise, he said in a low voice, "That breath is the almighty Dharma king." He actually recovered. No wonder the power of chaos was directly disturbed. 35 Almighty King. Fans. On the icy throne, Hades' iron-like face suddenly flashed a faint trembling. Tartarus let out a low laugh. Although there is a lack of sacrifices, the long-term connection with Elysee paradise is still effective. You finally remember something. Yeah, I seem to remember. In the era when fans ruled the sky, the earth and the sea. I used to carry the infinite power of the nether and compete with him. Sitting high on the throne, Hades rubbed his head, his tone extremely cold. In a trance, he whispered, I am the source of the underworld, the king of the dead, the final destination of all spirits. My name is Chaos and Fans. In the majestic palace deep in the earth, Gaia, the mother of the earth in a long yellow dress, suddenly laughed lightly. Which guy is calculating what? And let these two collide. It seems that Apollo is also present, and I don't know what the purpose is. But none of this has anything to do with me. It's just the last step. The last step. Gaia looked frantically in front of him. The illusory world that used to be based on the depths of the earth, more and more full of reality. The sky, the earth, the ocean, the stars, and other things looming in it. If it weren't for the death of Pontos, I would have reached this level hundreds of years ago. But it doesn't matter. All the waiting is worth it. Staring at this illusory world that is gradually becoming real, her plump body under the long khaki dress faintly reveals a majestic and supreme aura. Suddenly looking at Uranus, who was still covered with whip marks, she indifferently instructed, Go to the mountains and bring Uriah back to me. Everything should be over. Uranus frowned and looked at her for a long time. In the dark and majestic shrine, the glamorous woman exuding a rich aura, for some reason, a shadow of light and shadow vaguely appeared on her body. It seems to be a black goat that is entrenched in the long and secluded river, composed of pieces of rancid meat, full of evil and strange. Looking at the group of light and shadow, the first generation of God King couldn't help shivering. Damn, the god of chaos really appeared. Feeling the terrifying aura above, Zeus, who fell to the ninth order of the main god, looked terrified. He struggled to get up and was about to run out of Thrace. Suddenly, a blazing light blocked his path. Apollo, what are you doing? Zeus growled. In the splendid light, Apollo threw Nikki into a corner and gently grabbed the roaring king of the gods with his palm. It's as simple as an eagle in the sky catching a newborn chick. Only the king of the gods of the ninth rank of the main god was left, and he had no strength to resist, and was easily strangled by the neck of the white palm. You, Zeus blushed and looked at the golden handsome figure in fear, struggling with his hands and feet. Capturing him with one hand, Apollo looked at the sky lightly and said solemnly, Using Dionysus to draw out the power of chaos and obliterate me and him here. Is this a plan provided by Pallas for you? Zeus bowed his head and remained silent. Stupid. The golden figure in the light shouted coldly. He squeezed Zeus's palm and exerted some force again. Looking at the king of the gods whose face was extremely flushed, he said indifferently, The moment the power of chaos appeared, it locked the space of tens of thousands of miles around Thrace. Even if you were not forced here by me, you would definitely not be able to escape. Pallas intended you to die here from the very beginning. His purpose is not clear to me, but it is probably not in me, nor in Dionysus, but in chaos itself. And compared to me and Dionysus, the riot of fate that you caused after your death can attract chaos attention more. 35. Humph. Even if that's the case, you didn't force me to do all this, and you have to die with me today. Zeus struggled to let out a low roar. His emotions were crazy and extreme. Then you are wrong. Leaving Zeus down, Apollo's golden eyes stared at the sky silently, his face unhurried. Boom. A huge explosion resounded in the sky. Retrieve the divine stalwart king from the madness. Bathe in the immortal divine light, and face the invisible power of chaos. But in just one face-to-face, the immortal divine power he released was wiped out by the invisible chaotic power. He himself was bombarded below. Under the supreme mighty force, the king who ruled the universe in the past seemed powerless. Damn, if it wasn't for the other half of my power, which was sealed with Moros, even if you ascended to the top, you would not be able to suppress me so easily. 5. Dionysus clenched his palms tightly, with anger and unwillingness on his face. Ask for flowers as a great being that once ruled many primordials. He was a great being that was infinitely close to the highest at the peak of that ancient age. But in the age of ignorance, he chose to join forces with Destiny Moros to fight against chaos. But after the defeat, Half of his power was sealed together with fate, and the other half of him was hidden in the temple of the goddess of fate. Now that he has returned, he has only half of his strength left in his peak period. Although he is still comparable to the topmost primordial, he is weak in front of the supreme. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Zeus viciously. The so-called divine king's authority was actually produced by the combination of his other half's power and the power of destiny. That's why the king of the gods is the most guarded jailer of fate, because that seal is not only the power of destiny, but also half of the mighty power of the real god king. The so-called seal of destiny is precisely because the god kings of all dynasties are the same as the rulers of the universe, drawing the power of the half of the true god kings, cooperating with the power of chaos, and sealing them both inside and outside. Point 0. And the sleeping fate Moros would only think that his comrade-in-arms Fans was using his power, so the power of the god king could invoke the power of fate. Those who have the authority of the king of gods can get the blessing of fate, and it is precisely because the sleeping Moros mistakenly believes that the other party is his comrade-in-arms Fans, so he provides help. Come, let me kill him. Let Moros come back to this world and fight chaos with me again. Sensing the chaotic power that was getting closer and closer, Dionysus sneered and rushed in front of Zeus, wanting to kill the god king and wake up his former comrades in arms. Apollo stopped him. Dionysus looked at the golden figure coldly and said in a low voice, "You want to stop me?" Apollo shook his head. "It wasn't to stop you, but your awakening and his presence were carefully calculated. 99. If you wake up destiny, it's right in that person's plan." Apollo's words made Dionysus frown, as if he had thought of something, but he still said coldly, "If you don't do this now, whether it's me or you will only have to wait to die under the power of chaos." 39. Wait for death. It's not going to happen. Feeling the chaotic power that was getting closer and closer to his head, Apollo didn't have much fear on his face. He could feel that chaos was not fully awake, but only part of the supreme power. With his near-perfect etheric body and the divine power of the original peak, plus the burning sword and the golden book of light, the superposition is not without the power of a battle. It's just that he knows that Thrace has a trap, and he dares to step directly into it. But it's not just self-confidence. The man who calculated you and Zeus calculated it very well, but what he didn't know was that there was another man staring at him. The praying mantis aimed at the cicada to prey from the back, but did not know that there was also a bird watching it behind him. Apollo's eyes closed lightly, sensing the unexpected appearance of the mutant river in Phobos. Chapter 156. In the secluded valley, Pallas, who felt the terrifying aura of the sky, held a simple scepter, and the corner of his mouth was full of smiles. After all, it is still in my plan. The power of chaos, Apollo and Fans is enough to contain a considerable part of your energy. And to be on the safe side, I also designed Zeus to be there. As long as he died, the sealed Moros would wake up in an instant and return to the world. At that time, whether I want it or not, I will be completely restrained, unable to suppress my true body any longer, and I will return to my true self. With a heavy smile, Pallas fixed his eyes on Thrace. Suddenly, his face changed. There, two people who should not have appeared. In the wilderness outside Thrace, the drunk Hercules suddenly woke up, looking at the terrifying picture in the sky. He couldn't help being a little dazed. "Forpers, have I missed something?" The golden-haired 290 Phobos rolled his eyes at him, pointed to the sky, and said, "I have already obtained the wine that Dionysus carefully brewed." But Dionysus suddenly changed, and then someone is bothering him. 99. To trouble him. Is it your father Apollo or my father Zeus who can trouble one of the 12 main gods? Hercules said with a dizzy head. You said they are indeed inside now. Phobos looked in the direction of Thrace from a distance. But the main perception is on Hercules. Since waking up, this tall and muscular young man slowly exudes a strange aura. He was all too familiar with this breath. It is the breath of fate. At the same time, on the gray mountain, Pandora, who was holding a black box, had a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. The flawless cheeks that seemed to be formed by formula calculations, the black pupils projected onto the black box in his hand. Suddenly, this magic box, which is said to symbolize disasters and nightmares, opened. Forever, I didn't drink much. Why do I feel dizzy? Hercules staggered and fell beside Phobos. His body began to emit a crimson light, and under the gaze of Phobos's sun, invisible threads of fate began to wrap around him tightly. The tall and strong young man with short brown hair suddenly filled with the stalwart aura that belonged to destiny, and his big wooden stick flew out automatically, blooming with crimson brilliance. When there was a mutation here, in the Thracian city-state, the vast power of chaos had already enveloped the heads of Apollo and Dionysus. Staring at the sky, Apollo shines brightly all over his body. Intense light and heat permeated his body, like a kingdom of light traveling in the world. At the same time, the etheric body radiated brilliance, and the bright stars shone endlessly. The two vast powers superimposed and merged into one, and the boundless power that erupted stagnated in the void, blocking the erosion of chaos. Beside him, Dionysus couldn't help but be surprised. Could it be that he is also an old friend of mine who has returned from recovery? This is not right. Even in that era, the existence of such a level would not exceed the number of 5 fingers. Saying so, he felt sour. Well, it's still a little worse than when I was at my peak. Dionysus thought so. Boom. The vast power of chaos hits the kingdom of light. The boundless power intertwined between the sky and the earth, with Thrace as the center, and instantly spread to the whole world. In Olympus, the immortal mountain began to shake, and each goddess shuddered as they watched the outside world swept away by the aftermath. In the vast ocean, the small islands collapsed suddenly. Many volcanoes erupted fiery magma under the stimulation, and the huge tsunami swept the world. In the boundless land, many mortals stared at the sky in horror, praying loudly for the name of the gods they believed in. But they did not know that their gods were also afraid. The confrontation between light and chaos lasted only a moment, and the surging waves had already spread to the end of the world, and even spread out of the world, stimulating the chaos wrapped around the world. In the deep chaos, the supreme consciousness that was initially touched slowly awakened more. The eyes that were intertwined with light and darkness in the sky showed some agility. And at this moment, with the entanglement of the fate thread in Hercules, the shrouded world fate net gradually shrinks. In the invisible source of red silk thread, the stalwart figure who was forced to fall asleep, his eyes gradually opened the gap in confusion. The breath of Moros. In the Thracian city-state, originally seeing that Apollo was fighting with the power of chaos, he was hesitating whether to take the opportunity to kill Zeus and wake up his best friend Dionysus. His eyes suddenly flashed. In the sky, the chaotic power that was fighting with the power of light also began to surging, as if there was some hesitant choice. The eyes intertwined with light and darkness in the sky have gradually shifted their target to the end of the world, aiming at the fate that is about to wake up. Outside of Thrace, Hercules, who exuded a strong sense of destiny, suddenly opened his eyes. Phobos looked at him closely. However, a familiar female voice came from the latter's throat. Tell Apollo, let him use the pillar of stars to seal the breath of Dionysus. Be quick. Pillars of the stars, 35 Forper's face froze. You know that exotic, omniscient almighty. Of course I know him. Hercules squeezed a mysterious smile on his face. In the Thracian city-state, Apollo's golden eyes flickered, and he took out the cross pendant that the Messiah gave him. This is interesting. Pandora is related to the omniscient almighty. He seems to have expected everything to happen. The Messiah just handed this thing to me just before that. Is he really omniscient and almighty, or because of? Apollo blinked. A small cross pendant, printed on the forehead of Dionysus. What are you going to do? Dionysus was stunned, watching the golden figure in front of him vigilantly. His body suddenly swayed. I saw the cross pendant, bursting with gorgeous light. Slowly, the stalwart and sacredness in his eyes subsided, and the mighty power that was at the top of the original body also converged and disappeared. In an instant, he turned back into the chaotic Dionysus of the past, drunk with alcohol, and fell into a drowsiness. It really works, but it probably won't last for 100 years at most. Apollo carefully looked at the pendant in his hand. 4.4 named the Pillar of Stars, it not only has a strong pure energy, but also hides a powerful seal that can be effective against existences below the highest level. It seems to be left specifically for today's situation. As the breath of Dionysus was sealed, the power of chaos in the sky completely receded, covering the depths of the great net of destiny at the end of the world. What state is chaos in? Is it so mechanical? Looking at the sky, Apollo couldn't help but be suspicious. For so many years, chaos, the god of chaos, has rarely appeared, and now he is alarmed. And it is also such a program-like mechanical appearance. This is obviously not the state a normal god should be in, let alone such a supreme being. Do you want to move, or can't move? Chapter 157. How could this be? Zeus is still alive, but Moros is disturbed, and the breath of fans has disappeared. Standing in the valley, Pallas's unremarkable face frowned, full of surprise. Immediately, he gritted his teeth and raised his head. This is nothing. Moro's awakening can still contain most of Chaos's power, giving me a chance. Before his words could fall, the trembling giant net of destiny at the end of the world suddenly stopped shaking, and the blurred figure of the source of the giant net, who had opened his eyes, yawned lightly, and continued to sleep. Pallas' face froze. After coming over for a while, he murmured, "This is definitely a problem. Who is designing me?" 35 Suddenly, he turned his eyes to the dark night realm in the depths of the underworld, gritted his teeth coldly, and said, "Could it be you?" Outside of Thrace, Hercules stretched lazily, rubbed his eyes, and said, "Phoebus, have I fallen asleep again? Did something happen just now?" After giving him a deep look, Forpers smiled lightly. "It's nothing. Let's go back. How do I remember that there seemed to be a pair of eyes in the sky earlier?" Hercules rubbed his head in confusion. "That's because you drank too much." Phobos walked ahead, looking at Thrace with golden eyes. At this moment, in front of the high platform in the center of the city-state, Dionysus, the god of wine, also woke up in a daze. Seeing the golden figure standing beside him, his face was slightly shocked. "Brother Apollo, why are you here?" Then he staggered and stood up, staring around in a daze, feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't say it. Only then did he remember what he had to do before he fell asleep, and said to the silent Apollo, "Brother Apollo, there was a blonde D who looked like you before, who came to me for the wine that lied to me." "No way. Who made your wine the best in the world?" Apollo smiled and confirmed that Dionysus' memory was also sealed. Standing up, Dionysus suddenly noticed not far away, and said in amazement, "Father, why are you here?" And Zeus got up with a pale face, and gave the sun a smile that was uglier than crying. "Father God and your brother Apollo will come to see you, and taste your wine by the way." Dionysus nodded in surprise, and immediately started brewing fine wine. At this time, a dazzling, tall, and beautiful girl flew from the sky, wearing bright armor, with a bright smile that belonged to her. "Sister Athena, are you here too?" Dionysus looked at the person who came. Athena smiled at him. Walking to Zeus again, sensing the weak breath of the king of the gods, she suddenly said faintly, "The great king of Olympus, the recent change has shaken the immortal mountain of Olympus. You should go back and have a look, and it is best not to leave Olympus casually if there is nothing in the future." Suddenly, an icy chill filled the body of the goddess of wisdom, which locked Zeus firmly. The king of the gods trembled. It was only when he realized that his daughter's strength had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank of the Lord God unknowingly. And he is only at this rank now, and he was injured and his combat power was impaired. This made him feel a little apprehensive. At this time, the goddess of wisdom suddenly sighed and stared at the distant sky. "A few days ago, I went to the ocean to visit the goddess Amphitrite, and was reminded by her that it was suddenly my mother Métis' birthday in a few days. For so many years, this daughter of mine has never thought of her mother's birthday. I'm so unworthy to be her daughter. I'm guilty." 35 Athena suddenly raised her slender palm, and on her flawless face, a distinct palm print was printed with a pop. Even though she was only hitting herself, at this moment Zeus felt that the slap was hot on his heart. He felt an unprecedented, terrifying chill, and from the bright eyes of his daughter in front of him, burst into lock on him. At the same time, the name that no one dared to mention in front of him over the years made him tremble. Muttering the name, his figure suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning, rushing into the sky. Looking at the back of his departure, Athena's pale golden eyes gradually returned to normal, and she glanced at Dionysus, who was concentrating on making wine, and she said to Apollo in a pleading tone, "His end has come. Please leave me his last life. I will make him pay the price he deserves for everything he did in the past." Apollo looked at the goddess of wisdom and suddenly approached her. The pale fingertips caressed the faint palm print on her cheek, and a gentle divine power erased the mark for her. "I agree to your request. Don't hurt yourself in this way in the future. The goddess of wisdom also wants a beautiful appearance." In the bright light, he smiled. Athena froze there, staring at the golden figure in front of her for a long time. It wasn't until Dionysus came over with his masterpiece that she whispered, "Thank you." The wine of Dionysus is indeed the only fine product in the world. On the way back to Olympus, Apollo recalled the taste of the previous cup and said to Athena beside him. The goddess of wisdom also nodded. Looking at the golden figure beside her with bright eyes, she said solemnly, "I have already understood almost what happened today. Pallas is the manipulator of the whole thing 307, and he may no longer be the original Pallas." Halfway through the sentence, her beautiful cheeks showed a deep apology. "I apologize to you for what Nikki did. If you don't tell me, I almost forgot her." Apollo reached out and scratched, pulling out the goddess of victory who was imprisoned by him. After the previous great war in Thrace, he simply locked her in a storage space created by magic. In the empty wilderness, looking at the two figures in front of him, the blonde girl with white wings, her eyes were full of guilt. "Athena, I'm sorry for you. But you have to believe me. I have never betrayed you, and I have never thought of using your name to deal with anyone. But there are some things that I can't control myself at all," she wailed. The goddess of wisdom walked to her close friend, looked at her haggard cheeks, and sighed softly. "I believe that wasn't your intention. You just couldn't get rid of your father's control over you." Nikki lowered her head, tears from the corners of her eyes. "His magic is so terrifying. I obviously feel that I have the autonomy to think, but I just act according to his wishes unknowingly. This kind of magic is very interesting. I also have a magic here. Maybe I can restrain it." Apollo looked at the blonde goddess with white wings lightly, and his golden eyes were deep. "But to perform this magic, you must first believe in me." Chapter 158. Trust you. Nikki stared blankly at the golden figure in front of her, a little confused. Apollo solemnly told her, "You must recite my name in your heart so that I can guide your spirit." Nikki understood something and looked at Athena next to her with some hesitation. The latter gave her an encouraging look. Biting her lips lightly, the blonde girl with white wings nodded. Closing her eyes gently, the goddess of victory felt a soft light shining on her. Warm and soft, like returning to the embrace of the mother when she was born. She tried to make herself pious and recited the honorable name of Apollo in her heart. Outside, Apollo's golden eyes flickered, and the god's arrival technique was activated. The illusory body of the Holy Spirit, swimming in the ocean of spirit, slowly entered Nikki's spirit. Nikki's belief was not firm, but fortunately, Apollo's divine arrival had reached a very high level. Even if he didn't believe in the spirit of light, he could still forcibly descend, but the effect was slightly worse. Slowly, Apollo saw small islands sprinkled with gold, located in the boundless ocean of spirit. Nikki, who had pure white wings, trembled and curled up on the edge of the island, shivering under the golden light. Vaguely, a stalwart force locked her spirit. Looking at the shrouded golden light, Apollo raised his eyes. Suddenly, a blazing light like a flame filled his body, burning towards the golden light. The two forces clashed over the island. Nikki, who was curled up on the edge of the island, trembled, her face filled with pain. "Don't be afraid. This island, this ocean, is your own world, and it is impossible for external forces to hurt you," Apollo whispered to her in a soft voice. The goddess of victory raised her head weakly, looking at this handsome and warm figure shrouded in infinite light. Her face was much quieter. Boom. The confrontation between the two forces over the island was fierce. The golden brilliance with anger-like emotions turned into chains, entwining the golden girl who rolled towards the edge of the island. The girl looked at this scene in horror, and was at a loss. At this time, Apollo's illusory Holy Spirit stood in front of her like a barrier, and the golden book of light was suddenly opened, and the blazing light condensed into flames, steaming up to the sky. The chains trembled and began to melt, and the golden brilliance of the sky dimmed. Suddenly, the face belonging to Pallas appeared at the bottom of this radiance. His eyes were cold, overlooking Apollo's illusory spirit and Nikki. You want to rescue her? It's useless anyway, so I'm going to let her die here today. 99 Following Pallas's cold snort, the chains above the island, which were scorched by the fire of light, suddenly turned into thousands of sharp arrows, which shot fiercely at the goddess of victory with white wings from all directions. The pressure of death hung over Nikki, and her face was filled with fear. But for some reason, looking at the golden figure standing in front of her, she felt peace and tranquility in her heart. It is as if this is a high mountain that will never fall, able to block all dangers and be firm and impeccable. In a trance, the white-winged blonde girl couldn't help but be filled with piety, and she chanted and prayed the name that belongs to the light. Accompanied by her voice, Apollo's illusory spirit solidified a lot in an instant, and the bright golden book burst out with magnificent power. The great power formed an invisible light curtain in the void and protected Nikki firmly in it. No matter how thousands of sharp arrows pounded, it was hard to move. How is it possible that you can display such power in her spirit? With shock on Pallas' face, he stared at Apollo's increasingly condensed Holy Spirit. You don't need to know that much. Let me see what you really look like. Bang! The golden book of light erupted with fiery, mighty power again, and the unparalleled power broke through the golden brilliance and hit Pallas's face. Apollo's golden eyes carried the power of tracing back time and space, locking his breath firmly. Under the impact of the light and mighty force, Pallas's face showed signs of collapse, revealing the truth in spirituality. Pallas's expression changed, and the illusory face hurriedly condensed to cover himself. At the same time, his golden light vibrated, and while bombarding Nikki, he restrained his spirituality and tried to leave. You can't escape. Apollo's illusory Holy Spirit, a flaming mottled rust sword, suddenly appeared in his palm and slashed towards the sky. Boom! The layers of golden light were torn apart. The spirituality of Pallas' escape was fixed by the mighty power of light. Under the gaze of golden eyes, Apollo saw the hidden things through that face. Those are three heads exuding supreme greatness and constantly spinning, namely human head, bull head, and lion head. But only the human head exudes brilliance, and the other two heads are illusory. This picture just flashed away, and Pallas' illusory face immediately burst open. Apollo, you will pay the price for provoking me. He made a cold voice and disappeared without a trace. And the brilliance that enveloped this space completely disappeared. Nikki's spirit suddenly became agile, staring blankly at Apollo, who seemed to be lost in thought, with gentleness and dependence gradually flashing in his eyes. After a long while, Apollo looked at her. The power he left on you has all dissipated, but you still have to rest for a while. His calm voice fell in the ears of the girl with pale blonde hair. The girl hurriedly nodded and was about to say something when she saw Apollo's Holy Spirit disappearing into this space. Looking at the place where he disappeared, the girl's cheeks couldn't help but feel a little lost. Outside, Apollo opened his golden eyes and said to Athena, the magic in her has been unlocked. Thank you. Athena looked at him gratefully and helped Nikki, who was also awake. The latter smiled at her and looked at Apollo with complicated eyes. Apollo, thank you for your help. I used to be rude to you. I hope you don't blame me. Athena looked at this good sister in surprise. She could feel that when she said this, Nikki's heartbeat was much faster than usual. Is it the sequelae of the divine art? Don't you think about it? The goddess of wisdom was thoughtful. Apollo looked at her. Athena, you should be preparing your final plan for Zeus, but I return to Olympus, and I will continue to retreat in the Temple of Light for a while. Can you handle him by yourself? 39 Hearing Zeus' name, Athena's mouth couldn't help but evoke a chill. Supporting Nikki, she said with bright eyes, I've waited too long for this day. I don't need your help for these last few steps. Kiss, good Zhao, and push him into eternity. The abyss is what pleases me the most. Also, blonde brother, don't underestimate your sister too much. She looked at him slightly teasingly. I believe in you. Apollo also smiled, turned into a bright light, and returned to his spear of the Temple of Light. Recalling the three heads he saw in Nikki's spiritual ocean, his face became solemn. Pallas, are you the existence I think you are? But even if it is, you shouldn't be the perfect him. Only one of the human head, the bull's head, and the lion's head is bright. Saying so, the cross pendant called Pillar of Stars appeared in his palm and walked into the depths of the temple. I have cultivated the etheric divine body for so long, and it is finally time to reach consummation. I just don't know how the etheric divine body that condenses the complete universe will compare to the supreme. In the majestic temple, the boundless vast starry sky suddenly pervaded, and countless stars, galaxies, river systems, star clusters, and superstar clusters were intertwined and intertwined, revealing an immaculate and vast atmosphere. Bureau. Chapter 159. At the top of Olympus, in the majestic temple of the gods and kings, Zeus clenched the armrest of the throne by his hand. His face was gloomy and gloomy. Athena, Métis. Recalling the undisguised coldness of the bright-eyed daughter of Thrace, the king of the gods growled angrily. The dark temple of the gods and kings was like the middle of winter for a while. Hera walked out from behind, her glamorous face full of worry. Zeus, don't be like this. If you're not happy, go find some beautiful lovers. This time I won't talk about you. Zeus slowly raised his head and carefully looked at the beautiful woman who was both his sister and his goddess, and suddenly roared and pressed her onto the throne, pressing her firmly on it. Zeus, Hera cried out, startled. Only then did the king of the gods stop, leaning on the armrest of the throne. His throat was low, and he said in pain, I have failed completely. Now even Athena, I have no way to suppress it. It will not be long before they will drive me off the throne and hang me on the top of the sky with thick iron chains, so that the world will witness me as a loser. Embarrassed look, seeing her husband's dejected appearance, Hera lowered her head and gritted her teeth. Zeus, I know you are desperate now, but you still have me. Ares, Hermes, we all support you. How many of you? Zeus smiled mockingly on his pale face. Can you put together one finger to block Apollo? Zeus, you were not like this before. Sitting beside her, Hera hugged her husband tightly, her beautiful cheeks full of pain. On the icy throne, the gods later murmured, You are the greatest god king in the world, and even in the Titan War, you never flinched in the face of our invincible father. I am also infatuated with you, your heroism, your greatness. You have always been the pinnacle of the gods. I always believe that no matter how terrifying the difficulty or the invincible enemy, you can take me to overcome it, because you are the most almighty. Hera's tone was trembling and her emotions were extremely excited. Zeus was stunned. Before this, he had never thought that in the eyes of the goddess who displeased him, he was such a tall existence. At this time, the gods have long forsaken him, but she still had such confidence in him. These eyes were still exactly the same as when he was the first to rescue her from Kronos' belly. So excited and eager. Sister, these years Zeus couldn't help clenching his wife's hand and called out a name that he had never called again in tens of thousands of years. But at this moment, the door of the palace of the god king was pushed open by the cold. Athena, the goddess of wisdom in uniform, walked in indifferently. Zeus' eyes turned cold and he shouted, Athena, who let you in without authorization? The beautiful goddess, full of glory, completely ignored his questioning, just looked outside and said, O great king of Olympus, the sea queen Amphitrite asks to see you. Amphitrite, what's the matter with her? Zeus asked thunderously. The elegant and graceful Amphitrite, in a long white dress, held her son Triton's hand and walked in slowly. Looking at the god king and god queen above, she gave a salute with a light smile and said softly, Respected king of the gods, on behalf of my husband, I'm here to tell you something. Looking down at her cheek, Zeus frowned. I don't want to hear it now. Go back to your ocean. Amphitrite, however, seemed to have not heard his voice, raised her son Triton's hand with a smile, and said solemnly, My husband, the sea emperor Poseidon, has experienced a lot of things over the years and felt more and more lack of ability to rule the ocean. So he decided to pass the position of the Sea Emperor to my son Triton. Come, tarry at the same time. Let's pay homage to His Majesty the King of God. Juanmays, DB, Ocean Prince Triton bowed politely. Respected God King, the new Ocean Emperor greets you. Zeus and Hera stared at the three gods below, with disbelief in their eyes. Hera took the lead and shouted angrily, "It's impossible. How could Poseidon pass on the Sea Emperor's position to him? You must have forced him. Does the queen not believe?" Amphitrite looked at her with a smile and clapped her hands. "Then let my husband prove it himself." There were two sea gods outside, with a haggard face, and Poseidon, with his head lowered, walked in. You are Poseidon." Hera looked at the familiar and unfamiliar figure in front of her in shock. What is familiar is that breath. What is unfamiliar is the appearance of the other party. The Ocean King, who used to be in high spirits and ruled the seas, holding a trident, was so burly and majestic. But at this moment, the one who was brought up with support was a vicissitudes of life old man with wrinkled face, blue hair all gray and hunched back. Those blue eyes that used to be full of majesty are all bloodshot, like a prisoner who has experienced decades of prison-like torture and then walked out. Even Zeus, looking at Poseidon like this, couldn't help but open his mouth. Being sent to Amphitrite, looking at the beautiful wife of the past, the vicissitudes of the Sea Emperor couldn't help but look in terror, trembling, and said, "All of this is my own volition. I no longer have the ability to rule the ocean. Only a young new emperor can bring the oceans to a new era." His words made Zeus and Hera look extremely gloomy. As for Athena below, her bright head lifted slightly, looking at the god-king couple above, and said, "I think this is a very good thing. Everything can only grow and grow through constant replacement. The stability of the divine court for tens of thousands of years has caused the gods to corrupt their wills. The replacement of the old and new kings of the ocean is undoubtedly a good demonstration. The new king will surely bring a new atmosphere, and Olympus also needs such a new atmosphere." Zeus changed in an instant, and finally he couldn't help pulling out his bright spear, bathed in lightning and thunder, and the majestic pressure shrouded below. "Athena, you are too presumptuous." "Are you presumptuous? This is just the beginning." The goddess of wisdom also showed her spear in her hands, her bright eyes staring indifferently at the king bathed in lightning above. "My father god, as a god who holds the authority in war, I have contested with many gods, but I have never contested with you. Today, I want to experience your lightning that is called to judge the gods." Chapter 160. Boom. Olympus shook suddenly. Many gods looked at the highest part of the home of the gods in amazement, the majestic temple that symbolized the top of the power of the gods. I saw the sea queen Amphitrite and several other gods walking away, and beside them, two bright rays of light collided, and the majestic power spread from the interior of the temple to all directions. Through the layers of light and shadow, the gods saw the core of this power clash. It was two terrifying figures filled with majestic aura, both holding spears. One of them is surrounded by lightning, thunder, bathing in the bearing of a king, and his figure is like a vast sky, vast and boundless. On the opposite side of him, there is a graceful figure with heroic spirit. She holds a spear in her slender palm. Her whole body is radiant with glory, and the splendid divine power spreads the golden splendor of civilization. The symbols of wisdom, war, art, textiles, navigation, and other important components of the civilized world flashed one by one. This civilized splendid picture scroll covers the sky and completely covers the violent lightning and thunder. Boom. The two mighty forces impacted fiercely, and the void in the sky cracked inch by inch. In addition to the horror of the gods, it is more surprising. Is it the god king and goddess Athena? The gods exclaimed in surprise. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, has always been the best among the goddesses of Olympus. She is powerful and wise, beautiful and graceful, and with a pure and friendly personality. She is the most perfect goddess with countless advantages. And although it looks a little arrogant, it is often kind and approachable when getting along with every god. And today, this goddess actually confronted her father, the king of the gods, in the palace of the gods. What is the situation? The gods were amazed. Boom. Spears clashed, sparks shot. Zeus and Athena were imposing, exerting their divine power and authority to the extreme. My daughter, I will let you know that you are not qualified to challenge your father god. Zeus roared endlessly. Lightning roared all over his body. The waves of destruction shook the sky, and the spear in his hand was as bright as the scorching sun. He was full of anger. I hate that I didn't kill these damn sons and daughters in the first place. Otherwise, how could they fall into today's dilemma? Kill, kill, kill. Only with the lightning in the hand, splitting a road and killing everything, can there be new vitality. The king of the gods roared inwardly. The bright lightning exploded to the extreme. The blazing destructive power concentrated on the tip of the spear and stabbed the beautiful figure in front of him fiercely. And Athena's bright eyes also glowed with determination. She thought of the mother in her memory, the younger brother who didn't have time to be born and see the world. The hatred and coldness in his eyes became more and more intense. In the end, it condensed into the most terrifying killing intent. Bang! The wave of lightning's destruction and the heavy scroll of civilization were once again surging. The sharp spear slashed through scary arcs in the void, like the boundary between life and death. My father god, king of Olympus, your daughter has grown up and will take everything back from you. A maiden of glory and beauty with a solemn voice. The heavy civilization map, with majestic oppression, tore the gaps in the layers of lightning and thunder and stabbed the bright spear in its hand. Laugh! Zeus's shoulders froze, and a puddle of red blood spilled into the sky. The bright spear was firmly nailed to his shoulders, and the mighty force from the front to the back, from the sky to the sky, mercilessly bombarded his body that had not yet recovered from his injuries. Under the shocked gaze of the gods, Athena's delicate face was solemn, and her slender body erupted with unparalleled strength, pushing the king of the gods to fall onto the cliff of Olympus. Boom! With the rock fragmentation, smoke and dust filled the air. The bright spear pierced Zeus' thick shoulders, pinning him hard on the mountain wall. Father! Ares and Hermes shouted in surprise, wanting to run to rescue. Unexpectedly, a graceful silver-haired figure stood in front of them. You guys should play with me. Artemis looked at the two of them coldly, exuding a cold and powerful aura. The silver bow and arrow aimed coldly at them. Ares and Hermes trembled, not daring to take a step forward. Over the years, with some help from Apollo, Artemis has made remarkable progress, and his strength has already reached the level of the 8th rank of the main god. In the usual battles, neither of them are rivals at all. Now, even if the two join forces, they do not have the confidence to overcome this hurdle. With the appearance of Artemis, the gods' onlookers couldn't help but get excited. Could it be that the god of light finally decided to replace the king of gods as the new king of the gods? These gods are a little excited, and they don't think it's a big deal to watch the fun. They looked up at the tall figure that was pierced by a spear and nailed to the mountain wall. The god of light doesn't have to go out in person now, and the goddess of wisdom can defeat him alone. It's totally boring for such a god king to do so. It might be better to abdicate early. Some gods muttered. I'm afraid this is impossible. Although the god of light is still very generous, the grievance between them is not a day or two. Not to mention goddess Athena will never let him go. This is retribution. I learned the word retribution from a sage among mortals. It means that if you do bad things, you will get bad results. Road. Have you heard their words? All the gods are looking forward to the end of your era, so that they can surround the new god king. In the sky, Athena calmly looked at the king of the gods who was struggling on the mountain wall in a soft tone. Zeus' eyes were bloodshot, and he stared at the indifferent girl in front of him. He gritted his teeth and said, If it wasn't for me falling from the beginning, if it weren't for the fact that I was in Thrace, when Apollo seized me, he sealed my power as a god king. You can't beat me unless I'm still injured. So what? Now your life is in my hands. Athena quietly glanced at his pale and haggard face. Then do you really dare to kill me? Zeus roared like thunder, with madness in his eyes. As long as I die, fate will come immediately. Can you bear such consequences? 35. Hey, then you might as well try to commit suicide. You will definitely die with me. Athena smiled. Zeus clenched his palms tightly, looked into her eyes, and said nothing. Athena then said lightly, I know you too well. The so-called king of the gods, in the final analysis, is nothing but a coward who only uses strength and cruelty to cover up his frailty. You crave power and try to obliterate everything that threatens you because you are afraid. How can you have the courage to commit suicide like this? The goddess of wisdom laughed and pulled out the spear nailed to Zeus. Puff! The icy spear tore apart the fuzzy flesh and blood of the king of the gods, and the bright blood poured down the earth like a fountain. Zeus tilted his body and fell into the valley below, glaring upwards in the dust. Athena smiled lightly. Don't worry, you still have a lot of time in your last days, and now Olympus actually still has your supporters. I will first remove them one by one, and finally leave you alone in despair. To the end. Seeking flowers. Then leave Hera to me. The cold figure of Artemis appeared beside her. My younger brother is generous, but I hold grudges very much. When I was very young with him, Hera had persecuted us, especially him, many times. I want to settle it with her. Girl with a very serious expression. Athena nodded to her. Looking at the lively gods from the beginning to the end, the goddess of wisdom said with a smile, the ocean is in our hands, and Olympus is ours too. When are you ready to promise to be his queen? In my opinion, he doesn't want to become the new god king for a long time. He just wants to wait for you to promise him, so that the same person can complete these two things. Otherwise, the dignified god king will have no god queen for a while, and it is not good to say it out. Don't talk nonsense. Athena's straightforward words caused Artemis' cold cheeks to turn crimson. Deep in the temple of light, thousands of starlights interweave and flicker, forming galaxies and rivers, rotating nonstop and densely packed. 0. Apollo's golden figure gradually faded, and a huge cross-shaped pillar was supported in the boundless starry sky. The moving stars finally ceased to be all burning gas, and gradually produced low-temperature land and the ocean that was the cradle of life. It is conceivable that after countless years, the lowest-level microorganisms will be bred in them, and then plants, animals, and even intelligent creatures will evolve. These beings with infinite curiosity will create a splendid civilization, which may be magic and fighting spirit, or it may be artifact technology. And no matter what kind of civilization, they go to the end, they will reach the final source, and then ask a question. Where did the universe come from? At that time, they will see a pair of open golden eyes. Is this the perfect state of the etheric body, without any turbulence, affecting the outside world? Because I am the world, and I am the universe, perfect, with all the power in the body. Apollo opened his eyes and looked at himself. The final step of the etheric body, he thought that there would be a very amazing movement. But the reality is that it seems to be a matter of course, and it is completed like this. Simple and smooth. Then I can do some things next. Hey, the system has refreshed a super god treasure chest? Apollo looked at the map page. Low-level treasure chests, intermediate-level treasure boxes, high-level treasure boxes, god-level treasure boxes, super god-level treasure boxes, and supreme treasure boxes are his known system treasure chest divisions. Among them, the super god treasure chest he only saw one by one, and in the deepest part of Tartarus, he has not been able to get the opportunity. And now, a new super god treasure chest has been swiped. The location is Earth Mother Temple. Apollo blinked his golden eyes and decided. Then go to Gaia, first to see if she is really related to the foreign goddess. 5. Suddenly, he frowned. The body of his son, Phobos, returned to Pandora, where the mysterious woman gave him his 9th mission. The content of the mission is Heart of Uriah, Lord of the Mountains. Chapter 161. Uriah, Lord of the Mountains. I heard that this is the brother of Uranus, the father of my father's father. What does that be ***ch1 his heart for? Hercules rubbed his shoulders strangely. Since he went to lie in Thrace and returned in a daze, he felt like his body was overdrawn, and it took a long time to recover before he recovered. Forbes also waited for him, and it took such a long time before he took up the 9th mission. Who knows what she thinks? Phobos rolled his eyes at him, but was thinking in his heart. The true origin of Pandora is by no means simple. She has a relationship with the missing, omniscient Almighty, and also has a close relationship with Nyx and Moros. It may be the ancient era before the ignorant era, the key person in that great change. The real purpose of her promulgation of the 12 great works of destiny is still 307 and cannot be seen, but there must be a deep-seated reason. Just like the last time in Thrace, she seemed to have anticipated the events of Dionysus and let him and Hercules appear there. And this time in the Temple of Light, just as she was about to find trouble with Gaia, she sent herself to Urea. Uranos, Pontos, Urea? Could it be that Gaia is going to close the net? Phobos' golden eyes flashed. At this time, he and Hercules came to a towering mountain. Suddenly, Phobos sensed a huge battle sound coming from the steep mountains in front of him. Glancing at Hercules, the two rushed inside. I saw the tops of the huge mountains, and I do not know when a vast sky was enveloped, completely blocking the surrounding space, and the outside world was completely unable to sense the situation. Could it be that Gaia has already sent Uranus to deal with Uriah? Looking at the invisible sky, Phobos' golden eyes widened. The power of the sun is extremely provocative, but the picture that catches his eyes is somewhat beyond expectations. I saw that within the layered sky, the slender, first-generation god King Uranos was being crushed by the majestic brilliance of the mountains, and he was retreating step by step. It was not at all what was expected from the original Uranus. The majestic Tianyu easily suppressed half of the original mountains. The reason why this happened was when the lofty mountains slammed into Uranus. Behind and on the side of the invisible sky, there are still layers of filthy cages and dark curtains. These cages and curtains are not the two from the Caucasus Mountains? Hercules exclaimed. Phobos nodded. And it was Prometheus and the hanged man who helped the power of the mountains to defend against Uranus. How could Uriah get involved with these two people? Phobos was a little puzzled. Suddenly, the four figures fighting in the sky noticed their arrival. In the layers of curtains, the dark pupils of the hanged man locked on Phobos. It's really interesting. You are here too. 99 Suddenly, layers of gray curtains penetrated the void and came to cover the place where Phobos was, where darkness and the mighty power of depravity were intertwined. It seems that you have been fighting for a long time, otherwise the offensive should not be so weak. Phobos chuckled lightly, the sun shining brightly all over his body, tearing open the dark curtain that covered him. Amidst the heavy curtains, the expression of the hanged man couldn't help but turn cold. Roaring urges more fallen mighty power to impact the sun's brilliance. But after a long and fierce battle with Uranus, how can he, who is physically and mentally exhausted, compare with Phobos, who has come to recharge his batteries? Soon the brilliant power of the sun overwhelmed the dark and depraved power, penetrated the layers of curtains, and approached his true body. Aware of the hanged man crisis, in the lofty mountains that were colliding with the vast sky, a tall gray-yellow figure appeared, with a figure like a giant, looking down with huge eyes. It was the lord of the mountains, Urea. Prometheus, this is the sun you said you want me to help eradicate. Urea shouted loudly. On the other side, Prometheus with a gaunt face nodded. It's him, but I didn't expect him to appear here at this time. Fighting Uranus for so long. Our loss is too great. The hanged man doesn't know how long can it last. The bound great prophet is depressed. The reason why he appeared in Uriah was actually premeditated. Being bound in the Caucasus Mountains for all these years, almost no gods can communicate with him. But this does not include Uriah, the ruler of all mountains on the earth. And the fate of Pontos has already sounded the alarm for Uriah, and he urgently needs to fight the allies who come to the Mother Earth to threaten. Not being occupied by the foreign bound as expected, Prometheus naturally became the object to be removed by the Earth Mother Gaia, who is related to the Supreme Mother Goddess. Under the coercion of a common enemy, they naturally hit it off. And this mysterious, the hanged man, didn't know what he was thinking. He cooperated with them at the cost of helping him eradicate the sun afterwards. The three teamed up to set a trap here, waiting for the arrival of Uranus sent by Gaia. After a long period of tug-of-war, Uranus was showing its decline, and they were about to take down the most powerful force under Gaia, the mother of the earth. But this time it happened unexpectedly. The hanged man went to fight with Phobos and fell behind. The pressure on Uranus here was greatly reduced, and he had already started to fight back. The two had to struggle to suppress Uranus. Damn, How do I think someone is targeting us? Prometheus was angry, and his intuition belonging to the prophet made him realize that something was not right. The reason why he has to stay in the Caucasus Mountains is not that the chains of Zhou 4.4 can restrain him, but that he is worried that getting out of trouble will attract the attention of Gaia, the mother of the earth. For this reason, he waited for Chiron, the ready-made substitute in the past, so as to hide from Mother Earth's eyes and leave like a cicada shedding its shell. But Phobos and Hercules go, disrupting his plans. At this moment, the situation was interrupted by these two people. As if he ran away, someone sent these two to chase after him. He suspected that he was being watched. When he was surprised, on the distant gray mountain, Pandora, who was holding a black box, smiled lightly at the corner of his beautiful mouth. The 5 fingers of the slender palm are bent, stroking the top cover of the black box, as if holding everything that is happening in the boundless world. It was as if everything was under her control. Chapter 162. Bang! The brilliant gold collided with the curtain-like darkness. The majestic force shook the void, and the mountains swayed and collapsed. Phobos indifferently locked the tall figure hanging upside down in the heavy curtain, and one by one sun bombs rushed into the depths of the curtain. Boom, boom, boom. The violent air flow was blazing and continuous, and the suns burst into thousands of bright lights, tearing open the layers of curtains. Brilliantly light like heat, carrying unparalleled power, bombarding the hanged man. The dark and depraved aura filled the air. The latter gritted his teeth, and the vast aura of the primordial sea emerged behind him. Light and darkness intertwined. Fantasy and reality danced together. The boiling vast ocean carries unparalleled power to resist Phobos's sun power. Is this the trick again? It seems that we have to repeat the last battle. Phobos grinned, grabbed the depths of the void, and Apollo in the Temple of Light threw out the golden book of light. The dazzling golden book with the sun and flame totems on the cover suddenly appeared in the void, turning the pages one by one. The splendid power of light and the surging primordial wave, surging impact. Boom. The majestic force slammed 31 times, and the surrounding void cobwebs collapsed and shattered. The splendid fire of light ripped apart the illusory primordial ocean and spread violently onto the hanging figure. The dark darkness is lit up, and the deep depravity is purified. The power of the sun that naturally restrained the hanged man caused the left hand of the god to let out a shrill cry and retreat. Seeing that his situation was not good, Prometheus and Uriah tried to rescue him. But Uranos in the sky saw the opportunity, and the surging divine power turned into invisible sky, covering the two. In front of this first-generation god-king of the true primitive level, whether it is the Lord of the Mountains or the bound great prophet, it is somewhat unstoppable, let alone rescuing the hanged man. Seeing that the two of them could not come to help, and the sky was covered with light, the hanged man struggled to break out of the light and went to the two of Uriah. Hercules, stay away, you can't participate in this level of battle. Phobos said to Hercules, and the figure turned into a brilliant golden light and chased away. Looking at his back, Hercules touched his head helplessly. Why did that be **ch from Pandora want me to be with him? He has always done it. I can only watch from the side. It's really a useless foil. The strong brown-haired man who aspires to be the greatest hero retreats into the distance, mocking himself. In the sky, as the hanged man and Phobos passed one after another, the situation became extremely complicated. 5 vast figures are intertwined, and the powerful force shakes many mountains, shattering the earth and the void. Uriah, Prometheus, and the hanged man joined forces to attack Uranus and Phobos. Who are you? Uranos frowned at Phobos, while the invisible Tianyu resisted the attack of the 3 of Uriah, and his eyes were full of guard against the blond boy. Phobos glanced at him and said nothing. Bright sunlight slammed into the 3 of Prometheus, but the target was not the hanged man, but Uriah, the tall lord of the mountains. He hadn't forgotten his real goal this time. The furious power of the sun hit the rock-like skin of Uriah, leaving a trail of traces, and the lord of the mountains could not help roaring. Blonde boy, ******** me off. The master of the earth and mountains, roaring and waving his fists, slammed towards Phobos. Under the fierce fist, Phobos did not retreat. Starlight flickered all over his body, pulling the vast etheric power in Apollo's body with the star-fighting spirit. The boundless power erupted from the consummate vast universe and poured into his body powerfully. Boom! The power of ether surged, and a sharp punch collided with Uriah. The fists and shadows intertwined, and the void shattered. The giant body of the Lord of the Mountains banged back a few steps, looking at the small and thin blonde figure in front of him. His huge eyes were full of horror and disbelief. "This is impossible." Uriah let out a thunderous roar, and the majestic aura that belonged to the mountains flashed around him and was pressed down by another fist mark. There was also a punch from Phobos. Bang! The fist shadow collided again. The vast etheric power was like a hammer, slamming hard on the bones of Uriah's hand. Click! The crisp sound is like a mountain cracking, echoing the surrounding space. Uriah knelt down on one knee in pain, covered her broken right fist with her left hand, and stared in horror at the blonde figure approaching him step by step. Prometheus, the hanged man, and Uranus, who were fighting fiercely over there, stopped their duel and looked here. Prometheus and Uranus were full of shock in their eyes. Uriah, the Lord of the Mountains, the incarnation of the mountains of the earth, his divine body is one of the most indestructible peaks. Since the time of ignorance, no one has ever been able to match him in the strength of the divine body, and he is the best at melee combat among the gods. But now, in the collision between fist and fist, he was smashed by this thin and elegant blonde boy with one punch. What level of divine power is this? The two were a little terrified, but Phobos ignored their horror, holding the golden book of light in his hand, and approached Uriah, who was kneeling on one knee, step by step. "Stop!" Prometheus and the hanged man shouted and killed Phobos. There was also a change in the expression of Uranus, and there was a struggle on his face. Gaia asked him to take Uriah back, but he himself did not want her to do so, and Uriah is also his brother. Full of contradictions in his heart, the first generation of God King moved slowly. Prometheus and the hanged man were blocked by the brilliant light of the golden book of light. Phobos hurried to the front of the Lord of the Mountains. Uriah looked panicked, roared and waved his fists, and slammed into the surrounding light power like thunder, trying to blast out a way of life. "Accept your 307 destiny." Phobos' voice was low, and the stars were shining all over his body. With the help of Apollo's mighty power that surpassed the original vast universe, he shot thousands of majestic fists in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The violent power shattered everything, pierced through time and space, and poured down on Uriah's tall body like a torrential rain. The Lord of the Mountains was bleeding profusely, and the phantoms of the mountains filled his body, blocking the front of Phobos, trying to get a chance to breathe. But under the shining shadow of the stars, the towering mountain ranges collapsed and shattered in an instant, and the power of Wuyu poured down his tall body mercilessly. Bang! With a huge sound that shook the world, the Lord of the Mountains stared down at the front. It was difficult to remember that golden figure. Immediately, his rock-like tall body slowly fell into the dust and was torn apart. There was only a tan heart, beating and flying into the white palm of Phobos in the brilliance of the sun. Prometheus and the hanged man stared at this scene dazedly. And there was an angry roar from Uranus, and I saw thousands of phantoms of vines like roots, with a strong earth breath, showing from the first generation of God King. Mother Earth Gaia's gorgeous eyes penetrated through layers of space, freezing Phobos to death. But just as her murderous intention broke out, the same golden figure, with a majestic and imposing aura, stepped into the depths of the earth and came to her majestic temple. "Mother Earth, Apollo wants to confirm one thing with you today." Chapter 163. Outside the dark and majestic temple, Apollo was shrouded in brilliant light, and his golden eyes glanced indifferently at the closed door ahead. Boom! The blazing power of light rushed through the door of the temple. The dazzling light sprinkled all over the dim temple, reflecting the beautiful and plump figure of Mother Earth. The four eyes met, and an icy, murderous intent instantly filled the air. Sitting high on the seat, Gaia, who was wearing a long khaki skirt, had beautiful eyes and morihan, with a majestic aura like the earth, rolling over the intruding golden figure. But seeing the power of light flickering, Apollo did not waver as he walked into the majestic earth temple step by step, approaching the figure of Meow Man in a long khaki dress above. The splendid power of light and the mighty power of the rich and rich earth were violently impacted. Gaia drank lowly. Apollo, no matter what, I am your grandmother, and you broke into my temple without authorization. What do you want to do? What? Apollo chuckled and suddenly bent down, as if picking up something. Then look around. The golden eyes suddenly saw the back of Gaia's seat, and there was an illusory and real-world phantom flashing faintly. He said solemnly, Earth Mother, you are really close to ascending to the highest level, but at such a rank, why should you cooperate with the supreme mother goddess of a foreign land? Gaia's face changed, and he sat above and said coldly, I don't understand what you are talking about, and now you get out of my temple for me. Get out, that can't be done. Apollo's eyes were indifferent, and the vast power of light rushed towards Gaia like a tidal wave. Mother Earth, I have long heard that you were second only to Chaos among the 5 primordial gods. I have been in primordial for a while, but I would like to see how far apart I am from a senior primordial like you. Bang! The blazing power of light broke through the space and exploded the entire Earth temple in an instant, like a sharp arrow, locking on Gaia. Since you long for death, then I will give you true destruction. With a bang, the seat under Gaia burst, and her graceful and plump figure suddenly disappeared. Immediately, the incomparably thick, mighty power of the earth shrouded in all directions towards where Apollo stood, like fists, smashing Apollo's whole body. The golden figure shrouded in light had a smile on the corner of his mouth, and between his arms bluffed, a brilliant golden flame shone on the dark ground like a flame. Boom! The light and the mighty power of the earth collided violently, and the huge sound shook the vast world. In the depths of the dark underworld, Tartarus and Nyx opened their eyes at the same time, and cast their eyes into the depths of the earth, feeling the 2 breaths of the confrontation. Gaia and Apollo, they fought each other after all. Tartarus sneered. Nyx's beautiful face, shrouded in a black veil, is as tranquil as water, and her eyes that twinkle in the night are deep. Boom! In the depths of the dark earth, brilliant light continued to spread, and the infinite power of the surrounding earth was rolling in all directions. Both Apollo and Gaia looked cold, staring at each other as cold as iron. The duel is only a moment. The blazing light and the thick earth have violently collided hundreds of times. Although the two did not use their full strength, they were enough to shake the whole world. Hearing a loud noise, the vast land from the depths of the earth to the ground was torn apart directly, and the two were killed to the ground. At this moment, every deity on the vast land felt the impact of this terrifying power. On Mount Olympus, the gods were horrified. The terrifying power fluctuations, the bright light and the solid earth. Is it the god of light fighting against the mother of the earth? The gods were horrified to perceive the 2 auras of the duel in the distance, with panic on their faces. The expression of Artemis, who was walking with Athena, changed, and his cold eyes suddenly stared into the distance with worry. Trust him, he will be the greatest god in history. Even Mother Earth can't beat him. Looking at the sky, Athena was very confident. Artemis nodded. In the palace of the god king, Hera, who was full of anger and anxiety, suddenly became happy. Zeus, Apollo, and Mother Earth have faced each other. As long as Mother Earth defeats him, we will have a chance. These 2 abominable sluts, Athena and Artemis, have imprisoned Ares and Hermes, leaving us without any supporters. Zeus' face was not as happy as hers. He raised his head and stared into the distance, and whispered, I hope Gaia can really defeat him. When the gods of Olympus were discussing, the gods of the ocean and the underworld were also shocked to look to the sky and pay attention to this duel. Their gazes had nothing to do with Apollo or Gaia. The splendid bright torrent and the rich and powerful earth collided fiercely in all directions. Suddenly, in Gaia's palm, a crystal jade bottle with a strong aura of life appeared, which was her original artifact, the bottle of life. Apollo, you will understand the majesty of life and abundance. Death is not the most terrible, life is. Gaia murmured softly. The earth's divine power poured into the bottle of life in his hand, and the crystal-clear jade bottle burst out with extremely rich life force, surging at where Apollo was. In an instant, thousands of babies' cries echoed in Apollo's ears. These voices are pure and immature, bringing the beauty and vigor of life to the world. But it is such a voice, falling in the depths of the light, but it is like a terrible curse, entangled and stagnant with brilliant brilliance. Apollo's expression became solemn, and a mottled rusty sword appeared in his palm. Life is beautiful, but destruction is also doomed, and the world cannot escape such a fate. The flaming mottled rust sword, with its monstrous destructive power, erupted with blazing brilliance. One after another fiery red sword light tore apart the entanglement of life and fell to the ground. Laugh! The thick phantom of the earth was cut by the burning sword light. A ray of aftermath swept past Gaia's head, and Mother Earth looked horrified. Under dodging, a strand of hair was burned and cut off. Apollo, this world-annihilating weapon of yours can't be called unmatched. Gaia gritted her teeth and sneered, and emerald green water droplets were poured out of the bottle of life. Watering the virtual space, it turned into a continuous stretch of river, quenching the burning sword energy. Apollo didn't care and waved the palm of his sword. Ping! The mottled rusty sword fell sharply on the crystal jade bottle, and the sharp blade left a crack on the white bottle. With their icy gazes facing each other in the void, Apollo and Gaia pushed their divine power to the true extreme at the same time. At this time, the two found themselves unknowingly, came to the mountains of Urea. Below, Phobos, Prometheus, Uranus, and the Hanged Man are staring at them. Uranus, come and help me, Gaia shouted, and a root-like pitch-black vine wrapped around Uranus. The first-generation god-king struggled to be dragged in front of her, turning into an invisible vast sky, shrouding her phantom on the earth. At the same time, in the depths of the earth, the vast world that was gradually becoming real in the illusory world was swirling into the phantom of the sky and the earth. In the depths of the boundless ocean, the ocean crust vibrates at the same time, condensing the boundless ocean in this illusory world. The sky, the earth, and the ocean are gradually solidifying, but the majestic mountains on the earth appear to be somewhat flawed. Gaia glanced bitterly at Phobos, who held the golden book of light in one hand and Uriah's heart in the other. Apollo, don't you want to see my strength? Okay, Zhao, then I'll show you. Drinking coldly, the almost solid illusory world around her suddenly overlapped with her figure, and a majestic and vast supreme aura instantly covered the vast world. The faces of Tartarus and Nyx in the depths of the underworld were dignified. The Lord of the Abyss lost his voice. She is really going to be promoted to the highest level. The last flaw is not difficult for her at all, and she will soon be able to condense into a complete world. A near-complete world. Apollo's golden eyes flashed, and he focused on Gaia. A smile suddenly appeared on the bright cheeks. That's right. I really want to see if there is any difference between the starry sky and the universe in my body compared to the so-called complete world. The words fell, and endless bright starlight suddenly appeared all over his body. The stars that glowed or did not glow, or rotated or revolved, were bright and brilliant, forming a galaxy of galaxies. And these galaxies form vast river systems, star clusters, and superstar clusters, which are endless and dazzling, forming the entire boundless universe. Indescribable grandeur, splendid and surging, covering the whole world in the blink of an eye. Chapter 164. Dead Silence. The whole world is shrouded in silence. Gaia's eyes did not contain the slightest emotion, and the illusory earth and sky behind him gradually resonated with the original earth and sky of the outside world. The continuous power of the earth, sky, and ocean was absorbed into her illusory world, making it truly solid. On the opposite side of her, the golden figure of Apollo flickered with brilliance, and the dazzling stars revolved and radiated, emanating boundless mighty power. Countless stars form the vast universe, starry sky, and the power of infinite ether sweeps all directions. Whether it is a god or a mortal thing, there is only fear and horror on his face at this moment. Looking at the two vast worlds, I only feel my own insignificance and lowliness. Suddenly, Apollo and Gaia moved at the same time. There is no fancy magic and no artifact of any kind. The boundless world where the earth and the sky are connected, the vast universe where the stars shine, bang together. Boom. This is a real collision between heaven and earth, and the indescribable sound broke through the distance between heaven and earth in an instant, echoing in the ears of every living creature in the world. The loudness of the voice and the grandeur of the scene deeply shocked the hearts of every life who saw this picture. But for the warring two, it was just a light touch. Gaia deeply locked onto the golden silhouette of the stars shining in front of him, with a dignified expression. Apollo, your strength is indeed beyond my expectations, but how can you compete with the vast world with just a few stars? Suddenly, she waved her hand. The vast virtual shadow of the world behind him, the earth and the sky shook together, as if a giant waved his fist and smashed towards Apollo. Good come. Amidst the brilliance of the stars, Apollo drank softly. The universe within the body roared, and hundreds of millions of stars shook at the same time, spreading out their arms in front of them. 307 bang. The fists clash, the worlds collide. The terrifying aftermath instantly spread to the boundless world outside. Even at the end of the darkest and deepest underworld, the realm of the abyss and the night was shaken, swayed, and almost collapsed. Tartarus' face was gloomy. Looking at the two figures colliding in the distant sky, his palms could not help clenching. What a terrifying power! Even if Gaia is almost at the highest level, what is Apollo's divine body? And it has become a world of its own, enough to compare with the highest power? When he was shocked and puzzled, the gods of the earth, the vast sky, the underworld, the ocean, and other places were full of shock. For many ordinary gods, the duel between the main gods is already a big scene, and the power of the primordials to affect a part of the world is even more unimaginable. But at the moment, this almost supreme collision, the fight between the world and the universe, is completely beyond their imagination. Focusing on the magnificent picture in the void, their minds went blank. Only a few powerful gods can maintain clear thinking. On a remote island, Pallas, who looks unremarkable, looks at the distant sky. His eyes are full of solemnity. He whispered, "In the current era, is a new supreme being born. I have to speed up the action." Having said that, he suddenly looked deeply at Gaia, perceiving the illusory world in her that resonated with the outside world, and frowned. She will not be preparing, and in Olympus, Zeus, who felt the shocking confrontation in the void, sweated on his face and clenched his palms in disbelief. DB, it's impossible that they are all beyond the original realm. The king of the gods is like a deflated ball. His eyes are gray. If he still had a glimmer of hope before, he felt that he might not have the chance to make a comeback. At this moment, witnessing the world-like supreme power of Apollo and Guyana, he fully understands that he will never be able to reach such a state. In the face of this supreme greatness, the so-called king of the gods is always just a joke. Boom, boom, boom. The Apollo-Gaia collision continues. The vast sky and the vast stars are constantly impacting, and the terrifying sound continues to shake the boundless world. The fight between the two was faster than a hurricane, and more violent than a thunderbolt. Even the original gods, such as Tartarus, could not keep up with their speed at all. It can only be seen that the two vast worlds are constantly colliding, endlessly. I don't know how long it lasted. Suddenly, Gaia staggered and fell into the void, bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Her gigantic world, where the earth and the vast sky were connected, had opened several cracks at some point in time, which was shocking. On the opposite side of her, the golden figure of Apollo is as old as ever, and the splendid stars are intertwined. It's almost. You still have flaws and you can't compete with the perfect me, unless you really set foot on the highest. 99 Apollo glanced at her lightly, his tone calm. Ignorant Junior, how do you know what is the real supreme? Supreme is not just as simple as a complete world by itself. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth, but Gaia was not afraid to laugh, and her glamorous cheeks were full of madness. Suddenly, a generally terrifying chill shrouded the hearts of all beings in the world. Gaia's icy and crazy eyes stared at this boundless world, gritted her teeth, Apollo, you forced me. The earth, ocean, mountains, and sky of this world are all from me. Today I will take back all of them and let them return to me again. When her voice fell, whether it was Tartarus, Nyx in the underworld, or Pallas in the ocean, the complexion changed in horror. The first two rushed out of the underworld in an instant, and the power of the boundless abyss and the heavy darkness enveloped Gaia violently. You can't stop me. 5 Gaia laughed wildly, her snow-white arms raised high. I saw the almost solid illusory world behind her, rapidly expanding in the blink of an eye, overlapping with the vast sky, the boundless earth, the galloping ocean, and the towering mountains. In the blink of an eye, the world called Greece shook endlessly, as if it had changed its owner, producing an infinite repulsive force, forcing Apollo, Tartarus, Nyx, etc., out of the periphery of the world, into the chaotic void beyond the world. Apollo's expression changed, and he abruptly picked up Phobos below, flashing illusory holy spirits on his body at the same time, overlapping into one. The Holy Spirit looked at him, and then at Phobos, and the three of them radiated divine brilliance at the same time, forming a whole. God's arrival, Trinity. Sacred light sprinkled all over this shaking world, coupled with the surging etheric power, it stabilized the figure. And people such as Tartarus, Nyx, Pallas, etc., were all forcibly sent into the chaos outside the world. It also includes the mysterious magician and the Messiah from the foreign land, but the hanged man disappeared without a trace for some reason. And in the deep chaos, a vast will was suddenly awakened, and locked the shaking world with terrifying anger and icy cold, and let out a terrifying low roar. Gaia, how dare you invade my world? Chaos, the god of chaos, has awakened. This world, which he named Greece, was the foundation of his high rank. Although the world is made up of many primordials, the real master is still his chaos, and the other primaries are just working for him. At this moment, Gaia actually usurped the world that belonged to him. The god of chaos was extremely angry, and when he roared, he lowered the infinite power of chaos. Gaia, who stands on the top of the world, has a sneer on her beautiful cheeks. Apollo, didn't you say that I cooperated with the supreme goddess of the foreign land? In fact, I didn't have a deep relationship with her at all before, and now it is the real cooperation. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a blue light flickering, opening a gap in the back of the world. Immediately, a long and turbulent dark river flowed out from there and blocked in front of chaos. The Mother River of Abundance. It is the supreme mother goddess who came here with the help of the dimensional watchman's ability. The figure with a dark cloak and a translucent mask exclaimed. In the vast and meandering and rich river, thousands of pieces of pitch black meat suddenly appeared, forming a terrifying figure in the shape of a female goat. It is the 3 pillars of the exotic, the black goat of the forest that the supreme mother goddess breeds thousands of descendants. The moment she descended, on the back of the world that was usurped by Gaia, tentacles with roots like tree roots and vines appeared, wrapping the entire world in the blink of an eye. Apollo, who temporarily stabilized his body and resisted the repulsive force of the world by means of the god's arrival technique, realized something, and his face was solemn. Gaia laughed wildly. Supreme Mother Goddess, lend me your power, and let the descendants of my bloodline know what it means to surrender to the Mother. 99 Suddenly, the tentacles like roots curled up into Gaia's body. It made Gaia's glamorous and plump body twisted and terrifying, and she smirked and controlled tentacles, covering the entire world. Apollo, I said you don't understand what is supreme. The so-called supreme is not only to have a complete world, but also to have its own god system. What I want to usurp is not only the world of chaos, but also the pantheon he created. He named his world Greece, and my world should be called Rome. 35. Chapter 165. As Gaia's voice fell, the tentacles like tree roots stretched long. Olympus, the ocean, the underworld, all over the world, almost every god was horrified to discover that dark tentacles stretched out from their bodies and wrapped themselves tightly around them. Damn, what is this? 35 At the top of Olympus, Zeus and Hera looked at their tentacles in horror, horrified. They tried to struggle, but the dark tentacles like the roots of vines, like the blood they were born with, lingered, no matter how hard they tried. The entanglement outside was getting tighter and tighter. Not only them, but outside the palace of the king of gods, the numerous gods of Olympus also struggled desperately under this tightly entangled tentacle. In the ocean, so did Amphitrite, the queen of the sea, with her son Triton and the many gods of the ocean. In the underworld, Hades, who was sitting high on the throne, looked at the densely covered tentacles. His iron-like complexion was a little pale, and a scene in deep memory made him lose his voice. This is the god system modification that can only be performed by the Supreme. Each Supreme has his own world and can freely formulate the world structure. In addition, the Supreme must have his own divine system, become the unique Supreme God in the divine system, and be able to freely control every deity belonging to his divine system, including arbitrarily modifying their appearance, memory, and even. Having said that, the tentacles were already coldly gripping his neck, making his throat hoarse and weak. Staring at the glamorous figure of Gaia in the sky, Hades said with difficulty, "This is not. It shouldn't be. You are still not complete, Supreme." Before he finished speaking, tentacles wrapped around him completely, and Gaia's icy voice echoed in his ears. "Hades, I don't know your real identity very well, but it doesn't matter anymore. From now on, you are no longer Hades, the Hades of the Greek pantheon of chaos, but the Pluto of my Roman pantheon." Pluto. At the same time, Zeus, Hera, and other gods also heard voices one by one. "Zeus, from now on your name is Jupiter, the king of the Roman pantheon. 99 Hera, from now on your name is Juno, the goddess of Jupiter. Hephaestus, I give you the name Vulcan. Hermes, I give you the name of Mercury. Athena, Artemis, I give you the names Minerva and Diana. 35 Eris." One after another voice echoed all over the world, and the gods were at a loss. And many mortal objects are directly erased under the infinite might. Countless dark tentacles entangled the entire world. At the end, there was only a golden figure of light, not covered by tentacles. Gaia's icy eyes indifferently looked at Apollo, who was still insisting not to be rejected by the world, and said, "Are you satisfied with such a result?" The power on her body became more and more vast, and she usurped the entire Greek pantheon, and she made the final breakthrough. Suddenly, Apollo's body also grew dark tentacles, strangling towards his throat. Gaia has not yet fully ascended to the highest level before. The reason why she can freely control the gods is because almost every god in this world, the blood flowing in her body originates from her. She is the source of the blood of the gods. And the black goat of the supreme mother goddess from an exotic land is best at reproduction and uses blood to imprison the descendants. Apollo is also a descendant of Gaia's blood. In the bright light, dark tentacles tightly wrapped around his golden figure. It turns out that the so-called Supreme is not just as simple as a complete world by itself. This time I am careless. Apollo's face was calm. He looked at the tentacles wrapped around him. He raised his hand abruptly, and a divine force blasted towards him. Bang! Hearing a light explosion, his golden, handsome divine body instantly shattered into pieces, and pieces of flesh and blood fell into the ground. Gaia's expression changed. I saw the place where the Apollo god body collapsed, and a golden, illusory, spiritual body immediately emerged, with a magnificent sacredness surrounding the stars and forming the boundless universe. Gaia. As long as you reach the original level, the form of the divine body has long ceased to be tangible matter and energy, and your bloodline cannot confine me at all. Cut off this dilapidated body. Can you still use your blood to influence me? One after another brilliant stars revolved and intertwined. The vast universe formed the outline of a human figure, and a brilliant light glowed with flesh and blood. The stars are the skeleton, the light is flesh and blood, and a sacred and splendid handsome figure reappears in the void. Golden eyes that were more fiery than flames glanced at Gaia's glamorous face indifferently. Mother Earth gritted her teeth and said, "Even so, you still can't win against me. With the world and the divine system, I am already truly supreme. Now, get me out of this world." Following Gaia's low roar, An extremely strong and terrifying repulsion force hovered around Apollo's golden figure. Everything seems to be facing the most hateful enemy, violently rejecting his existence. The space opened a door directly under his feet, and the invisible force pushed him to the chaos outside the world. In the chaos outside, the female goat composed of pieces of black meat in the rich river was fighting fiercely with Chaos, who had recovered from the depths of the chaos. However, Chaos did not know the reason. Even though the world and the gods were being usurped by Gaia, he still did not fully recover, showing his supreme power. Therefore, although it is not the supreme mother goddess who came in the real body, it is indistinguishable to fight with him. During the battle between the two, Pallas, Tartarus, Nyx, and the exotic Messiah were all anxiously watching the battle. Pallas stared closely at the chaotic depths where Chaos's true body was, gritted his teeth, and whispered, "It's this time. You are still suppressing my real body. I don't believe it's really at the end. You can't hold back." On the other side, the figure with the dark cloak and the translucent mask is staring closely at the supreme mother goddess in the rich mother river and is about to take action. But the Messiah beside him stopped him. "In your current state, once you use the infinite core, you will quickly get out of control. If you don't use the infinite core, you won't be able to fight at this level at all." Don't say more. My father has already foreseen everything. We just need to watch quietly." In the deep chaos, this handsome young man with golden and white rays of light all over his body looked at Apollo with a clear smile. Under the power of the highest pressure, Apollo's golden figure was forced into chaos step by step. Flowers, even though his Trinity divine power is almost supreme and the etheric body becomes a world by itself, it is still difficult to fight against the supreme in the supreme world. If I burst out the etheric body with all my strength, it is not impossible to penetrate the earth and the sky, but my sister and the others are still inside. Frowning at the time and space where the repulsive force is getting bigger and bigger, Apollo sighed softly. Gaia walked step by step, and under the huge repulsion, he was finally completely forced out of the world. But just as the gap in the world was about to close, Apollo suddenly raised his right hand and shot a ray of light below. A touch of golden spirit fell into the vast world. "What have you done?" Chaos and the edge of the world. Gaia's expression changed, and his glamorous eyes stared at Apollo. The latter smiled lightly. "It's nothing. I just think that your god system still lacks a god in charge of light. Come on, let's continue the contest." Boom. The brilliant bright torrent cut through the chaos and bombarded Gaia's plump and beautiful body. Mother Earth was furious and tried to return to her own world to check the situation, but she couldn't get rid of Apollo at all. Outside of her own world, she, the newly promoted Supreme, had no obvious advantage in the face of Apollo, who had a complete etheric body. And Tartarus and Nyx also came over there to help Apollo. Several figures are entangled together. Chaos is chaos because the order of time and space is completely different from other places. As they fight, the world has been usurped by Gaia, and the years pass quietly. "Apollo, you are finally awake." As soon as he woke up, Apollo saw a delicate and beautiful face with shining silver hair. His worries faded, and he looked at him with joy. The face of the other party was full of familiarity, which made him startled. "Apollo, why do you look like you don't know me? We are twin spirits, Diana the incarnation of nature, Apollo the incarnation of light, eternal siblings." 35. It must be that you are too tired to build this city wall. That damn woman in Juno. Sooner or later, I will shoot her head with my silver arrow. The silver-haired girl named Diana stared at him worriedly, while coldly touching the silver bow and arrow on her body. Apollo looked at her, and then looked at the surrounding city wall, which had just been half built, and came to his senses. "It seems that I succeeded. An array of spiritual body descended on this body that was reunited from my previously shattered divine body. Gaia didn't know that I was smashing the old body on purpose, not just to break her blood control over me. After she was trapped in chaos by my real body, the world automatically gave me birth according to a kind of instinct. I am now the son of Jupiter, the king of the gods, the younger brother of Diana, the goddess of hunting and nature, and Apollo, the god of light. And now I'm being punished here to build a wall for the mortal king for shooting the boa constrictor sent by the goddess Juno. When he whispered in his heart, Diana's eyes became more worried. Looking at her appearance that resembled Artemis, Apollo showed a smile on his face, approached, and said softly, "Sister, you are still so beautiful." Chuan. Chapter 166. The younger brother's straightforward compliment made the silver-haired girl's cheeks blush, and she leaned on her side and said weakly, "Apollo, don't learn from those mortals. Is it a bad study to tell the truth?" Apollo chuckled and looked around. "Sister, let's go back," he said to Diana. The latter was surprised. "You don't continue to build the wall. This is an order from our father god." "Father," Apollo sneered. "Whether it is Zeus or this Jupiter, they are all virtuous, and the ghosts will pay attention to him. I'm hungry. Let's go hunt a deer first," he said to Diana. Diana nodded. Although she didn't know why her brother, who was a goddess, said he was hungry, she was most happy to be able to hunt with him. As the goddess of hunting and nature, what she likes is to gallop in the woods, bathe in the fresh breath of nature, hunt some prey, and cook it for her brother and mother. But since the younger brother shot and killed the python sent by the stinky woman Juno in order to save himself, he was punished here to build a city wall for mortals. In order to accompany her younger brother, she hadn't hunted for a long time. Seeing her happy figure walking in front, a 3, 2, 3 smile appeared on the corner of Apollo's mouth. "Sister, even if your name and memory have been modified, you still have such a personality, and I will definitely rescue you." He clenched his fists secretly, and his golden eyes scanned the boundless world. Now, this world already belongs to Gaia. All the gods were controlled by her, and their memory was modified. I have to start action as soon as possible. Trying to rescue my sister, Aphrodite, and the others from Gaia's hands is by no means an easy thing, especially since my body now only has the power of a higher god. Feeling the weak divine power in his body, Apollo's face did not change much. At that time, he just shattered this body, and the divine power in it was concentrated and taken away. To compete with Gaia of the highest level, any power is precious and necessary. Originally, divine descent could share power, but Gaia's high-level power completely blocked this connection. But he already had a plan for this. "Gaia, you can block the power sharing of God's arrival, but you can't cut off another thing." With a calm look, Apollo opened the system map page, and there were many treasure chests refreshed on it. "Hey, there is a high-level treasure chest nearby, which should allow me to quickly advance to the main god." 35 After taking a glance, Apollo quickly caught up with the silver-haired girl in front and guided her to the place where the treasure chest was. Along the way, Diana took several prey seriously and finally reached a river. "Apollo, wait a minute, I'll deal with them all." Diana happily took a tall deer and a few rabbits and walked to the river. Apollo took the opportunity to find the treasure chest, and after opening it, the system prompts, "Ding, you have opened a high-level treasure chest and obtained the source crystal *150, the divine art blazing sun pupil, 2 stars, and the divine weapon galaxy scepter, 2 stars." Looking at the divine origin crystal and the long silver-white divine scepter in his hand, Apollo nodded. Under the revision of the world, this body was born less than 20 years old and barely reached the upper god, but with these source crystals, it will soon be able to reach the peak of the upper god, plus my guild's dawning domain and other divine arts. It is enough to defeat some low-level main gods. There is also this divine scepter, a very top-notch main artifact, which is very helpful for the improvement of combat power. Gaia was dragged outside. The strongest in this world should be Jupiter and other god kings. It is probably only about the 9th order of the main god, but Uranos may be hidden, and you need to beware of him. Saying so, Apollo put away the divine scepter and divine source crystal in his hand. As for how to break Gaia's control, he has no clue yet, but he thinks that as long as he improves himself enough, join forces inside and outside, break this world, and kill Gaia, then everything will definitely be solved. He's confident it won't take much time. "Apollo, I'm done baking," Diana called him loudly, waving her white arms by the river. Walking to the river, Apollo grabbed a deer leg and gnawed it directly and praised, "My sister's craftsmanship is still so good. He is actually Artemis." But the silver-haired girl in front of her just thought it was her younger brother who was praising herself, and she couldn't help showing a sweet smile on her face. Compared to before, the younger brother seems to have become a lot more cheerful. Once on the island with his mother, he only liked to watch himself hunt and play the lyre melancholy by himself, the sound of which was full of sadness. She knew that he was worried about her mother and herself, the odious goddess of Olympus, who always liked to send monsters to hurt them. The younger brother is always angry that he is not strong enough to protect his mother and himself in the best way. But how does he know that what she wants most is that he spends every day happily, not full of worries? She is the elder sister and should protect the younger brother. Now she can fully feel that the depression in her brother's heart has disappeared, and she is very happy to eat the food she made. In the past, her care would have made him feel heavier, but now he doesn't. The silver-haired girl was very pleased with such a cheerful brother. The good times always pass quickly. Since that day, Diana found that her younger brother would never build the city wall again, either exercising and improving herself alone or hunting with her. Although it was fun to be with him, the silver-haired girl couldn't help but worry. Apollo, the construction of the city wall is a punishment that our Father God asked the goddess of justice to do. If they find that you are only half-built and stop, I am afraid there will be a lot of trouble. For her concern, Apollo just smiled. Lightly tugging at the girl's bright hair, he smiled and said, "Don't worry, they can't do anything to me." Diana had to trust her brother. As the days passed, Apollo opened a few treasure chests nearby and obtained a lot of divine source crystals. After absorbing them, they quickly reached the peak of the upper gods. At the same time, he started to cultivate the etheric body and made a breakthrough, but he was still a long way from the beginning. On this day, a burly figure wearing armor and holding a big sword suddenly descended from the sky. Looking at the half-built city wall, he roared coldly, "Apollo, my foolish brother, how dare you disobey the order of the Father and stop the city wall when it is only half-built?" This burly figure glanced around with divine power and immediately sensed the breath of Apollo and Diana. He raised his big sword and grinned. "Very well, I didn't go far. Then let me, my brother, teach you an unforgettable lesson." Immediately, he was covered in the aura of war of blood and fire, and quickly came to the residence of Apollo and Diana. Apollo, who was talking to Diana, suddenly raised his golden eyes and looked out. What a familiar atmosphere of war. It seems that even if you no longer call your original name, Ares, you will inevitably bump into me again. Diana was a little strange, and suddenly felt the war suffocating from outside, and her face became solemn. "No, it's Mars, the god of war. He's Juno's son." The silver-haired girl looked anxious, picked up the bow and arrow, and was about to rush outside, and said to her brother at the same time, "Apollo, I'll stop him first. You leave quickly. Don't worry about me. I'm not punished. It's okay to be caught by him." "Sister, I said it's fine." Apollo smiled and held her down. His figure suddenly turned into a ray of light and rushed out of the room. "Apollo!" Diana hurriedly followed. However, he saw the golden figure of Apollo, shrouded in a brilliant light, silently waiting for the violent figure galloping in the distance. His short golden hair shone brightly, and his handsome and elegant face revealed a soul-stirring holiness. The burly figure wearing armor and holding a big sword in the sky finally walked over and was startled when he saw the blond boy in front of him. The god of war named Mars immediately let out a thunderous roar. "Apollo, do you know what sin you have committed? I only know that you are about to fall into the dust and collapse to the ground." Apollo said lightly. Without waiting for the other party to react, the silver-white galaxy divine scepter appeared in his hand, and the divine power was inspiring. At the same time, the dawning domain was opened at the same time, and the divine power rose from the peak of the upper god to the level comparable to the sixth order of the main god in an instant. Boom! When the silver-white divine scepter was swung, a gorgeous galaxy burst out, intertwined with the brilliant world of light 4.4, forming a colossal force that swarmed towards the tall figure resembling Ares. It was only then that the other party reacted and roared angrily. "Apollo, you disobeyed the orders of God the Father and dared to attack me. You should be hung in the sky with chains forged by Vulcan and burned by fire." While roaring, He raised the great sword in his hand, wielding the mighty power of blood and fire, facing the incoming force from the sky, with a look of disdain on his face. Although the offensive on the opposite side looks huge, but how powerful is a child born less than 20 years old? I also want to compete with the third-tier god of war as my own, which is really ignorant and arrogant. When you take him back, you must teach him a lesson he will never forget. When Mars thought so, his face suddenly changed wildly. I saw the dazzling rays of light intertwined with the galaxy-like starlight, tearing apart the picture of blood and fire like a bamboo, and be G on his huge sword. Under Diana's astonished gaze below, the originally ferocious god of war let out a startled roar. The bright torrent of starlight engulfed him, smashed to the ground like a meteorite, landed on the ground, ate a big mouthful of ashes, and was in a state of embarrassment. Chapter 167. Damn, how is this possible? Mars struggled to get up from the ground, his bright armor covered with dust, and looked at the blonde boy in the sky in disbelief. Diana's beautiful face on the other side was also full of surprise. When did the younger brother become so powerful? Mars is the powerful main god, known as the god of war. Staring at the golden figure in the sky, her beautiful eyes were half surprised and half happy. Damn, little boy, you must have attacked me just now. Let's come again. Mars, who struggled to get up, picked up the great sword that had fallen on the ground and charged into the sky with a roar. The monstrous evil spirit radiated from his whole body, echoing the traces of the sword, the killing of the people and horses, and the ferocity of blood and fire. Together to form a fierce war picture, the mighty force of death was condensed in his long body. On the sword, boom, the blood-colored great sword split the space and pointed directly at where Apollo was. Such a picture is familiar to me. Apollo sighed, and the galaxy scepter in his hand pointed forward. Jump! The stars intertwined with the silver-white divine scepter, guiding the majestic light in the sky, and collided with the menacing blood-colored sword. The crisp sound continued around, accompanied by the sparks that erupted from a distance of 31 and the cracked black void. And Mars' terrified voice. I saw the splendid brilliance of the Milky Way stars intertwined with the majestic light, tearing open the war picture of blood and fire, knife and sword, fighting and death dancing in the blink of an eye. The divine mighty power slammed into Mars's chest. The armor was shattered, the sword was broken, and the god of war screamed and flew backwards, not knowing where it fell. Apollo, when did you become so powerful? Flying to her brother's side, Diana's cold eyes looked up and down. How can you protect your sister if you're not great? Apollo smiled and looked at the beautiful girl with bright silver hair, graceful figure, and slender legs in front of him. Diana tilted her head shyly, and worry flashed in her eyes. But what's going on here will soon be known to Juno. She has a magical crystal that can see anywhere in the world, and she will definitely come back to trouble you. 5 Trouble me? Apollo chuckled lightly, his golden eyes looking at the distant sky. Gently sniffing the fresh, familiar breath from the girl's body, he said softly, "Trust me, she can't do anything to me, but it's your sister. Go and live with your mother and grandfather for a while." You want to be alone? Diana's silvery moon-like eyes suddenly widened. In the 20 years since she was born, she and her brother have always lived together and never thought that there would be a time to separate, especially when the younger brother may be in danger. No, we are twin spirits. We must be together no matter what. Diana looked closely at Apollo, and those golden eyes also looked at her closely, with a pleading expression on her handsome face. The beating of the silver-haired girl's heart gradually accelerated, and her crystal-clear cheeks slowly turned red. It was a very familiar and peculiar feeling, which made her a little dazed. As if it had happened before, no matter the past or present, or the changes of time, she would never be able to refuse the request given by the owner of these eyes. He was stunned for a long while, until the night dispelled the day. The moon goddess Luna took over the class of the sun god Thor and drove a silver moon car in the dark night sky. The bright white moonlight reflected on the girl's bright silver hair, adding a layer of splendor and coldness to her, and she said reluctantly, "Then you must take good care of yourself." Apollo nodded with a smile. "Sister, I know you trust me the most." Diana left the next day. Watching her beautiful back, Apollo's golden eyes became deep. Looking up into the distance, he whispered, "It's time to do some business. Mars should have returned to Olympus now. Let me see if this place has changed from before." While speaking, he opened the system map. There are a lot of treasure chests marked on it, and the most concentrated of them is the sacred mountain of Olympus. Speaking of which, Gaia is really lazy, and he knows how to modify his memory and fine-tune his appearance when dealing with the gods, so the place names are not changed at all, and Olympus is still called Olympus. After complaining, Apollo turned into a bright light and went to Olympus, the home of the gods. Along the way, he found a lot of treasure chests along the way, but most of them were beginners and intermediates, and there was only one advanced. These treasure chests are nothing good, but the large number of divine origin crystals still makes his divine power grow rapidly, and the cultivation of the etheric divine body is also close to the preliminary completion. When he was about to get to Olympus, he found that he was only a thin line away from the main god. So I decided to find a place to be promoted to the main god first and enter Olympus. And Mars, the god of war who was beaten and flew out, dragged his tattered armor, and it was very difficult to return to Olympus. Due to the serious injury, the speed of his return was completely beyond Apollo's estimation. He didn't arrive until Apollo began his ascension to the main god not far from Olympus. Master Mars, the numerous gods and nymphs of Mount Olympus were surprised to see the god of war in front of them, and they were very shocked. The illustrious main god of Olympus, the powerful existence in charge of war, didn't he go to inspect the son of the god king named Apollo and complete the progress of punishment? He encountered some powerful enemy and came back so embarrassed. The surprised eyes of the gods made Mars even more angry. Until now, he still didn't understand how he lost. Damn blonde child. He must have used some despicable means to plot against me. Otherwise, how could my god of war Mars be defeated? The gods understood what he meant and turned their heads with a smirk, as if we had not seen anything. But at this moment, a dazzling young girl with bright eyes came up. She had long pale blonde hair casually draped, and she was wearing bright armor, which set off her slender and graceful figure. A flawless and beautiful face, always with a symbolic smile, those dazzling eyes, even more profound wisdom as if penetrating everything. Just glanced at Mars, and she smiled lightly. Besides me, who else can beat you so badly? Mars' face suddenly turned gloomy like the bottom of a black pot, and his round eyes stared at the glorious girl in front of him. The goddess of wisdom born from the head of God the Father was the god he hated the most in Olympus. Even though she is just a delicate female god, she can always beat him to the ground, making his name of the god of war ridiculed by the gods. One day he can defeat her and defend the dignity of the god of war is his greatest pursuit at present. But this goal is always far away and there is no hope in sight. Minerva, I don't care about you. Knowing that no matter how much he said, he could only get humiliation, so Mars roared and rushed towards the palace of the god king. Looking at his hurried back, the goddess of wisdom named Minerva, a flash of brilliance flashed in his dazzling eyes. Mars went to monitor Apollo, but came back with such a serious injury. Could it have something to do with my young blonde brother? The face of the handsome and elegant blonde boy flashed through his mind, and the girl with pale blonde long hair immediately shook her head. It shouldn't be. Although Apollo and Diana are both gods with great potential, they were only born less than 20 years ago, and it is impossible to defeat Mars. Saying so, she walked towards the foot of Olympus. Suddenly, she vaguely saw a golden light and shadow flashing in front of her. Well, what is this? The girl in charge of wisdom, keenly aware of something, chased after it, but there was no gain at all. If it is an ordinary god, I must think that there is some kind of illusion and don't think about it anymore. But this goddess of wisdom's glorious white cheeks showed a touch of interest. I will never feel wrong. That light is a figure, and it feels very familiar to me. I want to see who it is. Staring at Olympus up and down, the bright eyes of the goddess of wisdom are full of determination. Chapter 168. Damn Apollo, damn Minerva, sooner or later I want you to look good. With a stomach full of grievances, Mars staggered to the palace of the god king, his face full of resentment. A handsome young man with black pupils, black hair and wings was standing at the gate. He saw his embarrassed appearance from a distance and jokingly said, "What's the matter? The dignified god of war has returned from defeat." An angry Mars stared at him coldly, his eyes almost bursting with fire. "Mercury, I see you've been upset for a long time, and today I'm going to tear off those wings from your body. Just like you are now. Do you want to beat me too?" 35 black-haired youth named Mercury. His eyes froze for a moment. As the messenger of Olympus and one of the 12 main gods, he hated the idea of others to beat his wings the most since he was born, which was his ban. Mercury himself couldn't say why, as if someone had done something to his wings a long time ago, which had left him with an indelible wound. But he didn't remember it at all. But no matter what, anyone who dares to speak with his wings is provoking his dignity. In an instant, the messenger of the gods, his handsome face with black hair and black pupils, seemed to be distorted and appeared in front of Mars with a coldness. The god of war was shocked. As half-brothers and gods of the same 12 gods, he naturally knew that Mercury's wings were taboos that he could not talk about. He just said it casually, and then he regretted it. But I didn't expect Mercury's reaction to be so great. Boom, boom, boom. The messenger of the gods in charge of travel has deep black pupils, and his silhouettes are intertwined in the void, and he punches Mars all over his body. These fists are so fast and powerful, even Mars may not be able to parry them normally, not to mention that the god of war is seriously injured at the moment. Facing the fastest Mercury among the gods, he had no ability to parry. Before he could react, hundreds of punches had been slapped heavily on his body. These fists still landed on his injured or vulnerable places, vicious and heavy. In the blink of an eye, Mars was knocked to the ground, twitching on the ground in pain. Mercury, I will tear off your wings." The painful god of war, with red eyes staring at the handsome figure with black hair and black pupils in the sky, let out a roar like a beast. Hearing that he dared to lift his own wings, Mercury's face became even more annoyed, and he raised his fist to start again. At this moment, a majestic figure came from the palace of the god king above. "Mercury, stop making trouble, and bring Mars to me." Only then did the messenger of the god stop, gave him a vicious glance, and raised Mars rudely, taking him to the great hall above. The hall of gods and kings, which symbolizes the core of the power of the gods, is tall and majestic. At this moment, it is empty inside, with only 2 figures sitting on the uppermost throne. In the center is a tall man with a burly body and a majestic face. He holds a spear that flashes with lightning. The other sitting on his left was a beautiful and graceful woman. She was wearing a long and luxurious skirt, with a noble and extraordinary temperament, a pair of white arms exposed, and a pair of beautiful eyes on her beautiful cheeks, always containing a chilling chill. This is Jupiter, king of the gods Olympus, king of thunder and lightning, and his wife, the queen of gods, Juno. Seeing Mars, who was brought in by Mercury like a beach of ooze, the goddess Juno's glamorous cheeks froze for a moment, and then she shouted angrily, "Mars, what happened? Just asking you to check on Apollo's punishment. How could you, a master god, act like this?" Hearing his mother's questioning, the god of war raised his head with difficulty and said angrily, "That goddamn Apollo, he not only disobeyed the orders of God the Father and failed to complete the construction of the city wall, he also set up an ambush against me." "Apollo plotted against you?" Juno and Jupiter were both a little surprised. Mercury even sneered. "Mars, how incompetent you are. The god of war, a dignified master god, was seriously injured by a young god who was born less than 20 years ago. No wonder mortals now say secrets. Neva is the real god of war. 39. B asterisk 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 D. Even if you go, it's not much better than me." Mars roared furiously. The god king Jupiter above touched his throne and said solemnly, "You are all my children, the main god of Olympus. Stop arguing like this. It's too disgraceful for me." Only then did Mars and Mercury quiet down. The god queen Juno said with a chill on her glamorous face, "No matter how Apollo defeated Mars, he violated the punishment and injured the main god. This is a fact. We should immediately capture him and punish him severely. 5. Jupiter frowned. He knew that his wife didn't like his son, and he wanted to get rid of him. This time he wanted to take this opportunity to do it. But for some reason, thinking of the golden figure, the heart of the god king was always full of disgust or fear. He didn't know why, but the last time he saw the splendid figure of the blonde boy, there were huge waves in his soul. And this time when I heard the news about him again, the disgust and fear in the heart of the god king became stronger. It seems that there is an innate instinct, so that he must destroy this son. Jupiter didn't like this feeling, so he nodded slightly. Use your crystal to find him first, and then send someone to get him back to Olympus. Seeing her husband nodding, the goddess Juno happily took out her crystal and began to search every corner of the world. Apollo, wait and die. The god queen murmured confidently. Even if his husband went outside to have an affair, he had never been able to hide this pair of crystals from her. Let alone a young god who was born less than 20 years ago. Even if he defeated Mars with tricks, how powerful can he really be? But along with the search, the smile on her face gradually disappeared, replaced by a touch of shock and shame. What's wrong? God King Jupiter frowned. It's impossible. The Queen of God angrily slapped the throne next to, all right, her face full of incredible ministers. I have searched the sky, the earth, the ocean, and the underworld, and found the trace of his sister Diana. But why can't I find him? The God King was also surprised, grabbed the crystal from her hand, and carefully searched the sky, the earth, the ocean, and the underworld, but also couldn't find the slightest trace of the target he was looking for. The divine king and divine empress had extremely ugly expressions, but they did not know that at this moment, a golden figure was moving fast in the Olympus mountain under their feet. Olympus has 2 god-level treasure chests. One is behind the Temple of the Gods, and the other is in the Temple of Beauty. Looking at the system map, Apollo followed a slightly familiar road to the palace of Venus, the god of love and beauty. He moved swiftly and stealthily, because he knew that behind him was a beautiful goddess who was wearing battle armor, valiant and observant. Athena, you are still so curious. He sighed. Chapter 169. Outside the window is a rich night. The crimson candles radiated dizzying light, illuminating the narrow room as bright as day. In front of the long dresser, a lens made of finely ground crystals reflects the flawless and delicate face under the crimson candlelight. What kind of face is that? There is no way to express it in words. The skin is whiter than milk, the nose is small and straight, the lips are fresh and crystal clear, and the ears are delicate like a baby. And those eyes brighter than the stars in the night sky, with eyebrows as pale as willow leaves and long eyelashes. These together form a beautiful face that is enough to make all the male gods in the world forget everything. No need to question. This is the aggregation of all the beauty in the world. But at this moment, this beautiful face is full of melancholy and absent-mindedness. Those crystal-clear eyes with bitterness looked at the self who couldn't find any flaws in the mirror and sighed softly. Venus, your beauty is already envied by all the women in the world. Why are you still not satisfied, thirsting for that ethereal thing? After twisting the beautiful long hair on her head, she stood up ingying, her beautiful eyes staring at the bright, white moonlight in the sky. The cold moonlight shines on her dazzling figure. In the middle of the night, this god of love and beauty left the dignified and luxurious long dress and changed into a white short robe. The light and short 340 robe was as soft as water, which could not cover her perfect figure with undulating and plump lines. A pair of slender jade legs, snow-white tight and elastic. She did not wear shoes. She stood barefoot at the window. Staring at the moonlight outside for a long time, Venus' eyes were a little blurry. As the embodiment of love and beauty, Olympus is the most dazzling goddess. She is praised by men and women in the world, and countless people pray to her for love. But when the night is quiet, her heart is always full of deep loneliness. Because she can give the nourishment of love to everyone in the world, but she can't give the person she fantasizes about. Who would he be? The most beautiful goddess of Olympus frowned. She has a secret in her heart. Since her birth, she has always seen herself in a dark corner in her dreams, trapped in prison, hopeless and helpless. And whenever she cried in despair, a golden light would appear in front of her eyes. It was an elegant and beautiful figure, with a gentle smile always on the corner of his mouth, dispelling the darkness and guiding the light for her. She knew that he was the only sun in her life. But just as mortals can never look directly at the brilliance of the sun, no matter how she looked, she could never find such a splendid figure. The goddess of love, after all, can't give her the love she wants. Maybe this is my destiny, Venus whispered softly, his long fingers rubbing against the window, making a rustling sound. She was about to close the window to rest. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light swept in from the window. Venus looked over in astonishment. In the reflection of the eyes, I saw a narrow room lit by crimson candles, and I did not know when to break into a golden figure exuding warmth and brilliance. He looked around and crouched down in front of a corner, as if picking up something. Who are you? Venus hurriedly used divine power to summon a robe and put it on graceful body. But when her eyes, brighter than the stars, saw the other person's cheek clearly, she was stunned. Under the crimson candlelight, the brilliant light shrouded him, but it couldn't hide his slender figure and the handsome face with a smile. Venus trembled, and the robe he had just summoned fell to the ground. But she didn't notice this at all. Her beautiful eyes like jewels stared at the blonde boy in the bright light in front of her, and her mouth was lightly opened. She felt like she was dreaming again. But why is this dream so real? The brightness of the moonlight is so cold, the scent of the burning crimson candle is so sweet, and the heat from the bright light of the other party is so warm. If this is a dream, then don't wake up again, okay? She wanted to walk over and touch the handsome cheek that had appeared in her dreams countless times. However, the legs and feet were a little weak and almost lost their mobility. Can only stay there, staring absently. DB. After picking up the treasure chest, Apollo stood up, only to see her abnormal appearance, and he was a little confused. He didn't feel that the person in front of him still remembered him. Gaia's power to modify at the highest level, even the top gods such as Hades, Zeus, and Athena, and even half of the original existence, could not resist. Aphrodite is just a low-level main god, and it is impossible to fight against this mighty power. Now she is only the Roman god of love and beauty Venus, not his wife Aphrodite. But the other party's absent-minded appearance still made him feel a warm feeling in his heart. For this wife, at the very beginning, he actually didn't have too many feelings. After all, it was just an arranged marriage. My sister wanted him to marry a good wife, and he also thought she was beautiful. There is no disadvantage, just marry and keep at home. But as the contact continued, her touching beauty and deep attachment finally touched him. She may not be his favorite lover, but she is his most indispensable wife and best partner. Even if the memory is modified, there are still some things that cannot be forgotten. It's really hard for you. Feeling the joy and attachment in the eyes of the beautiful figure in front of him, Apollo sighed softly, picked up her fallen robe from the ground, and put it on her gently. Sleep at ease. I will soon let you find your past. Apollo smiled, and a divine power was about to shroud the past, allowing the other party to fall into a peaceful sleep. Suddenly, the beautiful person in front of me, with fresh lips, cried out, "Apollo, don't go. Don't leave me." 99 She rushed over suddenly, snuggling in Apollo's arms. Everything was so familiar. Apollo looked at her in amazement and suddenly understood something. The modification of Gaia's god system was originally completed by the entanglement of blood, and you are not a descendant of her blood. You are from the original god who was in charge of love in the age of ignorance. 35 Although Gaia actually ascended to the supreme, she was dragged outside. Later, it belonged to her Roman world instinct to make changes, but the effect is not as strong as the power derived from blood. Venus didn't understand Apollo's words. The familiar golden figure in front of her made many images surging in her mind, but she did not completely recall the past. But that doesn't matter. She only knows that this is the only thing in her life in front of her. Hold him and never let go. Feeling her deep love and thinking, Apollo was completely unable to do anything to break this picture. A long time passed, but time seemed to stand still, until there was a joking laughter from a girl with bright eyes in charge of wisdom. "Blonde boy, it turns out that you sneaked in to meet the most beautiful Venus of Olympus. What an infatuated male god. I can't help admiring you." Chapter 170. Under the bright moonlight, Minerva, the goddess of wisdom with long pale golden hair, clenched the spear in her slender palms, and her bright armor set off her sassy, heroic figure. A delicate and flawless face, with an inexplicable smile, with those bright eyes that seemed to be able to penetrate everything, lightly scans the silhouettes snuggling in the window. Apollo turned his head slowly, glanced at the familiar girl with bright eyes, and gently asked Venus to sit in front of the dressing table. Seeing his face, the bright face of the goddess of wisdom in the moonlight emerges, surprised. "You are Apollo. It's impossible. You were promoted to Lord God after less than 20 years of birth." Minerva couldn't believe it. The last time she met Diana and Apollo, although Apollo was also an excellent god at that time, she was not impressed. But compared with the dazzling blonde boy in front of her, the younger brother of Diana, in her impression was nothing. It was hard for her to imagine how a person could change so much in such a short period of time. The bright-eyed girl couldn't help but think of Mars, who had come back in a state of embarrassment. Originally, she did not believe that he was injured because he went to monitor Apollo, but now it seems that things are beyond her estimation. The corner of the goddess of wisdom's mouth curled up. She likes the unexpected, and that's the fun of life. While her thoughts were surging, Apollo over there gently arranged Venus's clothes. The god of love and beauty looked at him, her jewel-like eyes filled with many colors, and her slender palms clenched tightly, as if afraid that as long as you let go, a dream will wake up. "I won't leave you." Apollo looked at her beautiful face with gentle eyes, and gently opened her soft fingers. Then he turned around and stared at the bright-eyed girl outside the window. "Goddess of wisdom, long time no see. I really didn't expect that you, Apollo, would have captured the heart of Venus, the most beautiful Venus of Olympus, before you knew it." Minerva chuckled lightly. "You were punished to build the city wall, but you injured Mars, the superintendent. I think at this moment our Father God is angry and wants to search for your whereabouts. But you chose to come to Olympus to meet Venus at such a dangerous time. No wonder you can touch her with such deep affection. The blonde brother and sister appreciate you like this." The delicate and elegant cheeks of the bright-eyed girl are full of praise. Apollo blinked. Did this goddess of wisdom also like listening to the love story of heroes and beauties in the mouth of the bard, and made up so many things all at once? He didn't answer here, while Venus was sitting over there, but his beautiful cheeks couldn't help but be filled with worry and anxiety. "Goddess Minerva, please don't tell the gods and kings that Apollo was here with me." The goddess of love and beauty pleadingly looked at the girl with bright eyes. Some images surging in her mind made her understand that the warm and brilliant golden figure in front of her was the love she was waiting for. But she still couldn't recall all the past events, only that he was the child of the god king who was punished to build the city wall and violated the god king. And now the goddess of wisdom and war has found him and wants to arrest him to meet the king of gods. The beautiful eyes of Venus, like jewels, burst into tears all of a sudden, and under the silvery moonlight, they were hazy like mist. Even if a goddess like Minerva saw it, she couldn't help but be startled and felt pity in her heart. But she still laughed jokingly. "That's not good. Trespassing on Olympus is a felony, but I found out and shielded him, but also bear the culpability." As she said that, she raised the spear in her hand high and made an appearance of going to do it. Venus hurriedly used Meowmon's figure to block in front of Apollo and said anxiously, "Go quickly, don't worry about me." Seeing her flustered appearance, Apollo was filled with warmth and gently stroked her beautiful head from behind, wiping away the crystal tears from the corners of her eyes. At the same time, he glanced at the girl with bright eyes above. "I, the most heroic goddess of wisdom in Olympus, scare a pure-minded goddess. It's not something to brag about." Feeling the warmth of his palm, Venus' cheeks flushed crimson, and he froze there. The bright-eyed girl outside, with a stubborn smile, stared at him with sharp eyes and said, "What makes you think I'm just frightening you?" "Because the goddess of wisdom I know is a perfect goddess who looks smart and proud, but is actually very gentle and kind, always full of keen observation and wisdom." Apollo suddenly turned into a ray of light and appeared in front of the girl outside the window. Seeking flowers, Minerva was stunned, bit her lip lightly, and said, "The goddess of wisdom you mentioned may not be the same person as me." I am a god king who is only loyal to Olympus, the most stalwart, and is known as a cruel goddess for her indifferent law enforcement. Her upright figure suddenly filled with a monstrous chill, locking the blond boy in front of her. Is that so? I always feel that no matter what happens, the goddess of wisdom in my impression will always be the same as she was, and it will be difficult to change. Apollo smiled and suddenly opened the dawning domain. He had just been promoted to the divine power of the Lord God. With the blessing of this domain, he climbed to the formidable level of the ninth order of the Lord God in an instant. The face of the bright-eyed girl who was determined suddenly changed. But before she could react, a splendid and magnificent light had already covered her heroic figure. A turbulent torrent of light enveloped her in an instant, making it difficult for her to move. She could only turn her bright eyes full of surprise and stare deeply at the golden figure in front of her. Apollo came to her, looked at her delicate and flawless face, and asked, "Why didn't you fight with all your strength just now? With your divine power of at least the seventh rank of the Lord God, you can make an effective counterattack. But the movement caused by that will directly make the entire gods of Olympus turn their attention to this place. Although your strength is beyond my expectations, it is better not to take risks." The bright-eyed girl replied softly. Slowly, a smile appeared on her face. "My blonde brother, sister," I said, "I admire you very much. How can you be caught and punished?" "Then I'm so thankful for you, sister," Apollo whispered seriously, dissipating the light power that enveloped Minerva. The bright-eyed girl who regained her freedom stood quietly in place. On her delicate and beautiful face, a very complicated expression flickered faintly, like melancholy, like joy. Apollo's soft call made her heart tremble uncontrollably for a long time. It was as if she had been looking forward to that title and had been looking forward to it for a long time, and now she has fulfilled this wish. Do I want him to be called sister so much? A bright-eyed girl with extraordinary heroic spirit, her lower lip pursed lightly, a strange Dao Chuan. Chapter 171. Hey, you are. Under the bright moonlight, Venus stared in amazement at the two figures in the sky who seemed to be talking very much, his flawless cheeks filled with strangeness. The bright-eyed girl smiled at her and said, "Goddess Venus, please don't remember how fierce I was just now. I am a good sister who loves my brother, so how could I possibly embarrass him?" Apollo rolled his eyes at this. The two came to Venus's room. The body of love and beauty tightened the robes on their bodies, found a few chairs, sat down, and looked at the golden figure beside them with affection. Apollo leaned over to her and stroked her beautiful head with his palm. The two didn't say any love words, just looked at each other, and both understood each other's feelings. Sitting across from him, Minerva felt uncomfortable. The goddess of wisdom coughed softly to express her existence. 340. When Venus turned his head shyly, Apollo looked up at her, and the girl asked with a smile, "My blonde brother, Mars was injured by you?" Apollo nodded. "If the Mars you are talking about is the god of war that Olympus is now, that's it." 35. Hearing his affirmative answer, Venus' beautiful jewel-like eyes looked over in surprise. "Mars, the god of war, one of the main gods of Olympus. It's the guy she hates the most. He likes to find her to show off his strength, and is an arrogant and rude male god. But I have to admit that he is a very powerful god. Although under Apollo's gentle eyes, she always has no IQ, but most of the time her head is still very clear. It seems that his lover was born less than 20 years ago. How did he defeat Mars? And just now, he seemed to have fought against this goddess of wisdom and suppressed the opponent. The goddess of wisdom is the top of the 12 main gods of Olympus, far stronger than Mars." Venus' beautiful eyes, twinkling like stars, looked at the warm and bright young man beside him with surprise and joy. Apollo rubbed her smooth hair. Minerva pondered for a moment over there, then whispered, "Although I don't know how you suddenly became so powerful, Olympus, as the core of the divine court, is a very dangerous place, and you shouldn't take risks at this time." She glanced at Venus beside Apollo and seemed to want to express, "I can understand that your feelings are like glue, but you still need to know how to restrain." Apollo rolled his eyes again, and Venus beside him was moved and softly snuggled up. "Apollo, you actually took such a big risk for me. Or listen to the goddess Minerva, and leave Olympus quickly. Our days are still long." Apollo had to comfort her with a few words of tenderness and said solemnly, "I don't know if you have heard the saying that the most dangerous places are often the safest, and the darkest is under the candlelight." 39. The blonde goddess of wisdom stroked her crystal chin thoughtfully. "Whoever said this is very philosophical. After Mars returned, our god the Father must have started searching the world for you. It is not safe to hide anywhere at this time, but Olympus is the most unlikely place to be searched. So I plan to stay in Olympus for a while, and then leave when the search outside relaxes." Apollo said softly, "It seems that you are not only very powerful, but also very intelligent. I like you more and more, so I won't bother you today." The bright-eyed girl praised her and stood up as if to go outside. Apollo just wanted to give her a ride, but the girl who was determined suddenly turned around and said to him with a smile, "I have a weird feeling that we've known each other for a long time and used to have a good relationship." "Then you can be bolder. Maybe you are my wife who lost her memory." Apollo laughed. The goddess of wisdom immediately slashed at him. "Such love words. You should use it to coax a stupid goddess like Venus with no brains." 9. Staring at the gradually dissipating night outside, she was covered with dazzling glory and said with a resolute expression, "I am a daughter born from my father's head. I came to this world wearing armor and holding a spear. I was born and destined to be pure and lifelong. I did not depend on any opposite s*x, and I exchanged independence for strength. Pure, independent, powerful. She is really a goddess with unique charm." Looking at her dazzling back, Apollo murmured softly, "Minerva is indeed a role model for all goddesses. Maybe she is a little worse than me in appearance, but I will never be as dazzling as her." Venus snuggled tightly in his arms, her beautiful jewel-like eyes filled with admiration and envy. But immediately she stroked Apollo's cheek with a smile and said sweetly, "But with you, I don't want to be a person like her. Even the coldest Inue should have the sun behind her to give warmth silently. The night outside the window does not know when, quietly ushered in the dawn. A splendid ray of morning light shines on the vast earth. Ding, you have opened a god-level treasure chest and obtained Tianyuan crystal *25, streamer boots *2, 3 stars, and horse stone *1, 3 stars. Opening the god-level treasure chest obtained from Venus's room, with the sound of the system prompt, Apollo focused his attention on his hand. Streamer boots, a 3-star primordial artifact. It is a very practical artifact that can freely appear in any place in the world, whether it is material or non-material, just like the root. First, he looked at the 2 golden boots with bright patterns, and Apollo tried his feet with a satisfied expression on his face. Immediately, he looked at the white gem called horse stone. This is an ordinary stone that looks ordinary from the outside. When it is touched in the palm of his hand, Apollo feels a gentle heat flow into his body faintly. 4.4 is a powerful gem, but that's not enough to get a 3-star rating, right? Apollo looked at it seriously, and he believed that the system would not mark it casually. After a while, he said with surprise on his face, "Under the rich energy is the aura of the root. This is a primitive stone. It not only hides rich and pure energy, it can help people improve their divine power, but also contains the root of no attribute, which can help the 9th-order god to ascend to the original." 35. Apollo looked at the white stone in his hand in surprise. With this stone, he can quickly complete the accumulation of divine power, reach the top of the main god, and then directly absorb the root and advance to the original. For the next period of time, Apollo was in the Temple of Beauty, accompanying Venus while absorbing the Stone of Horror. With the help of this gem, his divine power quickly entered the high level of the main god. Chapter 172. Late at night, in the back hall of the Temple of the Gods, Jupiter, the king of the gods, and Juno, the queen of his gods, sat side by side at the head of the bed. This is a rare aftermath of their husband and wife. Since Jupiter, together with his brothers Neptune and Pluto, overthrew their father, the previous god-king, Saturn. Jupiter, who became the king of the gods, was mostly a goddess or mortal who liked to pursue beauty outside, and was rarely with his queen. But this rare time, neither of them looked very good-looking. Under the bright candlelight, the beautiful goddess Juno frowned tightly and asked in a deep voice, "Has no trace of Apollo been found yet?" Her beautiful eyes, full of suspicion, stared into her husband's eyes. Jupiter was a little impatient. Could it be that you still think that I was covering him up on purpose? Then can you tell me why the gods who rule the world, so many powerful gods, can't find a young god who was born less than 20 years ago for so long? Zhu 31 Nua's tone was full of anger. For too many days, Olympus dispatched a lot of gods, but still couldn't find the blonde wild beast. She felt that this must be her husband, who was always lying, cheating on her. Besides him, the king of the gods, who could make a living god disappear like this? He must have promised to punish him on the surface, but he didn't want to hurt the sun secretly, so he secretly hid it and waited for him to forget about it. Jupiter was also helpless. He also couldn't understand why a god who was born less than 20 years old could defeat his outstanding son Mars, the god of war, and then disappeared without a trace. Even if he activated the power of the entire divine court and searched the sky, the earth, the ocean, and the underworld, he could not find any trace of the other party. This is so out of line. Suddenly, he rolled his eyes and said to his god, Juno, there is actually a place that we haven't searched yet. If Apollo was hiding there, even if we searched the whole world, we wouldn't be able to find the slightest trace of him. The glamorous god queen's eyes flashed, and she said with a gloomy face, You mean Earth Temple? The god king and his wife spit out the place at the same time, and their eyes are full of deep solemnity. Although I am the king of the gods, the entire world was created by Mother Earth, so everything is controlled by her. Whether it was our grandfather, the first god king Uranus, or our cruel father, Saturn, she was the one who supported the throne of the god king with one hand, and then pushed it down with the other. Speaking of this, Jupiter's eye showed a trace of unwillingness, but more powerlessness. He looked at his wife in dismay. After all, she is the real king of the gods. Juno was also rarely silent. After a long while, she whispered, You said that if Mother Earth really took Apollo away, would she be thinking? When you were rescued by the Mother God from the Father God, you were also sent to the temple of the earth, and then the Earth Mother raised you and helped you win. At the end, the God Queen stopped speaking. Because of her husband, her face suddenly turned blue and white, very uneasy. She hurriedly said, This is just my guess. It should not be accurate. No, it is possible. Jupiter gritted his teeth and looked at the Olympus mountain below. I have really slacked off over the years and often leave Olympus. But the most important duty of the so-called God King is to take care of her in Olympus. 35, she had the idea of finding a young new God King to replace me. And it's very possible, not to mention that Apollo is so handsome. He must be very fond of the old woman. The king of the gods did not know that when he said these words, not far from their husband and wife's place, a golden figure sneaked in quietly, and he couldn't help touching his face. I admit that my appearance is very good, but I don't think that old Gaia is worthy of me. Apollo muttered in his heart, and his thoughts were mixed at the same time. Gaia really left an incarnation in this world, sitting in the depths of the earth. However, this avatar should not be very intelligent, and can only do some things that she has ordered. The replacement of the 3 generations of gods is like a plagiarized script. Can she change it a little? Apollo was a little powerless to complain, and Gaia's Roman pantheon was exactly the same as the original Greek pantheon except for some changes in the names of the gods. It's too lazy. Other people's cottage products do not do this. But what is the so-called God King's duty? What is the duty of guarding Olympus? Apollo hid his breath to the extreme and slowly approached Jupiter and the two, wanting to hear more. Suddenly, he saw the real target of his infiltration this time. A golden god-level treasure chest. It was lying quietly in the corner of the Jupiter's room. It's also in the palace of the God King. How come it was directly under the throne that time, and this time it's actually in the bedroom? Apollo thought of the time when he went to Olympus for the first time. At that time, in order to get the god-level treasure chest under the throne of Zeus, he glanced at the throne one more time. Later, Zeus thought that he was ambitious and fearful, which led to a long-term battle between the two. It's just that Zeus has become Jupiter now, and although the history is similar, there are still changes. The God King and his wife in the room discussed for a long time, and suddenly got up together and went outside. When they left, Apollo hurriedly entered the room, picked up the god-level treasure chest on the ground, and rushed outside. At this moment, Jupiter's expression changed in front of him. His lightning spear suddenly appeared in his hand, and he aimed coldly at the rear. 340. Who dares to trespass the palace of the king of God? Terrible pressure hits. Apollo was a little surprised, and Jupiter should not have been able to find him. But he didn't panic. The golden boots under his feet flashed, and the figure suddenly appeared outside the temple of God. Under the splendid brilliance, he smiled lightly at Jupiter, who was chasing. Honorable King of Olympus, the love story between you and your goddess is really wonderful. I will listen to it again next time. No need to send it. 5. As he spoke, his figure flashed, looking outside Olympus. Damn, where did the gods come from? Jupiter angrily looked at the back of his leaving, with a terrified expression on his face. At this time, the goddess Juno came over and said with a frown, "Why does that figure look a little like Apollo? This is impossible. That person is at least a high-level Lord God. If it weren't for him not knowing that the room below was the most important world core of Olympus, the Mother Earth had given the most important thing to be guarded by the gods and kings of all dynasties. And I have the power of perception endowed by Mother Earth, and can sense all the movements in that room. Otherwise, even I would not be able to detect his infiltration." Jupiter said coldly. As he spoke, he raised the lightning spear in his hand, and the powerful divine power instantly covered the entire Olympus. The gods obeyed, and there were enemies sneaking into Olympus, but all the gods who can fight will send me out to block Olympus, and never let him escape. Chapter 173. The thunderous call spread across the entire Olympus mountain in an instant. Minerva, Mars, Mercury, and other gods were all disturbed and turned into beams of light, standing above Olympus, and respectfully bowed to the king holding the lightning spear. What daring be D dares to provoke the majesty of God the Father? I must tear him in half. 35. Mars, the god of war who had just recovered most of his injuries, held a great sword and a shield in his hands, full of energy, and searched while scolding. Mercury, the messenger of the gods, fluttered his wings and sneered. Being able to sneak into Olympus and not be discovered until the Father God, such a skill, maybe the other party will tear you in half. Damn, I'll come back to you to get back the humiliation last time. And now I'm going to catch that guy and let you know what the majesty of the god of war is. Mars roared loudly and dispatched with many gods. On the other side, Minerva, who was wearing dazzling armor and holding a spear, walked up to Jupiter. My great father god, what are the characteristics of an intruder? Looking at this beautiful and valiant daughter, the god king who held the lightning spear said solemnly. The man moved very fast. I couldn't see his face clearly. I only saw a touch of golden light. The glamorous god queen over there answered in a low voice. His back looks very similar to Apollo, but he is much stronger than Apollo, and he is a high-level Lord God. You hear it. You look a lot like Apollo, and it looks like you're going to be beaten again. Mercury sarcastically said to Mars across the sky. Mars' eyes almost burst with fire. Then I want to see what he looks like Apollo is the best, and it makes me happy to beat him. 9. Only Minerva's bright eyes had a hint of helplessness, and he sighed in his heart. It's really worrying, brother. Let you stay at Venus, find time to leave, and break into the temple of the king so rashly. When she sighed, Venus's white cheeks were full of anxiety in the gorgeous temple of beauty. Looking at the gods coming and going outside, she clenched Apollo's palm and said, What should you do? They are all here to catch you. The blond young man laughed. Don't be afraid. They are far from each other. 35. He gently rubbed her head and said softly, You are here. I will be back soon. Venus looked at him reluctantly and nodded obediently. Apollo's figure turned into a brilliant golden light and rushed towards the sky. There, a god found him and shouted. Mercury, the messenger of the gods, rushed over first, and he was the fastest among the gods. A delusional god, you can't escape, accept the punishment of the gods. Seeing that he was about to touch the other's back, a smug smile appeared on the corner of Mercury's mouth, and a pair of supple wings vibrated powerfully. Sure enough, a rude and reckless man like Mars is useless. After all, Olympus still has to rely on a witty god like me to take the top credit of this intruder, and it belongs to me. Unspecified currency, he was fantasizing about his father's approving eyes and Mars' jealous but powerless expression. Feng Shuiji's golden figure suddenly froze and stopped. Well, does he know that he can't outrun me and is going to fight to the death? Mercury was surprised. Suddenly, a blazing light and heat enveloped him. Mercury's expression was condensed, and he was about to launch an authoritative counterattack in a hurry. Unexpectedly, the golden boots under Apollo's feet flickered, and the figure instantly appeared behind him. How could he be faster than me? Mercury couldn't believe it. His face suddenly stiffened. His supple and slender wings were caught by a pair of white palms shrouded in light, and the other party let out a sigh, as if he was sighing about the past. This feeling, Mercury trembled. It was this feeling, the nightmare that had surfaced in his heart countless times. The splendid golden figure, the white and clean palms, the icy and ruthless movements, the bloody and torn wings, constituted his lingering nightmare. Do not. Mercury let out a terrifying roar. The level of sternness and horror made the gods such as Mars, Minerva, and even Jupiter who came after him startled, and their hearts were horrified. What happened to Mercury? I saw that shrouded in the brilliant light, the white palms exerted their strength and snorted, tearing off the proud wings of the messengers of the gods, bloody. It's still the same feeling. 99 lost two bright red wings in his hand, and Apollo had memories on his face. And the messengers of the gods in front of him fainted and fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Mercury, Mars roared and rushed over. Seeing the miserable appearance of the brother who always liked to compete with him, he roared and raised the great sword in his hand, swaying the war picture of blood and fire, and slashed towards Apollo's golden back. It's you again, let you end it forever this time. The golden boots flickered, Apollo appeared beside Mars in an instant, and he glanced at him at last. A blazing light force condensed into a long spear of light and pierced into the heart of the god of war. You are, Apollo. 35 looking at the handsome face in front of him in amazement. Mars' face was filled with surprise and fear. The pierced wound on his chest, and the continuous gushing of blood marked the end of his life. Mars, Juno, the beautiful goddess in the sky, looked at his son who slowly lowered his head in disbelief and cried out in grief. She was only one of her two biological sons, and she disgusted her on weekdays. But she never thought that this rude god of war would fall in front of her like this. From the time you were about to hurt me and my sister, you should have had this kind of awareness. Apollo looked up at the beautiful woman in the sky. In fact, he didn't say this to the woman named Juno, but it was no different. He was essentially a person. Similar characters, similar looks, doing similar things. You are indeed Apollo. 39 The grief-stricken god queen screamed mournfully, her glamorous eyes staring at the blonde boy in front of her, full of resentment and hatred. It turns out that you have been hiding in Olympus all this time. No wonder you can't find you after searching the whole world. The king of the gods, holding a lightning spear in his hand, came from the cold sky, with a bit of relaxation in his eyes. He was originally worried that Mother Earth was going to support this son and replace him on the throne, but now he was relieved. Compared with this, the death of Mars was not so much concerned by the king of the gods. It's just a son, and he will soon be able to reproduce thousands of them. However, how could this and the blonde young son of Leighton become so strong all of a sudden and sneak into the temple of the god king? There must be a deep secret. Can't let him go, all right. Thoughts flashed. The king of the gods raised his spear high. Thousands of thunders gathered in the sky and shouted coldly, Apollo, you have disappointed me so much. I had high expectations for you, and the punishment for building the city wall is just to sharpen you. But you actually disobeyed the ruling, and now you are even more trespassing in my palace, killing your brother Mars while fleeing. Such sins cannot be forgiven. If you give up resistance, I can still read that it is my blood that flows on you, leaving you as a servant. Otherwise, under divine punishment, even the main god will become ashes. Boom. One after another, the majestic thunder exudes a strong destructive aura, violently gathered into a sea of thunder and icy locks on the top of the golden figure covered with light. The pressure of death made the gods tremble. Looking at the lightning flashing above, Apollo had an indifferent smile on his lips, and the king of the gods who held a spear in his opponent said, "It's still this way. You always don't grow like this." Bang! A blazing bright torrent suddenly rolled up the sky and slammed into the majestic sea of thunder. Chapter 174. The violent thunder is densely covered in the sky, and the brilliant arcs are constantly beating, flickering, and destroying waves. Watching the high-raised spear of the king of the gods, beating bright arcs, the many gods of Olympus were startled. They know that this is the wrath of the god king, a symbol of destruction. The terrifying divine punishment is enough to shatter all the gods. But suddenly, a splendid light like a burning flame rose into the sky. In the layers of thunder seas, a huge vacuum was propped up. Bang! Thousands of bright lightning bolts, like violent showers, crackled against the blazing light. The void that carried them shattered like a spider web in an instant, and cracks in black paint were prominently exposed. Deep and creepy, and the thousands of thunder and lightning jumped in a frightening arc, intertwined in these cracks, and finally poured out a monstrous light. But before they crossed the space to arrive, the flaming power like burning flames swept through the past magnificently, spread from the earth to the sky, from far to near. The infinite light emits astonishing light and heat, like big open hands, tearing apart the thick sea of thunder that permeates the aura of destruction and symbolizes the majesty of the god king. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. Under the horrified eyes of the gods, the sea of God's punishment, which gathered thousands of thunder and lightning, was easily broken by the monstrous light. The bleak sky was filled with golden splendor in an instant. Soft warmth shines in front of this immortal mountain, coating it with a sacred halo. 340 feeling the light and heat falling from the sky, the gods of Olympus couldn't help but look startled. This splendid and warm feeling is more comfortable than the sun god, Thor driving the sun car through the sky. Many goddesses could not help but look sideways at the sky. The beautiful eyes stared at the source of light and heat, the handsome young man standing tall and straight in the brilliant golden color. Sadness arose in my heart. What a beautiful and powerful young man. If he didn't offend the god king, he would be the most popular male god in Olympus, right? What a shame. When the thoughts of these gods flashed, the king of the gods, who held a lightning spear high in the sky, had a majestic face as gloomy as water. Immediately, he let out a low sigh. "Apollo, I really underestimate you. After all, it is the god with my blood flowing, and simple divine punishment can't help you." Then his face became cold again. His tall and sturdy body was beating bright arcs that made people tremble, and the spear was pointing. "DB, but I want everyone in this world to know that no matter how powerful the gods are, if they dare to offend my majesty, they will become ashes and be buried under my thunder forever." Suddenly, the god king of Olympus pushed the ultimate divine power of his main god to the top. The mighty majesty of the surging monstrous, like the boundless sky, towering over the sky and the earth. All the gods turned pale, bowed their heads, and bowed to the king of the gods, the ruler of the universe. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by Jupiter's divine power, the bright spears shot out one after another thick thunder. The aura of destruction was thick and monstrous, and it poured into the sky like a shower and a gust of wind. Feeling this terrifying power, Juno, the goddess who was grieved and desolate because of the death of his son, couldn't help but show joy on his beautiful and graceful face. The last time she saw such a scene was when her husband faced her father, God, in the final battle for the throne of God. At that time, even her great father, who once ruled over the gods, cried out loudly in front of this incomparable thunder that destroyed everything, unable to resist. "I don't believe that you can be more powerful than my cruel father. Turn to ashes in despair under this thunder, Apollo." The god queen widened her beautiful eyes and stared at the bright light, so that she could not see the appearance of her most hated enemy when she was smashed to pieces. But she was destined to be disappointed. When the violent thunder that exudes a strong destructive aura rumbles down in that brilliant light, the blond boy standing in the void, a long divine scepter suddenly appeared in his hand, with a long river flowing like a starry sky. Apollo shook it indifferently, and thousands of bright stars appeared in the torrent of light, combined with the dawning domain, bursting out the ultimate vast power of the Lord God, thrusting against the sky. Boom! The thick lightning collided violently with the stars covered by light, like two vast continents galloping on the ocean, crashing into each other. What's more terrifying is that these lightnings and stars seem to be endless. Bang bang, bang bang bang. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thunders and stars collided violently, and the waves of destruction shattered all order in the void. Matter was smashed into fine dust smaller than particles. Energy was annihilated into a foam-like mist, and the space that accommodated and supported was chaotically collapsed, like mud. All things are turned into nothingness. Every deity who saw this scene turned pale with fright and trembled in shock. Is this the duel of the top gods? They are going to destroy the world. Even the powerful main god, such as Minerva, could not help but break out with cold sweat on his cheeks. Too terrifying. These two forces are almost beyond the realm of the main god. And the impact together, the power is increased several times. At this moment, if there is an ordinary Lord God, dare to get close to the battlefield. There is no doubt that it will be destroyed by the aftermath into minced meat in the blink of an eye. During this time, he has become a lot stronger. The goddess of wisdom, who was determined, used her dazzling eyes to deeply focus on the bright center of the far sky, and her flawless cheeks were filled with a hint of shock. As early as the last time she fought, she knew that her blonde brother was not easy. But then she still had the confidence that she would not be easily defeated. But now that she has witnessed this shocking confrontation, she no longer has the confidence to fight against him. For so many years, she has been trying to find a way to test the bottom line of the strength of God the Father, who is sitting on the top of Olympus. But the other party has always been like a bottomless abyss, unable to figure out, so she can only dormant herself, loyal and obedient. Just now, the God King who ruled the world finally unquestionably displayed his true strength, which is indeed unshakable and powerful, almost surpassing the limit of the main god. And even with such a powerful force, it was completely unable to gain the slightest advantage in front of this golden figure. Apollo, wise, warm, mysterious, and powerful, what kind of god is you who are combined together? Mother, you have given me bright eyes of wisdom, but there are still things in this world that wisdom cannot see through and comprehend. The bright-eyed girl in charge of wisdom sighed in her heart. While she was thinking, the fierce confrontation over there continued. Apollo held the galaxy scepter and pushed the dawning domain to the extreme. With the blessing of this divine technique, he quickly reached the seventh-order divine power of the Lord God with the help of the Hall Stone, and completely climbed to the top of the Lord God. Jupiter is also at this level. The lightning spear constantly erupts violent thunder, and the aura of destruction permeates the sky. The sky and the earth swayed continuously. The thunder and lightning were intertwined with the splendid Milky Way, and the immortal Mount Olympus trembled. This caused a faintly suspicious look in the depths of the earth. Apollo's golden eyes moved suddenly. Looking at the gloomy look in front of him, along with the fierce battle, the king of the gods became more and more frightened and horrified. He smiled lightly. God King of Olympus, come here today. Next time I will go to your temple of the gods and kings, sit on that throne, and remember to wipe it clean. As he spoke, the golden boots under his feet flickered, and the figure disappeared without a trace. Only Jupiter was left with a livid face. Chapter 175. Just let him go. The gods looked at the empty sky in amazement. The blonde boy who killed the god of war and provoked the god king fled in front of the god king so easily. Not a single strand of hair was missing. What is the majesty of the king of gods? All the gods noticed Jupiter's livid face and couldn't help but turn their eyes away, as if they didn't see anything. There was contempt in my heart. It turned out that the so-called king of the gods was actually not that invincible. As long as his strength was strong enough, he could kill his son in front of him and leave like no one else. They all remembered that golden handsome figure. Being able to fight against the king of gods without falling behind is really a powerful and brave god, and he looks very good. The last point is especially remembered by some goddesses. Seemingly aware of the thoughts of these gods, Jupiter, who was holding the lightning spear, couldn't help but snorted coldly, his eyes fixed on where Apollo left. Many gods did not dare to make a sound. Only the beautiful and graceful god queen roared at the surrounding void with resentment. Apollo, get me out. You timid coward, come to fight my husband again. I want you to be defeated before my eyes. Come out. 39 Her demeanor was a little crazy, and her voice was shrill and resentful, which made the gods who saw it couldn't help but shudder. Jupiter frowned, going up to reassure her. Unexpectedly, the god queen screamed at him as if she had found her target. It's all your fault, and the god king who rules Olympus can't even win against a small god. Did you lose all your bravery in defeating the father god on the belly of each woman? As soon as these words came out, all the gods present were stunned. Although this god queen often catches the god king's affair on weekdays, everyone also likes to hear interesting stories in this regard. But in front of so many gods, this is the first time that he has said so bluntly, "Gods, you look at me and I look at you," with inexplicable excitement in addition to fear. Only Jupiter's already blue face became more gloomy. He put away the lightning spear, grabbed his emotional wife with one hand, and called several gods. The queen is too sad. You take her back and have a good rest. If she doesn't get better, don't let her come out. Jupiter, let me go. I'm going to find Apollo and kill him with 1,000 boa constrictors. Juno struggled frantically and screamed, but Jupiter was already prepared and sealed her divine power. She couldn't break free from the force of several gods and was taken away with support. It wasn't until she left that Jupiter summoned the gods again. Looking at the gods, the god king said solemnly, Apollo disobeyed the court of God, killed Mars, and openly confronted me. I will never allow him to escape like this. Even if I search the sky, the earth, the ocean, and the underworld, I will definitely capture him and accept the most severe trial. 5 Having said that, he began to command, Vulcan, take Mercury to Vesta and ask her to be healed as soon as possible. Some crippled, rugged deity nodded. Jupiter looked at the bright-eyed girl in front of him again. Minerva, it's up to you to go to the ocean and ask my brother Neptune to come forward and search for the ocean. 5 The goddess of wisdom responded. Then he looked at another god and asked him to go to the underworld to find Pluto, the king of the underworld, and ask for help. Sol, the god of the sun, and Luna, the goddess of the moon. The two of you are driving the chariot through the sky, keeping your eyes on all the corners of the earth, and reporting to me immediately when you find Apollo's trace. The sun god and the moon goddess hurried to give orders. At this time, a god hesitated and said, Your Majesty, the great king of gods, that Apollo is a fierce madman who can compete with you, the most powerful. Even if we find him, I'm afraid we can't do anything about him, right? Jupiter then looked at a dignified goddess among the gods who held a sword and covered her eyes with white cloth. Goddess Justitia, the last time Apollo was punished for building the city wall, it was you who decided. Now that he has not only failed to comply, but has committed such a new crime, I think it is up to you to try and put him on trial. Many gods looked at the elder goddess with the most prestige and justice among the gods. Justitia, the goddess of justice, sighed softly. Respected God King, even you can't take him, even if I do it. I'm afraid I can't help the blonde god. Judgment requires strength to execute. 35 Goddess Justitia, don't be humble. Your strength is not much worse than mine, and this time I will send the 3 goddesses to assist you. Jupiter said in a low voice. Hearing this sentence, the faces of the gods present couldn't help showing surprise. The 3 goddesses of timing are the sisters of the 3 goddesses of fate, and they are also the daughters of the god king and the goddess of justice, and the 3 goddesses in charge of the natural order. Individually, these 3 girls are not very powerful, but they correspond to a part of the great order that originally existed in the universe. Once they cooperate with their mother's order and authority of justice, they can make powerful sanctions and judgments against any god. Seeking flowers. This even includes the god king at the top of the gods. So since birth, Jupiter deliberately kept the goddess of justice away from the 3 daughters. Now they are willing to let them come forward to help the goddess of justice? Justitia, who was blindfolded by a white cloth, also showed joy and surprise on her face, but she still shook her head and said, I think Apollo's sins are not enough to carry out such a method. After all, he is your heir after all, and it is better for you to talk to him first. Jupiter's eyes suddenly turned cold. He walked to the dignified goddess of justice and pointed lightly at the boundless land below. It's not just what I mean. You can't go against your mother. 35.0 The goddess of justice's expression froze, and after a long while, she sighed. If this is the case, then I will follow your wishes. Seeing her promise, Jupiter's face softened. Let the gods go their separate ways. He stood alone in the vast sky, overlooking the fertile land below, and whispered, Apollo, what secret do you have? After the person in the depths of the earth cast his gaze, he issued a will to kill me. In the previous gaze, has the incarnation of Gaia noticed me? In a hidden corner, Apollo's face was a little dignified. In fact, he had just fought against Jupiter and then went on to fight. He was confident in defeating the king of gods. But the gaze cast from the depths of the earth made him have to leave as soon as possible. This incarnation of Gaia is very rigid in intelligence and has no ability to think independently. It seems that she is still guarding something, and she can't get out easily. I think she must be ready to send other gods to surround and kill me. Apollo's tone was gentle and without fear. There are few gods in this world who can deal with him now, and even if there are, no one can catch him with the golden boots under their feet. This is also the reason why he dared to expose himself. Gaia has noticed me this time, but I also took the opportunity to find out about her situation. I just don't know what her avatar is guarding, and I have a hunch that that's the key to destroying her control over the world. Or wait for my strength to increase a little more, and then find a way to check it. Having said that, Apollo took out the god-level treasure chest obtained from the palace of the God King and opened it gently. The prompt sound of the system suddenly appeared in his mind. Chapter 176. Ding! You have opened a god-level treasure chest and obtained the source crystal *2000, the ear of the artifact world *1, 3 stars, and the divine technique Seraph's Wrath, 3 stars. The Wrath of Seraph? Perceiving the brand new magic technique that popped up in his mind, Apollo couldn't help but be surprised. 36 pairs of burning wings are condensed on the back, carrying the power of divine brilliance, giving everything a devastating blow. Exactly the powerful offensive magic that I was missing. Satisfied, he put away the divine source crystals and cast his eyes on the silver-white object in the shape of an ear in front of him. The system marks Samsung's Ear of the World. From the outside, this is a silver-white ear with dazzling color and exquisite shape, like a work of art. The size and outline just matched his left ear. Apollo picked it up and put it on his left ear. Suddenly, it melted like 3 and 4 zeros, like mercury, sticking tightly around the ear with shining silver-white crystal light. In an instant, Apollo felt that the whole world had changed. His spirit is infinitely enlarged, like the giant net of fate, with the silver-white ear as the center, spreading and expanding, covering the entire world in the blink of an eye. The world is beating constantly, just like the human heart. At this moment, Apollo heard the heartbeat of the world, as well as the heartbeat of every life living in this world. Whether living or dead, mortals or gods, their bodies, voices, and even the sea of their souls all appeared in his mind one by one. He could feel their smallest movements and deepest emotions. Jupiter, the god king of Olympus, he is now in the palace of the god king, in a very angry mood, with a little fear and anxiety. Not far from Jupiter, the goddess Juno. Her face was pale, her heart was sad and angry, her emotions were high and almost crazy. In the temple of beauty, Venus, the god of love and beauty, quietly lay in front of the window and looked into the distance, with hope and longing on his face. On the way to the ocean, Minerva, the goddess of wisdom, was wearing bright armor, frowning slightly, thinking about something. Deep in the earth, with a slight murmur in his mouth, Apollo slowly opened his golden eyes and took off the silver ear of his left ear, slightly tired. It turned out to be an exploration-type artifact. After wearing it, it can connect to the world, see and hear everything in the world, and perceive everything that is happening. It's a very useful artifact. I just used it to explore the whole world, but I found a lot of things. 35. A bright light suddenly flashed in Apollo's eyes. He first glanced at Olympus, then at the depths of the earth beneath his feet, and finally glanced in the direction of the distant Caucasus Mountains. Everywhere in the world, it seems that there are indeed some things that are very important to Gaia and need to be closely guarded. I just felt faintly, there seemed to be 5 or 6 places. And on the Caucasus Mountains, there is also an unexpected old friend, the great prophet who is bound, and around him is the hanged man. These 2 guys are both Gaia's enemies. I didn't get to enter the world at the beginning. I thought they had been cleaned up, but I didn't expect to be alive to this day. Touching his chin, Apollo flickered, heading towards the Caucasus Mountains. Top of Caucasus Mountains. The face of Prometheus was haggard and pale. His limbs were tightly bound by tentacles like roots of vines. Not far from him, layers of pitch-black curtains covered him, and a gloomy, upside-down figure murmured with a degenerate aura. I can't remember how long it has been since the Supreme Mother Goddess came to this world, not directly obliterating you, but trying to re-erode your spirit and make you useful to her. I used a little power of the primordial sea to hide myself and avoided that crisis. I didn't expect you to be able to persist for so long. What a tenacious will. The great prophet, who was tightly bound, uttered a hoarse voice. The body is the cage of the spirit, and the world is the cage of the body. The only thing she could be trapped in was the outside world. It trapped my body, but could not trap my spirit and my heart. The hanged man nodded. Did you feel it? That splendid aura of light from the battle not long ago. I think the turning point we were looking forward to is about to appear. 39 Prometheus nodded. The hanged man immediately said in a low voice, My omniscient and almighty Lord seems to be about to return to this world, and I can feel the boiling of the original sea. He is really going to appear. Prometheus couldn't help but look solemn. The hanged man chuckled hoarsely. It seems that your heart also hides fear of him. That's right. The bound you merged with was the son of the alien king in the Second Era, but he saw his father, the alien king who dominated the world, being used by him with bright flames. Burned to ashes. 99. Yeah, I, who merged his memory, also merged this fear. Prometheus's voice was very low. Then he asked with disappointment, As the first king of angels to follow him, you who are known as the left hand of God should know him best, right? What kind of existence is he? He is an invincible existence that makes people never think of confrontation, both the strongest and the wisest. If it were not for him to walk out of the original sea, I think that the dark era would never end, and the later gods on that planet would not be born, nor would there be civilization and hope. He smashed the era of ancient gods with one hand, expelled many outer gods, created the potion system and the age of gods, led civilization to flourish and developed, established his own kingdom of gods, and spread the glory all over the universe. Nothing in the world has ever troubled him. His eyes are so deep that he can always see the years ahead thousands of years later, and time cannot stop him. The words omniscient and omnipotent exist exclusively for him, and no one can surpass his peak. I still don't understand. What is there in your world that can trap him for such a long period of time and prevent him from stepping into the world in 4.4? 99 Under the heavy curtains, the gloomy eyes of the hanged man are full of complexity, not only with disgust, but also with deep worship and awe. Just as they were discussing, a golden figure suddenly appeared in the distance. This breath, the hanged man and Prometheus looked into the distance in surprise. I saw that the light in the sky was like a burning flame, surging in the vast void. In the golden ocean, a handsome and holy figure of stalwart walked step by step. He held a silver-white divine scepter with a swaying galaxy in his hand, and his golden eyes revealed incomparable majesty. And behind him, thousands of lights were solid, and 36 pairs of flame-like wings appeared faintly. These wings trembled and swayed, radiating monstrous majestic power. Like a prairie fire, it spreads toward the majestic Caucasus Mountains. Wherever he goes, the void melts, and everything burns to ashes. Chapter 177. It's this annoying light again. Under the dark curtain, the tall figure hanging upside down suddenly screamed. A dark and rich degenerate power spread out from the depths of the curtain, and Shiyong's burning light came from the sky. This left hand of God, from an exotic land, with dark eyes showing sneer and calmness, firmly locked onto the golden figure with 36 pairs of wings stretched behind him. He could feel that the visitor was imposing. But the strength is only the ultimate so-called main god of this world, and even if he does not rely on the mighty power of part of the primordial sea, he is at least equivalent to half the primordial power of this world. The rank gap is enough to shatter everything. Unexpectedly, just when he was content, the dark curtain that carried infinite degenerate power and swept majestic. Just touching the burning bright torrent, it was like a rag encountered fire, and holes were ignited in an instant. The monstrous blazing light penetrated the obstacles of space and raged. The splendid divine power purifies corruption, dispels darkness, and annihilates sin. Unstoppable, the blink of an eye enveloped where he stood. This is impossible. The hanged man and Prometheus were horrified and unbelievable. But the golden torrent that spread over didn't pay attention to their emotional changes at all, and instantly covered them. Under the splendid light, the two of them were covered in green smoke, and the severe pain directly hit the spiritual body. The mighty power of light is both purification and judgment, and even more, destruction. Looking at the dark curtain that was lit layer by layer in front of him, the tall figure hanging upside down looked terrified. No matter what else, he inspired the primordial sea, in the dark zero the surging sea, where fantasy and reality are combined, light and darkness are one, emerges around him. The boiling sea water roared and flowed, blocking the torrent of light that spread over. And Prometheus on the other side was not so lucky. Imprisoned on the Caucasus Mountains by the foreign supreme goddess, he has absolutely no way to escape or move. In the face of the torrent of light coming from the sky, you can only choose to carry it hard. The bound great prophet bit his withered lips, and his body was filled with a filthy aura, forming cages one by one, firmly protecting himself. But before the flaming power of light, these cages of filth and evil were completely powerless to resist. In an instant, they were all purified and destroyed. The splendid and magnificent light covered the bound person with scorching heat. Under the divine might, Prometheus began to burn, not just the body, but also his spirit and heart. The blazing burning of the flame made him miserable and stared straight ahead. In the bright light, Apollo stretched 36 pairs of gorgeous wings and came to him. Although it is a pleasant surprise to be able to meet people with memories of the past in this era. But for the two of you, I don't want to talk about anything at all. Let's become ashes under the cover of light, and when I think of you in the future, I will look at the air around me. Golden eyes with divine rays of light indifferently glanced at Prometheus and the hanged man, and the blazing bright flames were even more dazzling. The bound great prophet let out a shrill roar. His body was gradually burnt out, his hands and feet were turned to ashes, and only his head and torso were still being burned. Apollo, don't kill me. I still have a lot to do. The torso was also burned to ashes, and Prometheus, shaking his head, made a pleading voice, and he recognized Apollo. But Apollo didn't even look at him. His golden eyes stared at the hanged man who was protecting his body with the primordial sea. The latter said hoarsely, "Apollo, the god of light, you truly deserve to be the one that the Messiah values the most, and think that you are the person to whom the Lord's prophecy refers. Is this an incarnation of you left in this world? It's really powerful, but it can't help me." Covered by the illusory primordial sea, the upside-down figure shrouded in heavy curtains suddenly erupted with powerful fallen power, impacting the torrent of light that swept across the sky. The primordial sea, corresponding to the first of the three pillars of the exotic region, is indeed very extraordinary, but it's a pity that you can only mobilize part of it. This level is not enough under the wrath of Seraph. In the splendid light, Apollo's golden eyes flashed, and the 36 pairs of flaming wings behind him quickly stretched out. The torrent of light is endless, burning to the extreme. Penetrating the infinite void, violently bombarded the illusory primordial sea. During the days when he came to the Caucasus Mountains, with the help of the Hall Stone and many source crystals, his divine power quickly reached the level of the ninth order of the main god. But such a rank, even with the blessing of the dawning domain, can't compete with the exotic sequence 0 that is almost comparable to the original. The difference is not small, but under the 3-star attack technique of Seraph's wrath, this distance was surpassed. This divine art is purely offensive and destructive divine art, detonating all the divine power of the caster, erupting like an erupting volcano. If it weren't for a large amount of divine origin crystal Tianyuan crystal as a supplement, Apollo estimated that the ninth-order divine power of his main god would be completely consumed in less than a dozen breaths. Such a huge loss. The power in exchange is also worth it. When the 36 pairs of flaming wings stretched out, even if the complete primordial stood in front of him, Apollo had the confidence to burn them to ashes. Like the great prophet in front of you. As the splendid light continued to burn, the last 340 heads of Prometheus also turned to ashes. In the sky shrouded in light, he completely disappeared from the world. What is surprising is that at the last moment of his life, a strange smile appeared on his head. The bound. Seeing that Prometheus had completely fallen, the hanged man roared in anger in the original ocean. But the splendid torrent of light also completely covered his surroundings, even if the illusory ocean of light and dark fusion, fantasy, and reality integrated to protect him. The magnificent divine might is still pressing forward step by step. At this moment, from the place where Prometheus died, a bright thing like a strip of cloth suddenly flew out, flashing a strange light. And on the cloth strip, a light and shadow appeared faintly, interweaving into a flawless, beautiful face. Pandora. Seeing this face, Apollo was a little surprised. This isn't my real body. It's just a mark I left in this bound characteristic. If it wasn't for my help, how could Prometheus, an ordinary goddess, resist the two invasions of the supreme goddess? The illusory light and shadow flickered, and Pandora's beautiful cheeks were solemn. She stared at Apollo's golden eyes and said solemnly, I reveal this mark to tell you one thing about how to take back the key to this world from Gaia. Chapter 178. When Pandora spoke up, the hanged man, shrouded in the sky, hurriedly took the opportunity to trigger the power of the original sea, breaking through a gap in the blazing brilliance. Wanna run? 35 Apollo snorted softly, and 36 pairs of wings flashed brilliantly behind him. The burning bright torrent blasted open layers of curtains, hitting the heart of the hanged man. This left hand of God stumbled to the ground, but soon struggled to get up and fled into the distance. Apollo was about to pursue, when Pandora whispered, Leave him first, he will appear in this world. As long as his lord's calculation, he still has a little use. Apollo stopped and looked deeply at her flawless cheek. You are very familiar with the omniscient Almighty? Because of him, I exist. Pandora said in a low voice with reminiscence. Apollo smiled. Could it be that you are his daughter? You can guess again. Pandora smiled lightly. Go back to the original thing. You said you had to tell me the key to how to take the world from Gaia? The flawless face condensed by illusory light and shadow nodded and said, I don't know if you have thought about a question. The Supreme Personality lies in the world and the gods. Then why did Chaos sit and watch Gaia usurp his world and pantheon, but didn't make a move to stop her? Chaos seems to be suppressing something important and can't get out. But that's not true either. Nothing is more important than the world and pantheon that are his supreme roots. Apollo replied in a deep voice. Pandora's mouth curled into a smile. Then you should also notice that although the world and the gods have been usurped, Chaos has not fallen from the highest rank. This is why Chaos is not in a hurry and still chooses to suppress the things in the depths of his chaos. Gaia's usurpation is not complete, and now she and Chaos share this world and god system. Apollo's golden eyes flashed. Yes, this is the truth. Pandora nodded. Staring into the sky, the mysterious woman said in a low voice, At the beginning of ignorance a long time ago, when Chaos was promoted to high, he coerced Gaia, Tartarus, and other primordials to form a world for him. His chaotic origin has a unique ability, and all things within the chaotic package, whether living or dead, will become the support of his strength. So back then, although all of you gods had nothing to do with him directly, the world in which he lived was shrouded in chaos, and you were all members of his divine system. The origin of the world has nothing to do with him, but the world is covered by chaos, so the world belongs to him. 35 Apollo said solemnly, and now Gaia has usurped the gods with his blood connection. But this Roman world is still covered by chaos, so the gods in the world are still the ones of chaos. Pandora smiled and nodded. You are right. So there are actually two supreme rulers in this world now, and Gaia only superficially has the upper hand. And as long as there is a chance, chaos can recapture everything she has usurped. You came to tell me how to help chaos regain the world? 35 Apollo looked at her. Why, don't you think it's more disadvantageous to help chaos? 35, it's a little unhappy. I work hard, and he just needs to lie comfortably in the depths of chaos. 55, then you are wrong. Chaos has been uncomfortable, and betrayal has a price. Although he ascended to the highest level, his life has never been easier. It is good for everyone to let him continue to suppress things in the depths of chaos stably. Pandora's beautiful eyes showed a hint of depth. Oh, more than one person said in front of me that he was a betrayal. What exactly did he betray? Apollo asked curiously. If several different people tell you that he is a traitor, they may not be referring to the same thing. Because chaos betrayed a total of 2 times, 2 different objects and groups. Pandora's cheeks flashed memories. Apollo was even more curious. Which 2 groups? This starts from the era before ignorance. Generally speaking, the main gods after 3 generations of the gods, are called the gods of Olympus. Before the era of the 2nd generation of the gods, it was the Titans. And more in front, such as the 5 primordial, Moros, Urano's brothers, they are called primitive gods, active in the age of ignorance. But most of the gods do not know that before the primitive gods, there was an era of gods, and the gods at that time were called 99 super-primitive protos. 35 super-primitive protos. Apollo asked after reading the term carefully. Phanes Dionysus is the king of the super-primitive protos. The almighty King Phanes was indeed the king of the gods at that time. 99 Pandora nodded and continued. However, just like the 3 generations of god kings Uranus, Cronus, and Zeus, they have never completely mastered the entire world. The god king of Phanes is only in name. In the era of the super-primitive protos, there was no shortage of powerful gods who were comparable to him, and there were more than one supreme existence overlooking them. 95 Apollo asked with questions. How did such a powerful super-primitive protos perish, just because of chaos betrayal? He was not supreme at that time, so he should not have such ability. This starts with the arrival of the omniscient Almighty from the foreign realm. Speaking of this, Pandora suddenly looked up and looked into the distance. He said to Apollo, "Someone came to trouble you. These things will be discussed next time." Apollo was stunned, wanting to curse. I hate half of this kind of words, just like some unscrupulous writers who like to break the chapter at key points when they read online articles in their predecessors. Pandora didn't know what was in his heart, and said quickly, Gaia's usurpation of this world has 6 core points, called the Boundary Core 0. They are distributed in 6 key locations in the world, and you need to have enough gods or the power of the original level to guard the suppression. What you have to do is to destroy these 6 world cores. But it's useless to just destroy a single core, because the 6 core are a whole, and as long as one survives, you can quickly repair, the others that are destroyed. 5. To completely destroy them, it is necessary to destroy all 6 realm cores in a relatively short period of time, so that the power of chaos will be drawn back and smash Gaia's usurpation. Pandora's tone was very fast, and just after the words were finished, the face intertwined with light and shadow disappeared. Only the cloth-shaped, bounded character that was precipitated after Prometheus died was left in place. Apollo reached out and put it away. At the same time, he looked up into the sky. Under the reflection of the golden eyes, in the vast sky, a dignified goddess holding a sword and a scale, and covering her eyes with a white cloth, walked indifferently. Behind her, followed by 3 beautiful girls with different expressions, all with serious expressions. Feeling the terrifying fluctuations left after the battle around the Caucasus Mountains, the dignified goddess blindfolded with white cloth flashed shock on her face. Immediately, she was facing the gathering place of light and announced loudly, Apollo, you violated the order of the divine court. I have been ordered by the king of gods to arrest you and return to Olympus for trial. Chapter 179. Justice, the goddess of justice, and the three goddesses of timing. The golden eyes lifted lightly, and Apollo indifferently glanced at the person who came. Holding a sword and a balance, the blindfolded goddess of justice sighed softly. Apollo, you are also a descendant of the god king, a member of Olympus. In fact, there is no need to make things too much. Go back with me and apologize to the king of gods. Everything will turn around. Goddess of justice, are you too naive, or do you think I'm stupid? Apollo sneered, and the galaxy scepter appeared in his palm. The silver-white, dazzling scepter shimmers with the brilliance of stars, interweaving a magnificent Milky Way composed of stars in the light of the sky, circling and surging. Feeling the waves, the dignified cheek of the goddess of justice flashed a sigh of relief. Behind her, the slender and pretty timing three goddesses drank coldly. Mother, don't persuade this stubborn guy. Let's take him down. These three graceful girls with different expressions looked at each other, and their bodies were filled with invisible mighty power at the same time. Among the three goddesses of timing, the first is a gentle girl with green hair and a bright long skirt. With the urge of 340 divine power, a lot of flowers and green grass appear in her hands, which is the taste of spring. The second is a red-haired person. She looks hot, mature, and fit, and her whole body glows with the blazing heat of summer, like the scorching sun. The last one was a young woman who looked the oldest and almost lost her appearance as a girl. She was tall, with a sharp temperament, and her beautiful eyebrows carried the chill of autumn. Spring, summer, and autumn are the seasons symbolized by these three goddesses. Following their movements, a splendid scene of spring, summer, and autumn appeared in the void, surrounding Apollo in awe. In the rotation of the time sequence, the radiance of the Milky Way in the sky became a little dim, as if it was restricted by some mighty force. Apollo couldn't help but be surprised. The individual ranks of the three goddesses in the time series are all very ordinary main gods, and they will not be stronger than Venus, the god of love and beauty. However, the divine power that the three teamed up to explode completely surpassed the sect of the rank, reaching a power that is almost comparable to the ultimate power of the Lord God. I have long heard that the three goddesses of the sequence of the three goddesses of fate are not inferior to the three goddesses of fate in terms of power and mystery, but there is indeed some reason. With a chuckle, Apollo shook the galaxy scepter in his hand. The splendid torrent of light is attached to the mighty power of the galaxy, like an invisible giant sword, slashing the world. Bang! The sky and the earth exploded, and the void was torn apart. The splendid starlight swept through, the universe roared, and the invisible power of timing tore open holes. The three goddesses of timing could not help showing horror on their faces. For a long time, the three of them were not well known among the gods, but they were very confident in their own strength. With the three of them working together, even the Father God, the greatest god king of Olympus, they have the confidence to fight against him. Before they came, they also heard that the sin god to be arrested was strong enough to compete with the god king. But they are still full of self-confidence, thinking that even if they can't win it easily, it will definitely be fine if they hold back the fierce battle for a while. It is time to show some achievements to the incompetent gods of Olympus, who has been unknown for a long time. But why? This blonde young god is far more powerful than the legends outside. Feel the splendid light that strikes from the sky, the majestic and unparalleled might. The three young girls looked flustered and became in a hurry. Alas, although your sisters are powerful, they have been hidden from the world for a long time. Encountering a weak enemy is nothing, but once encountering a strong enemy, it lacks the ability to adapt. Feeling the helplessness of the three daughters, the blindfolded justice woman, DB, sighed, holding the sword and the scales high at the same time. Suddenly, a grim and severe icy mighty force permeated from her dignified figure. The heavy snow fills the air, the chill is monstrous, and the power of the cold and severe winter echoes the divine power of the three goddesses of spring, summer, and autumn. In an instant, these form a complete and flawless whole. The sequence of spring, summer, autumn, and winter rotates like a huge, invisible circle, covering the source of the sky. Young gods, everything is under order. No one can surpass it, except the sanctions of order. Staring at Apollo's golden eyes, This invisible circle revolves, radiating radiance and shrinking. The surrounding space was slowly compressed, and the awe-inspiring pressure was like mountain peaks, crushing in all directions, without being heavy. The torrent of light that filled the sky began to shatter every inch under this mighty pressure. The source of order. Looking closely at Justitia, who was surrounded by the three goddesses of timing, Apollo let out a small hum. The goddess of justice, who is known for her fairness and justice, has her sword and scales held high, and her whole body is bathed in splendid brilliance. The majestic power radiates from her dignified body, intertwined in the void, like a page after page of laws, jumping with an untouchable sacred bearing. On her body, Apollo felt a strong root aura. It is like the source of all order and rules in the world, planning all things, judging all things, judging all things. This includes legal provisions, humanistic morality, as well as the rotation of seasons, the cycle of the sun and the moon, and the natural laws of birth, old age, sickness, and death. As long as you live between this earth and the vast sky, you are destined to be enveloped, restrained, and punished by this mighty force. But the reason why the gods are gods is because we are above the rules, hold authority, and make order. With a long roar, Apollo spread out a pair of burning wings behind him, and the blazing light was like a flame, filling the destruction of the Qi machine, rising into the sky. The splendid light covers him, and the sacred grandeur supports the grand atmosphere that surpasses all things. When the 36 pairs of burning wings were all spread out, blazing fire of light, rendering the void. Under the splendid flames, the shrinking invisible circles and the invisible clauses covering all things were ignited in the blink of an eye. The golden light shrouded the sky, and the endless light and heat filled the sky, causing the whole world to tremble. Every god and every mortal thing looked up at the shroud of light and looked surprised. Immediately, they heard a divine and mighty voice. I say, all the land that the light shines on is my country, and only my laws should be obeyed. Chapter 180. The golden light, like the sparkling threads of the roots, spreads across the sky like flowing water. The vast and fertile land was dyed like gold by this golden brilliance. In the remote wilderness, in the prosperous city-state, in the turbulent sea, the king who sits high in the palace, the lowly commoner who lives in a cramped hut, the sailor who watches the waves sailing, the prisoner who hangs his head in the prison. Regardless of identity and age, status and location, under the warmth of the magnificent light, you can feel the awe-inspiring sanctity. In the bottom of my heart, there was a sense of reverence and piety, and I couldn't help but look at the distant sky, covered by that sacred light. Even the brilliance of the sun is dim at the moment. In the immortal mountain of Olympus, every god was shocked by this splendid light. Among them, the sun god Thor had the gloomiest face. Standing beside his sister, moon goddess Luna, he said in a low voice, "It's the goddess of justice who is punishing the sin god of Apollo." Humph, don't look at the movement so much. I think he will be smashed by the sword of justice soon. Needless to say, the gods quickly turned their attention to the source of light. On the clear sky of the Caucasus Mountains, a tall figure stood proudly in the void. The golden light firmly covered him, setting off his immortal handsome figure. Behind him stretched a pair of splendid wings, like a flaming flame, with a magnificent and sacred belonging to the light. Infinite splendor was released on him, and the pure warmth still filled people's hearts with warmth even though they were separated by an infinite distance, as if the soul had been baptized. The hearts of the gods could not help but be filled with shaking. To put the name Sin God on such a divine being is simply blasphemy and is creating sin. This kind of thinking is very unreasonable, but at this moment, almost all the gods have such thoughts in their hearts. Sensing their faces, Jupiter snorted coldly. "It is indeed my blood, but unfortunately, you should be punished for committing sins. The power of goddess Justitia and her 3 daughters is enough to judge all sin gods." While he was drinking, on the Caucasus Mountains, the dignified goddess of justice, Justitia, clenched the sword and the balance in both hands but trembled. Although his eyes were covered, it could not hinder the splendid and magnificent light in front of him. Under her perception, The infinite light and heat are like the sun bursting with fiery tides, hitting the earth and the sky unstoppably. The circle of order formed by her joint efforts with her three daughters has now been ignited. The splendid light is dyed with the chains of order, all of which will be burned to ashes. The kingdom of light travels in the world, and the illuminated land will sweep away the old order and create rules that belong only to light. What a daring god! Even the king of the gods has to accept the shackles of rules. You actually want to destroy the order and create a new order. Justitia couldn't help trembling. In a dignified moment, she raised the sword in her hand, called her three daughters, slashed forward, and launched justice again. But behind her, the three young and graceful goddesses of time, now staring at the distant sky absent-mindedly. The beautiful eyes lost their sharpness before, staring blankly at the dazzling divine figure in the bright light. They didn't wake up until their mother cried out. But the response was already quite late, and the sword of the goddess of justice slashed into the sky alone. The golden figure standing in the light raised his eyes lightly. The burning wings behind him fluttered, and the divine sword that sanctioned the gods hung down like a splendid flame. Only a soft cry was heard, and the pure white sword of justice ignited brightly. The golden light enveloped it, gilding the pure white with brilliance. Its sword edge lost its sharpness in an instant, and it just floated softly in the air. The goddess of justice's face changed, and she threw out the scales in her other hand. But before she finished the action, she saw a splendid light oozing over, breaking the order and rules, and scorching heat enveloped her dignified body. The brilliance of light. Even order cannot be locked. Light is justice, and no one can punish. 99 Amidst the dazzling light, Apollo approached step by step. The three goddesses hurriedly blinked their bright eyes, stood in front of their mother, swayed the divine power of spring, summer, and autumn, and cooperated with the righteous power of midwinter to block the light. Apollo, your light cannot be above order. All life is destined to obey the rules and survive in order. You'd better stop resisting, go to Olympus and plead guilty. We can intercede for you. 35 The timing goddesses nibbled their lips and shouted while encouraging themselves and increasing their confidence, while trying to persuade the beautiful blonde gods in front of them. After scanning these three innocent girls who had never experienced much, Apollo sneered. 36 pairs of splendid wings vibrated, and the rich torrent of light washed them away, and the turbulent might hit Justitia directly. For flowers, the dignified goddess of justice exerted all her strength to try to block the blow. But the splendid light that swept the world was like a broken bamboo, instantly shattering all order and rules, and violently crashing down. The goddess of justice whimpered and stumbled out. Looking closely at the sacred figure surrounded by 36 pairs of golden wings under the brilliant light, the gods on Mount Olympus witnessed the curtain, but there was no shock on their faces. In front of such a stalwart figure, shouldn't the defeat of the goddess of justice be taken for granted? This idea is equally unfounded. Justitia, the goddess of justice, the daughter of Gaia, the mother of the earth, is a famous goddess with a high status and powerful strength. Whether it is the second-generation god king Saturn or the current god king Jupiter, they are in awe of her. She, who is in charge of order, is not only her daughter, but also her three goddesses of divine timing, who can incarnate the source of order, judge, and punish all gods, including the three kings of sky, sea, and Hades. Such a powerful existence was easily defeated, which was big news enough to shake the world. But at this moment, under this sacred light, all the gods feel that this is how they should be. The most holy light, no one can desecrate. The wrath of the seraph is really a powerful divine technique. Apparently aware of it, Apollo sighed in his heart. In a certain religion, there is only one angel with 36 pairs of wings, and that is Metatron, the king of angels known as Little Jehovah. This is the prototype of the so-called morning star angel Lucifer, later known as the deputy king of the kingdom of heaven, the first angel to be created, and also considered to be the incarnation of the Creator, the only angel with divinity. It symbolizes the wrath of God and destroys all those who disobey God's will with the sword of flame. In Buddhism, it is equivalent to the relationship between Buddha and Fudo Ming Wang, which is the angry side of the creator. The magical technique of Seraph's wrath is actually simulating such a form, the creator who incarnates the aspect of destruction. As a result, it has been contaminated with a trace of the divine nature of the creator and has a strong sense of sacred affinity. The look of the gods of Olympus fell in the eyes of Jupiter, who was sitting high on the throne. He suddenly pulled out the lightning spear and flew out of Olympus in anger. At the same time, in the depths of the ocean and the underworld, a figure of a king quickly emerged. All with murderous aura, they all went to the river where the bright light is. Chapter 181. Thousands of thunder and lightning flashed together. Jupiter's tall figure fell from the sky, and the spear that burst out thousands of lightning flashed brilliantly, revealing unparalleled formidable power. The king of the gods lowered his eyes, like dark clouds covering the sky, and said coldly, "Apollo, today, whether it is the sky, the earth, the ocean, or the underworld, there is absolutely no place for you." That's what I said. If so, then I will smash your sky, your earth, your ocean, your Hades. In the brilliant light, Apollo's 36 pairs of wings vibrated again. The light in the sky dispels the dark clouds and shatters thousands of lightning. Staring at this scene, the thousands of gods on Mount Olympus could not help but hold their breath. The king of the gods and his son, who was named the god of sin, confronted him again. "I'm afraid there won't be any room for this time. Victory and defeat must be divided into life and death, which determines the future of the entire divine court. It's just that he failed to win this son last time, but now 340s easily defeated the mother and daughter of the goddess of justice on the other side, and their strength is even stronger. Is he really okay this time?" All the gods have doubts in their hearts, and some people have even given birth to other thoughts, thinking that if Jupiter is defeated, perhaps Olympus will give birth to a new king, but the situation will be very different. However, when the power of light and lightning touched, in the depths of the steep peak, a deep darkness and death suddenly pervaded. A tall and thin king with a dark robe and a face as cold as iron, holding a double fork, came cold. "Pluto the Pluto." The gods exclaimed his identity. The indifferent and stern Pluto did not care about their shock, with two forks in his hands, one of which symbolized life and always symbolized death. With the fork handle in hand, it represents his majestic vigor to control life and death and to dominate destiny. The black lacquer robe fluttered in the wind, setting off his majestic figure and the supreme monarch who ruled over death. The moment the figure appeared, the fierce light of death pierced through the empty space and stabbed towards the throat of the blond boy in the bright light. Apollo's golden eyes were indifferent, as if he had expected it. The fair-skinned left hand pressed down, bluffing with 5 fingers, and the magnificent bright torrent blocked the sharp fork tips. The most holy and majestic power, tearing the curtain of death, purifying the rich darkness, and infinite light and heat sweeping the icy cheeks of Hades. The dead monarch, the king of the underworld, who was holding the double fork, his iron-like complexion could not help changing, and he hurriedly turned around to deal with it. At the same time, Jupiter in the sky thought he saw an opportunity. The lightning spear was raised high, and thousands of bright electric lights filled the void, like hundreds of millions of thin snakes coiled together. With just the first blow, the king of the gods had brought out all his strength. Countless thunders converged into one, like a powerful artifact that was the most violent and unpretentious, born only for destruction, and pierced into the light of the sky fiercely. The gods were horrified. God, Hades actually came out to help the king of gods. Apollo just fought against the mother and daughter of the goddess of justice, and now facing the two kings joining forces, the situation is not good. 39. Yeah, if it is to face the god-king alone, I think with his strength to easily defeat the mother and daughter of the goddess of justice, there is hope of victory. But who would have thought that the Pluto, who was the most difficult to deal with in the past, was the first to arrive? It can be understood that they are brothers. In the past, they overthrew the ancient court together, but they all fought side by side. Many gods expressed regret. At this moment, the infinite thunder that pierced into the sky suddenly collapsed. A huge roar shook the world. The gods looked at them in amazement. only to see the bright lightning flashes just entering the splendid field of light. Just like the fuel of the fire, golden fireworks are ignited in the blink of an eye. Thousands of lightning bolts, like thousands of fire seeds, ignited bunches of brilliant bright fires. The brilliant light and heat, like a prairie, ignited the entire sea of thunder in an instant, and the brilliance spread directly to the place where Jupiter stood. The majestic king of the gods, his face was extremely flustered, and he hurriedly shook the spear in his hand, bursting with divine power, trying to disperse the lingering fire of light. But his actions only intensified the burning light. One after another brilliant light, covering him like a shooting star. At this critical juncture, Apollo suddenly raised his eyes in the bright light, looking somewhere in the void, and said, "Since they are all here, come out and die with your two brothers." Before the words fell, the empty void suddenly swept out layers of turbulent waves. The blue waters like Wang Yang appeared out of thin air, covering Jupiter's body, blocking the spreading bright flames for him. "This is Neptune, and he actually came." The three kings gathered together to deal with Apollo. The gods looked in amazement at the surging blue ocean. In the splash of thousands of waves, a burly figure holding a trident, with long hair flying, blue eyes showing the magnificent waves like the sea, has an unparalleled momentum. The moment he appeared, Jupiter, surrounded by lightning, and Pluto, who was in the deep darkness, roared at the same time. An invisible stalwart force formed awe-inspiringly from the three of them. Apollo is over. This is the status of the king that Mother Earth gave to the three kings to dominate the world in the past. Only when the three kings of the sky, the ocean, and the underworld join forces can it be triggered. For many years, I thought that I would never see the three kings of the divine court join forces to fight against the enemy. But I didn't expect that there would be a day when the kingship would really be inspired. Hey, this young blonde god is really a monster. But it's a pity that the three kings appeared at the same time, and I can't think of any reason to urge them. Spirits from all over the world sighed. The three kings of the sky, the sea, and the underworld have never been in harmony. But at this moment, there is no sign at the same time, which is really incredible. If you want to blame, it's your fault. Mother Earth ordered, "We can only choose to kill you." The Sea Emperor Neptune, who was holding a trident, said to Apollo in an indifferent tone, "If you are worthy of Mother Earth's attention, the three of us will join forces to kill you. Even if you die in battle, you will be proud of yourself." Pluto, the king of the underworld, said in a low voice, death and darkness surrounding him like a crown. They and Jupiter formed a circle from three directions and surrounded Apollo firmly. The invisible personality of the king forms a monstrous oppressive force, and the sky is full of light like the majestic oppression of thousands of towering peaks. Seeing this scene, the three goddesses of timing who supported their mother in the distance couldn't help showing their pretty cheeks. They could already foresee the appearance of this good-looking blonde boy being torn to shreds by the three kings. "Stop talking nonsense. Take him down." Infinite lightning intertwined. God King Jupiter had a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth, and the cold 4.4 locked Apollo and made an announcement. At this moment, there was a soft laughter in the bright sky. It's a familiar scene. I remember that I was surrounded by you like this before, but the lineup at that time was more gorgeous and your strength was stronger. 35. What kind of thing is the status of the king? It is very similar to the authority of the king of the gods. Gaia really likes the things of others. The three kings of Jupiter, Pluto, and Neptune frowned slightly, not quite understanding what Apollo said. "Don't think, for to the dead there is no point in thinking too much." 36 pairs of splendid wings were spread out in full bloom. Apollo's whole body was full of light, and his golden eyes calmly glanced at the three kings surrounding him and said solemnly, "In that siege, I was able to defeat you one by one. But this time, the only thing waiting for you is fall again." Chapter 182. The sky is clear, the flaming splendid wings spread out in pairs. The three kings of Jupiter, Neptune, and Pluto looked cold. In the eyes of the gods, the blazing light is like a surging tide, stretching in all directions in the blink of an eye, and the magnificent country of light is expanding rapidly. The rich light and heat, brilliant and sacred, instantly blasted away layers of waves, purifying the darkness of death and shaking violent thunder. The expressions of the three god kings changed, and the lightning spear, trident, and double fork pierced at the same time, and their powerful divine power burst forth. Bright thunder and lightning roamed the sky, surging waves rolled over the earth, and dark death surged from below. Apollo, no amount of brilliant light can resist the king's judgment. Die. The sky, the ocean, and the netherworld, three different directions, like three fulcrums, form a mighty force, and the king's personality explodes to the extreme, restraining the light. The majestic sight made all the gods who watched it horrified. It was the first time in tens of thousands of years that the three kings of the divine court had joined hands, and it was too terrifying. Who can resist such a force? Just when their color changed, in the splendor covered by lightning, waves, and death, a faint smile suddenly came out. Is this your limit? 31, not enough? The faint smile was accompanied by an extremely dazzling brilliance, sacred and fiery, a pair of burning wings, like a blazing blade, vibrating in all directions, tearing apart space and order. Bang, bang, bang. The series of light sounds were like a cracked furnace, bursting out with more fiery and magnificent light and heat. As the splendid brilliance spread, the turbulent blue waves evaporated in an instant. The blue king holding the trident trembled. The king of the gods, who held the spear aloft, hurriedly urged him to judge the gods with the lightning of divine punishment, violently shaking. But the blazing light ignited the lightning, and the splendid light dyed the sky. The dark king, shrouded in darkness, hurriedly harnessed death and darkness, and attacked from below. But a white palm stretched out in the depths of the light, pressing down on him like a majestic mountain. The lord of the underworld, who was dressed in black hunting, stumbled, and the death and darkness around him were like a worn-out windbreaker, shivering in the cold wind-like light. Boom! With gestures to tear lightning, waves, and death, Apollo's golden eyes ignore the void. The sacred might stretches across the space, and the king's status, shrouded in all directions, like thousands of steep mountain peaks, were flattened one by one. Brilliant light swept across the sky, and gentle warmth covered the earth. The universe was dead silent for a moment. The gods widened their eyes, and they all condensed. The 36 pairs of gorgeous wings stretched out, and the divine figure set off by the light of the sky trembled in their hearts. Jew. Actually, after repelling the god king and the others, is it really going to change? An older god said in a hoarse voice. All the gods are silent. All are silent. It is unimaginable that there are gods who can fight against the three kings of the sky, the ocean, and the underworld. In a remote mountain peak in the vast land, Diana, who was looking for her prey with a silver bow and arrow, suddenly raised her silver-haired head. Staring at the splendid and beautiful golden figure in the distant sky, her eyes narrowed, and her tone murmured, "My brother, you are indeed the greatest god who is destined to stand at the top of the gods. I am proud to be your sister." 35. And at the junction of the earth and the ocean, the goddess of wisdom with dazzling armor and heroic spirit blinked her bright eyes lightly and said, "This battle is not over yet. If you can really defeat the three kings, then you will be the true king of the gods." Staring at the golden figure shrouded in magnificent light, a smile appeared on her flawless face. "I think you are the existence that can create miracles. It's really useless. The three of them can't win a young god who was born not long ago." In the depths of the dark earth, in the majestic and tall shrine, an icy shout suddenly came out. The voice came from the throat of a plump woman in a long khaki dress. But the strange thing is that although she is scolding, her voice has no mood swings at all. It seems that he is not angry, but feels that he should be angry at this time, so he imitates the tone of anger. Her appearance is also very strange. From the outside, she is a plump and charming, beautiful woman. But under the hem of her long khaki skirt, there were no slender and taut jade legs, but dark and rough tentacles, like tree roots and vines, pierced tightly into the vast land. Her eyes seemed to transcend all distances and time and space. Staring at the bright light that spreads across the sky, she made a low voice. "I didn't expect that while you were fighting the main body in the chaos, you could also leave an avatar in the world. If it weren't for the fact that there are quite a few cores of the six worlds, and it takes a long time to be guarded to prevent the infiltration of chaos forces, I should have killed you by myself. Even so, you still can't escape the fate of death. Jupiter, Neptune, Pluto, I will give you the power of the real king. Destroy him. Suddenly, the dark tentacles that spread out from under her long khaki dress, like the roots of a tree, trembled wildly. Immediately, the whole world vibrated, and a boundless and profound might pervaded. At the same time, the three kings who were shaken by the impact of the sky's light suddenly trembled. With the three people as the fulcrum, the stalwart 340 kings grid was once again intertwined. The majestic pressure was several times stronger than before, and the whole world looked heavy under this vast pressure. Oh, did she do it? Apollo blinked his golden eyes and glanced at the vast land. A silver ear was suddenly placed on his left ear. He felt the heartbeat of the world. The vast and vast world has 6 extremely special spots of light. 3 of them are in Olympus, Hades, and the ocean, and are connected to all the gods who live there. With the help of the power of all the gods in these 3 places, the 3 light spots were suppressed very stably. The core of maintaining this state is the 3 kings who rule these 3 places. They have a very mysterious connection with these 3 light spots. Through this connection, an invisible and vast force was imposed on them. At this moment, in the depths of the earth, someone passed on a vast and mighty force to them through this connection. It turns out that this is the so-called kingship. The former authority of the king was the welfare of the jailer of fate, and the current kingship is just an addition to the realm core guards. Ironic. Sighing indifferently, Apollo looked coldly into the depths of the earth. Gaia, I don't want to go on like this anymore. Let me end it quickly and have a moment with you in person. Chapter 183. The golden eyes lifted lightly, overlooking the void. Sweeping the 3 kings who were so imposing because of Gaia's power, Apollo said indifferently, Jupiter, Neptune, Pluto, show your strengths. This will allow you to end your life with less regret. Arrogant. 99 holding the lightning spear tightly, Jupiter's voice was louder than the surrounding thunder. Feeling the great power pouring into the body from all directions, the king of the gods Mayu welcomes back his confidence. The icy eyes ignored the bright light, and the thunder and lightning shrieked from his majestic body. Apollo, I said before that today, no matter the sky, the earth, the ocean, or the underworld, there is no place for you to live in the whole world. Now, this sentence will be more truly confirmed. Accompanied by the resounding sound of his voice, one after another huge lightning flashed out suddenly. On the other side, the 2 kings, Neptune and Pluto, also rolled up in a monstrous atmosphere. Boundless ocean waves and water curtains hang in the sky, surging waves, and waves shake the boundless world. It is necessary to turn heaven and earth into a kingdom that belongs to the sea. Darkness is the robe, death is the seat. The icy prongs draw the boundary between life and death, and the ghostly aura lingers in the realm of life. Thunder, waves, and death, the 3 supreme powers are intertwined again. The invisible terrifying pressure is like a vast world, crushing the vast light from thousands of directions. But in the moment when the 3 of them shot, the golden boots of Apollo's feet flickered, leading him through the space of fantasy and reality. In just a blink of an eye, a splendid light shrouded in invisible power suddenly emerged from behind Jupiter and other 3 kings. 36 pairs of splendid wings burn with divine brilliance. The fierce and powerful force first bombarded Jupiter's vest. The king of the gods looked horrified, and the lightning spear tried to defend. But the splendid torrent of light is faster than the wind and dazzling electricity. In a hurry, Jupiter only recruited part of the thunder sea. Boom! As the grand light swept through, the fragile, dazzling thunders collapsed one after another. The blazing power hit Jupiter's chest. Puff! The king of the gods bleeds into the void and staggers to the ground. At the same time, the same majestic force swept toward the dark death and endless waves. The lord of the ocean and the king of the underworld struggled to roar, urging extreme divine power to fight against the light in the sky. But the triangle lacks one, and the king does not exist. The splendid light and splendor fell, like a colorful rainbow hanging low in the sky. Jump. The lord of the underworld surrounded by darkness and death. The double fork symbolizing death and life roars endlessly, waving the deepest king's color in the light. However, only a crisp sound was heard. The splendid light is like a giant hammer beat asterisk 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 G, and there is no heroic force. To control life and death, to dominate fate, is just a lie after all. The pitch-black double fork was torn apart like rotten iron and copper, and at the same time its tall master was swept away by the embarrassment. Jupiter, Pluto. The ocean king holding the trident looked horrified. At the last moment, their brothers were still full of confidence. With the mighty support of Mother Earth, which enemy in the world cannot be defeated, but the magnificent light swept away, and the two brothers retreated in embarrassment in the blink of an eye, and the battle was completely defeated. All this is changing too fast. Not only him, the gods watching the battle also couldn't react, and the more flamboyant splendid light is already violent. Boom! The void shook and the waves roared. The splendid golden torrent shrouded the boundless waves in an instant. The monstrous light and heat quickly spread to the blue king holding the trident. Neptune looked horrified, trying to summon all his divine power. Layers of turbulent waves rolled up and rolled over and over, countering Tianyu. But under the magnificent light, the terrifying tsunami that could easily overturn the mountains and drown the steep peaks was just a random splash of water from the roadside stream. The splendid sacred wings vibrated and stretched, and the magnificent light seemed to stretch out a giant hand to beat these waves down. It's impossible. 9. The burly figure of the ocean's sovereign, with a frightened expression, trembled as he watched the magnificent light approaching the sky inch by inch. Under the watchful eyes of the gods, the ocean lord made a move that was completely unexpected. The sky was covered with light for a moment, and the slender trident was thrown out, rolling up layers of monstrous water curtains in the void. Neptune is not trying to rely on this to resist the spread of the flood of light. The tall and burly king of the sea, when the trident left his hand, suddenly turned around, turned into a white wave, and rushed into the infinite sea. He escaped. Run away. Looking at this scene, all the gods were dumbfounded. One of the three kings of the divine court, the king who dominates the ocean, escaped in the battle. To know that his two brothers can still. Thinking of this, many gods then looked at the god king and the underworld king who fell in embarrassment under the torrent of light. However, they found that the two great kings, who did not know when, were also carrying weapons and fled to different directions. What's the matter? The gods could hardly believe their eyes. If ordinary gods run away in battle, that's all. You are the three kings of the divine court, the rulers of the sky, the ocean, and the underworld, and an example of thousands of gods. In the battle to kill a young god, he fled in embarrassment. All the gods felt a deep shame. Of these three kings, Pluto is fine. The other two, after ascending the throne, were known for their brutal extravagance and chaotic private lives. But this can also be attributed to personal style, and it has nothing to do with whether it matches the identity of the king. At least as kings, they have always been brave. But just today, under the gaze of so many gods, they threw away the last of their bravery. In the same face of the irresistible blazing light, the mother and daughter of the goddess of justice fought to the end and did not retreat. And the three kings of them are not even as good as the three goddesses and three weak girls. So embarrassing. The gods were all blushing, unwilling to believe that this was the king who ruled them. You still have such virtues, but escaping is never where the vitality lies. In the bright light, looking at the three figures fleeing in three directions, Apollo sighed lightly. The golden boots under his feet flickered with light, and his figure disappeared in place in an instant. The edge of the land. The sea emperor Neptune, who fled at a high speed, breathed in the familiar salty sea breeze not far ahead, and his frightened face finally calmed down. Looking at the back, he exhaled. Okay. He should be going after Jupiter and Pluto, and I am temporarily safe here. After speaking, he cursed with lingering fears. Mother Earth wants to destroy him, and if she doesn't do it herself, she wants us to die. Speaking of who he is, I don't believe that a god who was born less than 20 years ago can. You can think about your doubts quietly and slowly after death. A gentle voice suddenly came from behind Neptune. Neptune's body trembled, and he looked at the past minister in amazement. I saw a rich, splendid light spread out on the blue sky, like a kingdom of light covering the world. Living at the top of this country is a handsome and sacred golden figure. He looked at himself expressionlessly. Then a light engulfed it. "Do not!" Neptune let out a terrified cry. Then the sound gradually became lower, and finally disappeared between the sea and the sky. Looking at the king of the sea completely covered by the splendid bright flames, Apollo said indifferently, "First." Chapter 184. The sky is clear and transparent, and is rendered golden by the splendid light. The waves are surging, and the salty sea breeze blows across the blue ocean and blows the vast land. Breathing the last sea breeze, the burly and tall figure of the Sea King was completely reduced to ashes. At the moment of his fall, the originally calm and spacious ocean suddenly swelled up with a huge tsunami, and countless continuous waves were thrown from the sea into the air and straight up to the sky. In the boundless sea and sky, birds no longer dare to fly. The gloomy dark clouds piled up densely, and the violent hurricanes swirled up in waves, carrying the surging sea water, shaking the whole world. In the splendid light, the whole stone appeared in Apollo's hand, constantly absorbing the pure power in this magical gem. The continuous battle, maintaining the state of Seraph's wrath for a long time, made his consumption reach an unprecedented level, and most of the divine origin crystal and Tianyuan crystal were used up. Fortunately, this horse stone can also provide him with energy to maintain the Seraph's wrath. The pure energy continuously poured into the body and transformed into divine power. The original ninth-order personality of the main god has risen faintly again, to advance to the original field. And in the horse stone, the pure power of the root is also trembling. It won't be long before he can completely absorb it and be promoted to primordial. While absorbing the stone of Hor, a 353 Polo started looking for the traces of Jupiter and Pluto with the ear of the world. Prepare to chase the past and end them completely. Suddenly, he looked startled. The ear of the world listened carefully, his golden eyes cast indifferently into the turbulent ocean. When his expression became indifferent, the gods of the sky, the earth, the ocean, and the underworld realized Neptune's fall because of the ocean mutation. God, the emperor of the sea, died like this. Am I wrong? It is unimaginable that the dignified master of the ocean could be turned into ashes by that light so easily. Since the overthrow of the previous divine court, he has been the ruler of the boundless sea, ruling countless gods. I thought he and his fraternity would be overthrown by latecomers, but I never imagined it would be in such a lonely way. Many gods exclaimed in amazement. On the vast land, Jupiter and Pluto, who fled separately, looked gloomy. Neptune just fell like this. What about the two of them? Thinking of the blazing light in the sky, the two kings couldn't help shivering. At this moment, they suddenly felt something, looking at the ocean from a distance, with surprise, DB, on their faces. Immersed in the fallen gods of Neptune, I finally discovered the problem at this time. No, the movement on the ocean is not because of the fall of the Emperor of the Sea. 55. Look, what are those? On the surging boundless sea, a string of waves splashed, and four vague figures faintly emerged. In outline, they are half male and half female. Both males were tall, burly, and imposing. The two women are rich and mature. They are all condensed with monstrous stalwart aura, like symbols of the world, an indispensable part of heaven and earth. Just the leaked breath caused a monstrous storm in the boundless sea. A terrifying chill filled the body of the four of them, freezing the splendid bright figure on the coast. In the depths of the secluded earth, the mother of the earth, Gaia, with a sinister expression, raised a smile on the corner of her mouth. Apollo, you killed them at the beginning, but now they have recovered from the slumber of death, and they have to escape the debt of life to you. Between the blue sea and the sky, I felt the cold, killing intent. Apollo's golden eyes flickered, focusing on the four figures walking out, and suddenly sneered. Who am I supposed to be? It turns out to be the four of you. Boom. With a loud bang, the storm and waves surging on the sea retreated suddenly, revealing the true appearance of the four figures walking out. With the help of the three daughters, Justitia, the goddess of justice who left the Caucasus Mountains, felt the breath of these four people from a distance, and the dignified figure suddenly shook. "Mother, what's wrong with you?" The three goddesses looked at him nervously. A blindfolded goddess of justice frowned slightly and said, "I feel four familiar auras that are deeply related to me, and they seem to have the same origin as me." "Has the same origin as the mother? Could it be the mother's siblings?" The three goddesses of timing smiled. Unexpectedly, Justitia's expression suddenly froze. Trembling said, "My siblings. I should have 11 siblings in total, but a few seem to be missing all the time." The goddess of justice tore off the cloth strip on her face in disbelief, revealing a pair of bright eyes, staring at each finger. She kept breaking her fingers, looking a little crazy. "Why? I will forget that I am missing a few brothers and sisters. This shouldn't be." It shouldn't. When Justitia was confused, all over the world, several surviving Titan gods also trembled and looked at the distant sea, and their emotions were shaking. They all found that they had been ignoring some obvious problems. That's because Gaia can only copy, not create by himself. 5 of the 12 Titans died at my hands, and she didn't think about making 5 more Titans. Instead, using the most direct memory modification to let the world automatically ignore this problem is really a crude and unskilled method. I can imagine the confusion of several Titans at the moment, and Apollo made complaints in his heart. Under the gaze of his golden eyes, the 4 figures that emerged from the depths of the sea were the 4 Titans that fell into his hands in the past. Okeanos, goddess of oceans and rivers; Tessis, goddess of the sea; Hyperion, goddess of the sky; and Thea, goddess of light. An icy and rich killing secret was spread, and the 4 stepped out of the deep sea, exuding a majestic aura that surpassed the past, firmly locking the light in the sky. The white-haired Okeanos was the first to grin and say, "Apollo, didn't expect to see us one day again? In the past, you killed us on the ocean, but you didn't know that our 12 Titans were also part of the Mother, returning to the embrace of the earth after death. Now that our Mother has awakened us from our slumber, we, who are part of the world, have become half original existences." His face was smug and bloodthirsty, glowing with monstrous coercion. Together with Theseus, Hyperion, and Thea, they firmly surrounded the golden figure standing bright. "Apollo, meet the fate of defeat for what you did in the first place." Hyperion, the god of the sky, screamed fiercely. "Suffer to death." The 2 goddesses, Theseus and Thea, had even more hideous eyes, full of chills, and their words were simple and direct. The 4 shot at the same time, and the 4 majestic roots were densely motivated, like mountains, crushing vigorously towards the splendid golden light. Feeling the mighty force sweeping over, Apollo couldn't help but let out a sigh. "Gaia called you back," which really made it more difficult for me. Although I have killed many gods, it is the first time I have killed 4 gods twice at the same time. But it doesn't matter. There will always be a first time for everything. I will try to be gentle. Chapter 185. The sky is clear and the sea is blue. The moment the waves surging is the moment of life and death. Okeanos took the lead, and at the end of the ocean, a surging wave roared and rolled over. A winding ocean wrapped around the vast world like a belt, vibrated and flew out, spinning the world. In the endless waves, the former god of ocean and rivers, with a burly body, merged with the endless ocean rivers. Like an evil dragon spreading its wings, it devoured it towards the realm of light. Beside him, Hyperion, the god of the sky, was surging with divine power, and pieces of invisible void covered Apollo's body in all directions. He himself is transformed into an infinite sky, overlooking all things and encompassing the universe. The moment when the 2 Titans took action, they were absolutely decisive with all their strength. A perfect fit with a part of the world, pulling the power of the root. But deep in the void, the torrent of light is magnificent, burning. 36 pairs of gorgeous wings spread out divinely. As the wings vibrated, a great splendid power roared and surged. Bang, bang, bang. Only a few crisp sounds were heard, and the void shattered. The magnificent and sacred power of light swept across the sea and sky, tore apart the sky, and suppressed the ocean. No heroic power, insurmountable. Okeanos and Hyperion were pale, and their bodies were shaky. Apollo, don't be mad. The goddess of the sea, Tess, and the goddess of light, Thea, exerted all their might and attacked from the other two directions. Glancing at Tessis, Apollo suddenly remembered something. I remember when Okeanos gave up on you in order to survive. How come you don't care about him at all now? The goddess of the sea, who was attacking rapidly, was stunned and a little dazed. But this dazedness was quickly replaced by an icy cold, and she stared at the golden figure in the depths of the light with a chill. Apollo, Okeanos is my beloved husband. You can't provoke us. Under the will of the mother, you have only the fate of being destroyed by us, to die. 55 The surging waves gushed out in her palm, splashing and ravaging brilliant light. Apollo sighed softly. Sure enough, you are all dead after all. The 12 titans originated from the earth. After you die, you return to the earth, and you will only appear as a part of the earth, just a ray of her incarnation. Between the whispers, the 36 pairs of golden wings behind him vibrated again, and splendid light emerged magnificently. Bang! A streak of golden rays of light, like sharp, long arrows, shot out from the sky, like a gust of wind and rain. The two goddesses of the Titans, Thesis and Thea, gave off the mighty power that was directly penetrated. Under the sharp arrow of light, mottled and bruised bodies gradually appeared on their bodies. Boom! In the depths of the light, Apollo suddenly opened his hands. 36 pairs of splendid wings vibrated sacredly, and the rich torrent of light condensed into two pure white spears in his hands, cold and holy. The golden eyes looked down at the two goddesses below. Apollo waved his arm violently, and the pure white holy spear was thrown out. Laugh! Laugh! Two golden rays of light flashed across, accompanied by two clanging sounds of flesh and blood bursting and life dying. Tessis and Thea covered their chests and abdomens in disbelief. There was no blood flowing out, but they were already pierced by the golden light. The majestic force carries the irresistible force and nails the two to the bottom of the sea. The world dimmed in an instant. The 2.5 original Titan goddesses fell. Like two beautiful flowers, they are easily destroyed by the wind and rain. Their husbands, Okeanos and Hyperion, could not believe their eyes. These are two Titans, 2.5 original powerful gods. Did it fall like that? Just now, the 4 of them were still full of pride. They returned from recovery. Their strength increased greatly, and they were ready to hate before a snowfall. But in the blink of an eye, more than half of the casualties were lost. The two stared at each other in horror. Don't worry, you should go down and accompany them. Apollo looked at them indifferently, and the splendid divine might poured out again. The vast world of light descends on the sea. Hyperion, the god of the sky, roared thousands of voids, but they were all shattered in the blink of an eye. Gorgeous light, like invisible fists, pierced through his sky. The cold fell on his tall body. Boom, boom. The series of explosions sounded like thunder. Hyperion stood still on the sea, as tall and straight as ever, but his eyes were round. Looking at the sky absent-mindedly, his tall body suddenly rattled like ice cubes, shattered into pieces, and fell into the sea. Oceanos, you are the only one left. The golden eyes swept toward the sea, and the god of the ocean and river, who was originally fierce, was in a panic at this moment. Seeking flowers as early as when Hyperion was covered by the power of light, his figure turned into a torrent and fled into the deep sea. It seems that even if you can no longer be regarded as your original self, you can't change your nature. Apollo shook his head, and the brilliant light chased after him. At this moment, Okeanos, who fled into the deep sea, suddenly shouted, Pontos, save me. Huh? Apollo's expression froze. Listening to the ear of the world, the bottom of the entire sea trembled. Centered on one of the 6 cores located in the ocean that he sensed, vast mighty power poured out. Indistinctly, a wave of root fluctuations belonging to the ocean rose up. The bottom of the sea is the skeleton, the sea water is the flesh and blood, and the sea breeze is the long coat. Outlining a dark blue monster figure. Familiar eyebrows and faces, revealing a different surging momentum. Condensed from the depths of the ocean, he seemed to be the ocean itself. His presence created the ocean. Pontos, I didn't expect you to be resurrected. 55. Ignoring this strange dark blue figure, Apollo's voice was low. Yeah, I didn't expect to come back to the world in such a way. That sword of yours set me on fire. On the deep seabed, a dark blue figure with a bewitching appearance sighed with icy coldness. Okeanos fled to his side, panting. Pontos, the resurrected, you already have the origin of the ocean. You are the real primordial. Join hands with me to kill him. This is the will of the mother. Joining with you? Pontos glanced at him indifferently, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Under the horrified gaze of Okeanos, an invisible giant mouth suddenly spewed out of the dark blue figure, like a ferocious monster, swallowing him in one bite. The god of oceans and rivers only had time to let out a scream. After doing this, Pontos's bewitching face showed a satisfied look, wiped his cheek gracefully, and said with a light smile, "The last time I joined forces with you, this waste has been a very painful lesson. How could I repeat the second mistake? Being one with me is also a kind of common enemy. Rest in peace." As he said that, he looked at the golden figure standing in the distance, opened his arms, and said with a cold smile, "Apollo, let's have a one-on-one battle without interruption." Chuan. Da.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.